Ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. What's up? Hello. I kind of forgot that I hit the live the live button. It has like a 10-second countdown, and I forgot. What's up? Hello. How are we? How are you? And always, how am I? I'm good. Thank you for asking. I'm hoping that the planning is done. Because I think Mike's title of this all could have been done in a what was it? Like, this could have been an email. It's a little harsh, but like also I mean, look. I famously don't love looting scenes or things of that nature, and this was definitely, at least adjacent to that sort of stuff. So it's tough to say. I'm hoping we're getting away from that soon, just in purely like a theorizing and like viewer experience angle, because I'm not going to talk too much shit on it in terms of DM advice. Players need slow sessions. I keep saying people. Players need planning sessions. DMs need planning sessions and slow sessions. So, it's in terms of the DMing and table angle, whatever. But in terms of the viewing, I would be good with them moving on soon. I forgot I had you on my computer muted. Thought you were having problems at first. No. That would have been bad. Oh, wait. I hadn't finished the setup action. That makes sense. There we go. That's all ready. And we get the chat put up there. Kerblam. There we go. Yo. What's up? Let's see. What's up? Hey, I'm sorry. I'm I'm all over the place right now. I have not had where there is another ADHD medication shortage, and so I've not been on it for a week or so. It's starting to catch up with me. I'm starting to get a little spacey. Oh. I'm also eating lunch. I just realized that my entire head went off screen and all you could probably hear were eating noises. That's not good stream content. Gross. Nice noodle slurp. No. Don't hear the noodle slurp. No. This isn't a mukbang, unless. Wait, no. Ew. Mukbangs would be so gross. Unless. Players are not people. We heard it here first. Oh, shit. Everything is going wrong. As an unmedicated HDer, I feel you. Unless, look, I don't have any personal anything against mukbangs, but I'll do it. Unless, But let's get serious, chat. Let's get serious. We got a takeaway to do, because this is a Wednesday app. That means we got a takeaway. I'm not even looking at chat anymore. You guys could say whatever you want. I wouldn't even see it because I'm so focused on that takeaway up there. And I also need to scroll because it's not in the right place. All right. Ready? Takeaway. Let's do it. Boop. Getting ready. Active. Here we go. My takeaway for this one is pretty simple, but also important. and very hard to get right. If you have an NPC like Allura Vysoren that can reasonably assist with planning something big, especially any sort of climax, I think they can be invaluable to that planning. Now, some big caveats. I generally... The scrolling isn't working. What the hell? Right as I was about to say my big caveats. What the heck? Whatever. I'll manually scroll it. It's fine. Anyways, my big caveats. I generally believe that NPCs should not come up with any given plan whole cloth. Even if they are a renowned general and your PCs are former urchins, the broad strokes of the plan, I believe, should still be up to the players unless they explicitly give over the responsibility of planning to the NPCs. Like the NPCs, in our case, should not decide between going to Amon versus luring Thordak to Fort Daxio. That said, they can take over any amount of details that your players are either uninterested in or just can't seem to agree on. And that can take a lot of forms. And many involve things that the DM is just straight up better positioned to pitch in on. This was one of the big things that I thought about outside of the actual stream, is that the DM is explicitly positioned better for certain aspects of planning than the players are. And I think the big two are timing in general. Like, this will take this long, that will take that long, in terms of like how long things, literally take in the world. And also physical positioning within the world. Very much just the DM having greater world knowledge than the players. And to make it more concrete, I think that Allura could have provided Vox with a lot more concrete details in terms of how long everything would take, and more pertinently to like the actual slow part of the last episode, she could have taken a side on the Keyleth versus Vox debate regarding Fort Daxio specifically. None of the PCs have been there, and Allura easily could have. So she could have decidedly pitched in and said, Fort Daxio has plenty of areas and space to spread out your forces and such preparations that could allow us to scatter if there's a surprise attack. Like we have this big scout watchtower, whatever. Or, if none of that is true, she could have pitched in with /4 Keyleth, saying, well, if a surprise attack were to be sprung, especially with a flying dragon, all of our troops at Fort Daxio would actually be very vulnerable. It would be hard to spread them out. I don't know, personally. None of the PCs know. Either way, the NPC in this situation is positioned to provide the players with more concrete knowledge that can put them on more of the same page when it comes to planning, allowing them to focus on the things that they actually disagree on, rather than getting caught arguing based on different assumptions. I think it's very likely, or very possible, I should say, that Keyleth and the rest of Vox are picturing Fort Daxio very differently, and like picturing where the troops will be very differently. And Allura is very much in a position to dispel some of those like different page type assumptions. And that's it. Takeaway done. Takeaway over with only one small hiccup. And I think that's okay. I'll take one small hiccup, personally. I've went and did something insane. Starting campaign with 8 players. Starts with 2 parties of 4, one lead by me and another lead by a friend of mine. Sanity is my enemy. At least you have dual DMs. At least you have 2 DMs. That cuts it a little bit. Still insane. But you know what's awesome about this? I've done this shit before. I started 2 separate games that took place in the same campaign world, and I originally wanted 2 DMs, but the other DM backed out, so then I just ran both of them. And it was hard. I can easily say that. It was very hard, so good luck. But also, that one of those 2 D&D campaigns was also the best D&D campaign I've ever run. So it was hard, but it was also incredibly fun. The only problem with mukbangs is it encourages this streamer to overeat to an unhealthy degree to keep making content. Do not worry. Overeating is not something that is a problem with me. This is the first food that I've had in probably like 24 hours. That's not a problem for me. But I think you're right in general. Say whatever we want. VM will TPK the final boss, Kima Mother S. Yeah. Kima's mother. Kima is very mother at the moment. Other than that, I don't find it enjoyable. I think there's like definitely some crossover, but it's like if you like mukbangs, it's very much like I think the people that enjoy mukbangs are everywhere, but I don't think that there's like heavy particular crossover between that and other forms of content. Like I don't think everyone in TTRPGs is like in the same Venn diagram as as mukbang enjoyers. They are all amongst us. Among us. Dramatic timing ruined by my malfunctioning scroll. It was. It's really unfortunate. And I tested it beforehand. What the hell? We officially are in the forgotten times. I have no idea what happens in like the next 6 episodes. Fuck yeah. Oh, love that. Love that. I mean, it seems like it's sort of like what I said, I think 2 or 3 episodes ago. This has been building up for so fucking long that I think to everyone it feels kind of like the end of the campaign. I assume that they will go on after. I don't think that we're going to have another 30 episodes before Thordak. So they're going to, defeat Thordak and then they're going to move on to something else. But I think, like, broadly, this feels like kind of a ramp up to the end of the campaign. And they're probably hesitant to do that, I would say. And it's been building up for so long that there's, like, an amount of pressure on it, probably from both of their sides, to, like, for Matt to make it super cool and for the players to be, like, super prepared so that the campaign doesn't end on a low note. Yeah. I think they're probably going to be dragging their heels quite a bit, if I had to guess. Yeah. I meant they would TPK against Kima's mom, even though Kima and Allura are both mother. Oh, man. Normally, I try not to eat on stream, but I needed this. I feel like the most universal content is commentary, just because commentary can fit anywhere. That's fair. Yeah, commentary is so general that it's more like pertinent a lot of times to be like commentary about what, It's like, oh, like I watch like, fucking tech commentary. Do you watch like pure commentary that's just like on other YouTubers about other YouTubers? How far does that stray into like the current events drama type stuff versus like, oh, look at this person doing bad things or look at this person doing silly things? Like there's all commentary is such a wide. I mean, I think that it would be very reasonable to lump in critical eyes into commentary. I think that's probably what you mean by that. Which is like definitely a way that I think about it. So it's, yeah, I think it casts a wide net. Oh. Once you press play, you'll officially overtake SGM? Probably for only a few days. Because I think he's probably going to post the next Demystified probably before Sunday. And looking at the timings on this, I don't think we'll get through the entire thing. It's not even that long necessarily. It's yeah, I mean it's about 3 hours exactly, but it's at a slow. And if there's absolutely no combat, hard to get through 3 hours in one stream. Because there's just too many opportunities for me to need to pause it. But we will temporarily take over SGM. We're getting there. Yeah. Does watching normal scientific people debunk flat earthers count as commentary? Yeah, I think so. Oh, there's one that it's like the old H-bomb stuff. I also think commentary versus video essay is like kind of a gray area. Like I think like old H-bomber guy stuff is probably more in the commentary section, but then he's kind of transitioned more into video essay. Same thing with like Folding Ideas. Had a few, I would say, commentary type videos, but then, yeah. I think commentary is just a massively broad genre. Yeah. Critical Eyes and CRD are now in a head-to-head battle. We're racing. I will definitely come out ahead very soon. And then I won't have to avoid the titles anymore. I still probably won't watch CRD, unfortunately. Just because I know that he references like future events and such. I know he tries not to like super often, but I know it happens occasionally. So probably still won't watch it, but then I'll finish earlier and then I'll be able to watch it. The two genders video essay and commentary, precisely. It's just people talking about things. Video essays feel more like a thesis, while commentary is just talking with your pals. I can get that, yeah. I can get that. It's a lot more casual. Feels like it requires like it has like less like research burden, I suppose. Yeah. I'm almost done. And then we'll get rolling. You know, I rarely have things to say about the very beginning. We could be watching now. Instead of me forcing you to watch me scarf noodles. But you know what? That's just what I came here to do. Is force you all to watch me scarf. Ugh. Oh no, never mind. That sounded less gross in my head. All right, let's get in there. Wait, why isn't... Hello? There we go. Get all of those broken down. Perfect. Assuming, I guess, that Matt's recap. Oh, wait. Oh, there's a... Wait. There's a Sam ad. I forgot. The first time code is actually up here. Whoops. That's my bad. All right. Thanks for not eating directly into the mic. Making a lot of slurping noises straight in. You chose today to just eat and be bad at commentary. Exactly. This is my venture into ASMR. Oh, that's actually a vertical that almost certainly has overlap with mukbangs. I guarantee, because I would not say that ASMR and mukbang are the same. Like, there's tons of mukbangs that are not ASMR, but I think they probably have a large overlap. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a big Venn diagram overlap right there. Jacob Geller's Fear of the Cold is something I've watched 3 times. I have a yearly rewatch of most big folding ideas streams, or not streams, videos. I just watched my first Jacob Geller stream, God, I keep saying stream. My first Jacob Geller video ever recently, which was his newest one, The Fear of the Dark. I thought Fear of the Dark was great. So I can imagine that Fear of the Cold is just as good. I've been aware of Jacob Geller for a long time, kind of like H Bomber Guy. I was like aware of H Bomber Guy in general for like years, and then I just watched him for the first time last year. I feel like I'm about to take my Jacob Geller deep dive soon enough. Soon enough. Really not. ASMR creeps me out. I think it depends on the ASMR for me. Some ASMR creeps me out, and I love other ASMR. They mix video games and books and history. Very cool. Very cool. He also always ends them with a song that's really interesting with indie vibes. That is, I think, one of the main things, or not one of the main things, but like one of the big things that my stream is missing is music, because I am not that into music as a personal person. So it's hard for me to ever prioritize like finding or adding music. I just sort of have like a big mix of like royalty-free stuff that I play. And it's the same thing with my games. I think that's easily the weakest part of my D&D games is the music. Because music can add so much to a D&D game. Like D&D games that I've played in are so, like, the music is so additive. It's such a huge value add, and I am so bad at it. Because I just don't like the process of like sitting down and like finding music. It's like, if you ever play at a table of mine, those are probably the 2 easily weakest areas, is the music and the audio, and treasure / looting. Everything else, I think I'm pretty strong in. Like humility is not one of my core traits. I think I'm pretty banger in the rest of them, but audio, any kind of audio, even like my voices are pretty mid. I'm really bad at remembering like past NPC voices. So like NPCs will like change voices sometimes, and people will be like, wait, is this blah blah blah? And I'm like, oh, am I doing a different voice for them? That's one of the reasons I record my sessions now, is because it helps me remember the voices that I do for my NPCs. And then, yeah, it's like music and treasure. But not a song by him, but like promoting an indie singer. Gotcha. Okay. If I knew you in real life, I'd be that annoying friend constantly trying to find music you actually enjoyed. I enjoy some music. I hate the process of searching out new music. I think I probably, like, my impression of a normal music enjoyer, like the average music enjoyer, is that they know a couple of genres that they like, and they like maybe 30 to 50% of the songs that they hear. I like 2 genres, maybe 3. And I like probably 1 to 5% of the songs that I hear in those genres. I don't enjoy the process of like searching them out. And even like the amount that I like them seems lower than the amount that people like other music. And honestly, I'm not even, I said I only enjoy like 2 or 3 genres. That's not even true. I actually like, I think, most genres now that I think about it. But let's see, what's the most recently liked songs in my I think this will be telling. Oh, I did just find out about a new band. So there are 2 new songs on there. Oh God, this is embarrassing. Do I actually want to show this? Oh no. Okay, yeah, we're gonna show it. Okay. These I've got People Vultures and Gila Monster, or Gila, by King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. those those are my two most recent. Then I have 2 Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood openings. Then I have God Gamer by the Atriarchy. Then Not the 1975 by Nox. Apata by Rose. 2 by BBNO. Bling Bang Bang Born by Creepy Nuts. And then a bunch of... Oh, yeah, and then Sleepwalking Orchestra. And then a bunch of Pokemon Coliseum music. And this probably constitutes... I was looking at Pokemon Coliseum music, I think, in like July of last year. So this constitutes probably 6 months of new music for me. To put it into context, this is over the course of 6 months. These are the songs that I have found. Yeah. So I guess to give context to my how into music I am or am not. Yeah. Hello Future Me and Sarah Z. I do like Hello Future Me. I don't know Sarah Z though. You like musicals? No, I do like musicals. I love some musicals and I hate others. Hot take: Phantom of the Opera fucking trash, dude. And Cats. I'm coming out here for the big timers. They both suck. Especially Cats. Cats is nonsense. At least Phantom of the Opera is like there's something going on there. But the Phantom of the Opera is the Romeo and Juliet of musicals. And I mean that with every ounce of my soul. Romeo and Juliet, also trash. Comparatively to other Shakespearean works. Love me The Tempest. Love me A Midsummer Night's Dream. I even like Hamlet. Or wait, sorry, the musical formerly known as Hamlet, whatever. I like a bunch of Shakespeare. Romeo and Juliet's ass, dude. And Phantom of the Opera is the Romeo and Juliet of musicals. And I'll say that with my full chest. Not hyperbolic. Oh, what's up, Mr. Stoke? One of the better things that happened to me as I've grown up is learning to appreciate a broader range of music. I like a broad range, just not a lot of it. Hosier, Humors of Whiskey. All right. You have 2 FMAB openings, and one of them isn't Again. Again is my least favorite of the 5. Uh-oh. I'll put Rain up there. Golden Time Lover. They're all above Again. Again is Paige's favorite, though. Pokemon Coliseum music. FMA openings do slap. I mean, look, I know I got good taste. Oh, man. Hot take: Pokemon Battle Revolution is the best music in the franchise. I believe it. Battle Revolution was great. I just watched the 90s Romeo and Juliet, and it held up. It was great. I mean, I guess to be fair, I have not watched the specific movie that you were talking about, so it might be good. But I think that the Romeo and Juliet story itself is not very good. Not very good, I would say. Musicals plus video game music says to me that you enjoy music that brings you back to a thing. You hear the music, you remember the musical game. I will say, I don't know if this supports your point or not, but a music video for a thing, so a song having a strong visual element, is incredibly influential on whether or not I end up liking it. And I will say, I think that your thesis does hold up, because a lot of like the metal music that I have either has a banging music video or has like a very strong like imagery to me. Like one of my favorite, I'd say my favorite Unleash the Archers is a cover that they did. Oh wait, I probably can't play too much of it, but it's a cover that they did called Northwest Passage. And this song has such a like strong, like it evokes such strong imagery for me that I do love listening to it. What's up?
Daniel just like pegged you.
Pegged me?
Like that is exactly you.
That's it. Oh, Paige says that's exactly me. So apparently you are correct, Daniel.
The last line?
Music with banger music videos might be key for you. Oh, I didn't read the last line.
I would start reading the comment, and then you started saying what the last line said, but you were like, I don't know if this goes towards your point. And I was like, finish the fucking comment, and it does.
I'm the person at work that only reads the first paragraph of the email.
You
No!
said 2 questions in an email. Only one will get answered. That's true as well.
Look, I am. Megan does this a lot. We share a brain cell. A single brain cell. Oh, man. I'm like one of total 5 cats defenders. Paige is also a cat's defender, and it's the worst thing about her. What do you mean? The only song? The only musical? Cats.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the first...
The first FMA opening?
Yeah.
No. I said you're one of like the 5 cats defenders in the entire world, and another one of them is in my chat.
Not the new... To be fair, I haven't seen the new one. I don't know that I would defend the new one. I'm talking the old one, and like that was like stage performance recording in the 90s. Or seeing it live.
No. The screenplay is just bad. Again is great, if only for the fact that it's the first OP that covers material covered by the original. Also, the song slaps. Look, I like it for I dislike it for a very basic reason, which is that the child voice creeps me out. That's it. I think that the visual component is great. My favorite of the openings is 4, which is unfortunate because I think the visual component on 4 is easily the worst, but the audio is really good. But yeah, I don't know. Rather than going by genre, I enjoy music that goes well or could go well with a visual component. Animator brain, I guess. I certainly don't have an animator brain, but I think I am with you on that. Like when I listen to Northwest Passage, it just puts me on an old-timey exploration ship. It puts, I tear up sometimes. I ain't afraid to say that. I tear up sometimes listening to Northwest Passage because it puts me in the shoes of someone of someone exploring and searching for this thing to help them back home. Now, historically, a lot more complicated than that, and not nearly as virtuous as I imagine it in my head. But I do imagine it virtuous, and it puts me in that mindset, and I like that. And yeah, I definitely think I have a large component of that. Another one that's very like that is Quinn 92's Another Day in Paradise. I used to listen to that when I was about to fail out of college. I used to go out and ride my bike around campus at like 2 a.m. And just listen to that song on loop, and it would calm me down and like help me focus. And I still I don't know why, but I still love that one. Yeah. You're lucky my wife isn't in the room. She's a Phantom and Cat stan. Frankly, a Weber stan. Look, I got nothing against Weber. I got something against those 2 products specifically. I got a bone to pick.
Great last week.
Sage Rose. Yeah. Same with lyrics. A great set of lyrics and a mediocre singer can easily make my best song list. I feel that, yeah. We haven't even started yet. No, we haven't. I got through the takeaway incredibly quickly. I'm liking these scripted takeaways. Will say I feel like there's less discussion about it when it is like when it's been scripted, but also I feel like these 2 takeaways have been pretty lukewarm. They haven't been like hot takeaways. Hot takes-aways? Fucking copy, dude. Bars. No, I feel like they've been pretty lukewarm, pretty like I don't think they're like bad in terms of like their value, but I think they've been pretty agreeable takes. So I feel like that's partially why there's less conversation, but they've been going quick. I'm just offended it's your least favorite, so it's thematic in a sense you're watching it again. Yeah. Plus, I love the visuals. I also love the visuals on again. That's part of the problem. I wouldn't say it's my least favorite opening. I think my least favorite opening is 2. But again, is my least favorite song because the child voice creeps me out. And that's it. The Jesus Christ Superstar. Jesus Christ. I love Jesus Christ Superstar. Even as I have lost my faith as an adult, I love Jesus Christ Superstar. It's a fucking banger, dude. You are not who they say you are. With that, I'm feeling very bouncy today. I don't know what it is. I feel like I have a lot of energy. I think it's because you know what? As crazy as this sounds, I think testing. What the fuck? My wave, my fucking wave XLR just like cut out for no reason. I just had to plug it and unplug it. Did you say we're unmedicated? No, I think it's because I'm unmedicated and getting an appropriate amount of sleep. I think that's why I'm a little bouncy. Because I've been unmedicated for like the past 2 or 3 streams. I don't feel like I've been this bouncy though. It started when you raised your desk. That's the real culprit. All right, let's do it. Look at this. There's a face you can trust. Not like Victor's insanity.
Sam, if you'd like to give us a couple words on our sponsor.
I'm running out of things to say, so instead I composed a little song, and I thought that Miss Ashley Johnson could help me with it.
Okay.
I'm going to sing a couple lines.
Oh, that's true. I actually think, according to my mixer, they look pretty good. They look pretty similar. Oh my God. Sorry. It scared me. I said long ago that I really try not to react to visual changes that much because I don't feel like there's a lot of substance, but it scared me. I thought there was an imposter in the seat for a second. Anyways.
And then it'll be very apparent what the rhyming word is, and you just chime in with that. Little known fact, Ashley Johnson, beautiful singing voice. She's a soprano.
We're going full NPR
here. Okay. Here's a song for Luke. Okay.
Where are all my baritones at? Woof.
Actually, I need you to focus here. Okay, ready? It's to the tune of the Beverly Hillbillies. Well, yeehaw for nerd swag, let's all give a big hoot. You get a pretty crate and they fill it with
Luke!
Very good. With gear and apparel that'll make you look real cute. You even be attractive when your butt makes a
toot.
Very good. Subscribe with the link that pops up on your computer. With the dough that you save, buy some hot wings at
Hooters.
Very good. You'll be all hot and bothered even if you're spayed or neutered. So pull down your skirt and stick that loot in your
cooter.
No, it's in your crate. You put your loot in your
Disgusting.
Disgusting, actually. Jesus, why would you stick it in your cooter?
It just made all the sense. It made all the sense.
Holy shit, Ashley.
That's
Dude, that reminds me. All right, chat, play along at home. Say this look into your monitor's eyes, look into my eyes, into your monitor's eyes, and say silk. All right, now say silk. Say it with me. Now, how do you spell silk? S-I-L-K. Good job. You did so well. Now say silk again. Now, what do cows drink? Hey, Ivo's ahead of me. What do cows drink? They drink water. That is the exact same energy. Or like the Bo Burnham salt and vinegar call and response. Same energy as that. These types of jokes, they're just good old-fashioned fun. I like them. I'm a fan.
In a loot crate. Good God. Anyway, magic, everyone. Sign up and use the exclusive promo code.
Oh my God.
Wait a second. There's a new promo code?
Yeah.
There's a new promo code.
$5 off Loot Crate and Loot Crate XP.
Holy shit.
If you use promo code
Chaotic good. One word. Chaotic good.
Chaotic good. All caps.
Chaotic good.
That sounds wild.
Check it out, guys. I'm done.
Sam Riegel, you were against
Code
that.
is only good for 48 hours. The code is only good for 40 hours. You must enter
Wait, is that true?
to collect. It is true.
I should
48
read
hours
these
only.
before I do the ads.
Chaotic good.
Thank you, Sam. I appreciate
no
that.
problem.
Actually,
Thanks, Sam.
really need to clean that mouth.
You know, there's only one place to put loot.
Really, keep it in your crate, guys. Highly recommended. Hashtag keep it in your crate. So yes, thank you, Loot Crate, for being our awesome sponsor. Other announcements: BlizzCon this weekend. Those are going to be there.
We're going to a new time
A number of
code.
us are going to be
Shut
there. Panels Friday. Who's going to be there Friday?
Friday.
Shut up, Matthew Mercer, you amazing man. No! It failed. It didn't go out of full screen
Great, last
fast
week-
enough. I needed it to go out of full screen quicker. I haven't worked on my back-end automations in a while because I've been trying to work more on like the recording and the editing stuff. By the way, my editing pipeline for shorts has exploded in productivity. I have like 13 in the queue. So now I'm trying to focus back on longs again. Anyways, but I haven't been able to work on a lot of the stream automations lately and like fix the little things, you know?
Hello and welcome back. While we were away, I learned much about the anatomy of the basilisk. Thank you, Liam.
Welcome.
Yeah. All right, so bringing us into tonight's episode. Vox Machina, in their attempts to take down the Chroma Conclave, have slain 3 of the 5 dragons, have made a tentative alliance with a 4th, Raishon, the disease deceiver, in the hopes of taking down the 5th and most powerful master of the entire conclave, Thordak, the Cinder King, who currently resides over the now elementally corrupt city of Iman, that is the ground itself beginning to boil and crack with fire elemental energy. You all sit within Whitestone, deciding upon the coming rush to the final battle, considering what allies you have at your disposal, what locations you want to put this battle in. You've had these conversations. You've revealed Raishon to the rest of your allies within Whitestone, and you've previously spoke about taking this to Fort Daxio to the north of Iman. And that was where we last left off. As you finish your conversation with the rest of your current temporary council on the ziggurat beneath Whitestone, you've made the choice of Fort Daxio as being your next grounds of conflict. What do you wish to do?
You think we finished our conversation, but we have about an hour more
Another
talking.
couple hours.
We're really...
What if we get an airship and put the ziggurat inside of it?
Oh, okay.
What?
I have an idea.
That's a great idea.
We should go to Fort Daxio then.
Yeah.
And talk to them.
Did we need to send word to all of our allies that that's where we're going? Has that been done already?
I feel like
That
we need
probably
to
needs to
scout
happen.
the location first.
Well,
Daxio?
let's scout first. Let's head there, and
then
if
send out
everything
our
seems
messenger
copacetic,
birds.
then we'll
How do we get there?
by airship.
By the fabulous Keith.
Let me scry, and then we'll bam through a tree. Sound good?
Can you scry here though? We're by the orb of death.
We have to, that's
Yeah,
right.
we have to go.
Hold on. Let me go get Pike.
Yes.
I got her, guys.
What the fuck just happened? 1.8? Oh wait, did a mod use a real ability? Oh Oh my god, that's so exciting. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I don't remember the last time that happened. That's so exciting. Woo.
Hey, oh man.
Or wait, did Nomad do that? Did I just bump my... I just bumped the stream deck with my board on accident. Oh no! Oh no! It's all going wrong. It's all going to ruin. That's fine. That's fine. We're here.
Hop back to a big high five.
We almost left without.
Wait, so he said we're going to Fort Dax?
Yeah, we're totally going to Thordak, yeah.
Okay, that sounds...
That's
the
what we'll
other
organize our
idea.
forces, potentially.
I think it's a great idea. I think it's on our walk. We talked about it, and I think that it's just a really good idea.
Great.
The monster.
Now it's
Okay.
solid.
It's unanimous.
Sure.
Wait, can she scry? Do you need to scry? Do we have scrying things?
I
Are
can
you okay to
scry.
scry?
She's got a scribe ball.
I got my scribe ball.
Oh.
Who are you scrying?
I am.
Oh, we have to be a
we
person.
know
We
someone
know
in
somebody
Daxio.
more.
We do.
That's how it's been.
We do.
Because you'll
My shit father.
Yeah, your shit
Yeah,
father.
he knew somebody there, but I don't remember who it was.
Oh shit, hold on.
Get your notes. Oh wait,
This is
anyone
old though.
from
This is not new.
anyone from like when we were with the Fugees, the refugee camp? Didn't someone go to Daxio?
What about that guy
Ready
that
or
was
not?
running
Good
the refugee camp?
Oh,
The
that
leader, like
nice guy, that
Bernard
handsome
or
guy.
Reginald or
Did he go to
Reginald
Daxio?
is dead.
not Reginald, not Reginald.
Right. Most of our friends are dead, let's be fair.
a lot of dead people.
Come on,
Met a
notes.
lot of dead people.
Bring on,
Give me a
Saint
second.
Bernard?
Wait, where were we?
Who are you referring to?
The guy that was running the.
Oh, I can absolutely find it. Don't you guys worry. Not Tuma, not Tyrelda. Tyrelda's the leader of Singorn. Not Wodena. Zippido. Man, I found the brother. Did I just skip it? No, Sarkonos. Cornelius! Cornelius is who they're looking for, leader of the West Run refugees. Although I don't think that anyone that they know is like related to Fort Daxio other than Riskel and Riskel's dad. But I think Riskel's dad, who the fort is named after, I think Riskel's dad is dead. I think all the Daxios are dead. Yeah. The Discord was a nice reminder to switch to live chat instead of top, though. Hey, there we go. There we go. I don't know what they're looking for. They're probably just, again, they're just looking to like coordinate with all these people. That is something, speaking of the takeaway earlier, that is something both as a player and as a DM, controlling the NPCs, when you have this many allies spread to the winds, I think it is not only reasonable, but is going to produce better results if you say, hey, Allura, will you please go ahead and reach out to all of our allies? Here's the list. And then you all can coordinate on the list outside of stream. Because there's so many that they've had that you don't want to miss any. And you want to take the most reasonable, like, reach out procedures possible. And remembering all of that in the moment when you gathered all of these allies over the course of months IRL, there's going to be such a huge gap in terms of the proficiency of the players being able to reach out to these people and like remembering all of them and remembering any specifics on how and all that. There's such a huge gap between what the players can remember and how proficient they would be at it versus their characters. So either handling it during like a downtime or just saying, hey, NPC, please handle this. Also, get that ass banned. Whatever. Catastrophic panic. So anyways, yeah, it's very much something that I think Allura could provide a lot of sort of value in. And it is something, it is a, there is something to be said in all of this, in the value of giving the players an NPC that can handle shit tasks for them. Like, not even necessarily like, manual labor. I'm not talking about like a butler. But someone that can handle things that would not be difficult in the fiction, but are kind of difficult out of the fiction. And I feel like Allura, Gilmore, Kima, Any of the, I mean, they have a lot of people that can do it in their hub world. And that also goes to say something about the value of the hub worlds in this instance. Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking into Bastions a lot for my current game because I feel like Bastions can/should address a lot of this. Not even in terms of address, like in terms of like it's a problem, but address it in terms of like, I think that these are the sorts of value adds that a Bastion could really have. Because, you know, having a home base and playing a little minigame, like that's fun on its face. I'm not gonna say it's not. But I also think that it could be incredibly valuable for a lot of things that the current game can capture but can't capture as easily. Like having a consistent NPC that can like send letters to other allies or send messengers or communicate, shit like that. I think Bastions have a lot of room for benefiting play in those areas. So I'm already talking to my players about how we would implement it into Saltmarsh, and I will keep you guys updated on what I find and what I find through like experimentation, because it's something that my players are definitely interested in, but we all have kind of our own personal reservations about. So I think I'll have a lot more to say about it when I use it in practice, which I'm going to do. Yeah. Got a maester? Yeah. Like a Game of Thrones maester? Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. I think that'd be a great, I think that'd be a huge value add for certain campaigns. Yeah.
Refugee camp that was like a blacksmith, but he was not a blacksmith, but he was like, had stepped up to
Rothfuss?
No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Outside of it.
We found his
When we left the orc camp and
His
we
son?
headed out into the snow.
Oh!
It was close to when we found Tyriok with that Nam.
They were heading to
Right,
Fort
right.
Daxio, weren't they?
I don't recall.
Wait, this was after the Goliaths?
Yeah.
You get a bonus.
This is the part of the show where we look through our notes.
It's D&D.
You thought
D&D.
talking was
It's a
boring.
Dungeons and Dragons game.
You guys actually write notes? I just draw pictures.
They write notes.
Oh, okay.
I drop it. I listen to them read their notes.
Oh, good.
I look over her shoulder and read her notes.
I look
Well,
over
they're
her shoulder.
empty right now.
Occasionally I look over his
Mine are
shoulder.
just terrible.
Well, that's what I'm really, that's one of the things that I'm really curious about, Daniel, because I don't think it will shock you to learn that I'm not really into that style of play. If you've ever heard me talk about loot and like getting out of your character sheets, I'm fine with that outside of the table. Like if my players want to have Excel spreadsheets off table, I just want to make sure that those Excel spreadsheets are not detracting from the roleplay experience on table, because we can look at spreadsheets outside of the game. So that's one thing that I'm really curious to see how it actually works out in practice. Is like, do I have to use it that way? Do I lose some value from not using it those ways? That's very much in the area of things that I am really keeping an eye on when it comes to the Bastions. That's why the warning is, because it goes so against what you normally promote. Yeah, absolutely. Because that is one of that, I'll say that's one of my players literally, like we talked about it during the last session, and he sent me a message that was like, I looked into Bastions. They seem interesting. Seem like a lot to handle at the table. And I was like, yup, that's so we're gonna be experimenting with it. Because we all loved the hideouts in Blades in the Dark, and they seem very adjacent to those. So we're gonna have to see. Yeah. I'm a little nervous about them seemingly requiring pretty strict day-night tracking, when I'm normally, more in favor of playing a little bit loosier-goosier with my timelines, because you have like Bastion turns, which are like every 7 days, and so we'll see.
This
Arbiter
is before
Braum.
I switch notebooks.
No.
Tristan the Cleric.
No.
Gurn Blanston.
Just ratting off.
Sparkling Shen.
Orc Skull.
and Malta.
But you know who I'm talking about, yeah?
This would be Cornelius.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Wow. Cornelius.
Cornelius.
Oh, wait, I got my page. Cornelius, leader of the refugees. He's a bookbinder.
Yep, that's him.
Dresvina, magic guy. Elwyn, the mom. Simon, the son. These are people who are in Dexio, right?
Yeah.
No, these people are sent to Kymel.
Shit.
Oh, I
Master
really thought
Claw.
they were going to.
Also
Forget it
Kymel.
then.
Or Western, one of the two.
Do we not know anybody at Fordaxio?
You've no one that you know of.
Is Laura still here? Is Laura still around?
Laura is still
They'll be
Laura,
upstairs.
do you know anyone at Fordaxio?
Unfortunately, the one member I know is the War Master, Mikhail Daxio, the father of Riskel.
Yes.
But as far as I know, he's currently sealed off in Singorn with the rest of the army.
Right.
Okay, hang on, wait. Is Fordaxio near Singorn? Is that
No. The army, remember, part of the army got sent to Singorn and then Singorn bamped away.
Yeah, most like three of the regiments in Fort Daxio were sent to
Singorn
Singorn,
and then Singorn.
with the supposed dragon incursion in the Stormcrest Mountains. Most of them went with Singorn when it got pulled back to Feywild, and one regiment still remains at Fort Daxio. Fort Daxio is north of Iman.
Are there any guards from Iman here? Because the guards were also the guards from Iman.
Some of them.
Went to
Yeah,
Singorn.
people as well.
So maybe someone in one of the guards knows one of the guards
Jesus.
in
No,
Fort
that is
Daxio.
convoluted.
This is a lot of work.
Jesus, yeah.
Well, Craghammer's
Easier to go about
close-ish. We could go
Everyone
to
ask around.
Craghammer.
I'm gonna go talk
Like
to. I'm
gather
gonna go
forces
see if I
at
can find one of the
Craghammer's
Whitestone guards.
Make an investigation check.
Oh well.
You're the worst at these.
I'm not good at these. It's a 12. Let me double check my investigation. I want to do this a whole lot. Yeah, 12.
Okay. You spend the next 30 minutes asking around for various guards, and the few that you do know that are from Iman are like, I don't really know anyone from Daxio. It's
Yeah.
very regimented.
Sure.
I was interested in the military. I just wanted to more just, sit around the city and get paid to wear armor.
So they're more militant. More
What's
like
with
people.
the military is, yeah.
Just you don't know any? You have any army friends? Are there any army friends here?
I mean, I think there are a few here that at least might know that, but I'm not one of them, sorry.
Where? Point me.
I don't know, that way!
All right, I go that way.
Keela spends the better part of the next hour or so unable to really find anyone to match.
Guys,
his
this sucks. We don't know anyone in Daxio.
Should we just
Fuck, y'all can't see anything on this. It's so white. Just like me. Okay. Let's see if I can. Yeah, it's the fucking contrast on the camera. Wait, let's see. Let's turn up some goddamn. Nope. All right. Not even a little bit. Great. Can I turn down the exposure? Let's turn down the ISO a little bit. Oh. Holy shit. It's so thin. It doesn't look this thin in real life. Okay, so I need to get thicker markers. My markers need to be thicker. Let's see if I draw it in like really, sharper lines. Does it work? Oh, that kind of works. Okay. Okay. All right, and then I'm just, instead of writing out their full names, I was drawing Iman, or I was drawing Taldore while I was waiting. Why did I say waiting? Let's see. Tal. Does that show up? That kind of shows up. Okay, maybe we'll go with this. All right.
Fucking go there?
This is like when you're on a level in a video game and you just run around and around and
Yeah.
around. You can't find anything that
Gotta be
triggers the
this
next section of the video game. No,
Wait,
all right.
Gilmore knows everybody. He must know someone in Daxio.
That's
I don't know if he knows army people.
Well, he knows a lot of people.
I'm doing an analog thing because currently my dude, I don't know. I don't even know. I was doing an analog thing because I was feeling antsy. I needed something to do with my hands, but I have I have a way to physically do something with my hands with this. I just haven't drawn on the tablet with an actual pen in so long. And I will also say, the last time I tried it, it was a bit funky. It's a bit funky. I have to kind of lean. Ooh, I have to lean away from the mic. Maybe this is why. Wait, 1 second. Let's see. Do 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 ba da do do ba do 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 ba do. I want it that way. Anyways.
All right, if Gilmore doesn't know anybody, then we're going to the nearest location and then we're huffing it.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Craghammer's near-ish.
All right, let's go talk to Gilmore.
That's true.
Okay. As the rest of the your council is essentially scattered throughout Whitestone Castle since your meeting, Gilmore's easy to find, beginning to make his way out of the castle down towards his homestead and prepare what he has for the coming struggle. So as you intercept him walking down the outside, oh hi, I'm sorry. What did you need?
Do you know anyone in Fort Daxio? Please say yes, please say yes, please say yes.
No. I believe I have had a couple people come through my establishment.
Is that what they call it? Come through my establishment?
That's exactly what they call it.
That's actually exactly what they call it.
I mean, we don't necessarily need to know anybody if you happen to know a very fast way to get to Daxio.
I mean, there are magics that can get a person there quickly, but...
Are there trees? Are there lots of trees? It's grassland.
Sean, could you send one of us there? Is that possible by any chance?
Let me think.
One? Why one?
Because the rest.
One of us goes with a gate stone. Keyleth can jump over. She can see trees there. She can tree her way back here. I mean, I don't know. I'm
Just
spitballing.
seems like a really long
Yeah, all right. Where's your great idea?
Well, one of us goes there, and then bamps back and finds a tree, and then bamps back, and Keyleth brings us
No,
all
Keyleth
over.
can just scry on you once you're there and see the tree.
Fabulous! Send one of us over.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I can't, but Allura might be able to help with that. Ask her.
All right, back to Laura.
I know.
Get out of the door.
Like a Monty Python animation, back and forth.
Trick 3 times.
Exactly. Yeah. Apparently, the Gilmore doesn't seem to have access to the type of translocation magic you're asking about.
All right.
You eventually find your way to Allura in Whitestone Castle. Is currently having a conversation with Cassandra, and turns back to you, and as you ask the same question, responds with I actually do have prepared. I could bring.
All right, we got ads here in a second, but this is my current understanding of things. So the Craghammer's over there, and then I think Fort Daxio. I think there's also like between these mountains, which I should have drawn the mountains in a different color in retrospect. This is very hard to read. There's like a forest kind of in here around like Craghammer and Gat Shadow, and maybe down to Kymel, and then former Singorn and current Fort Daxio is like somewhere in here. So I believe that Fort Daxio is like in there. This is my current understanding. Make it a little wider at the top. It's a thumbs down. Interesting. Very North America. Your drawing of Illinois is great. It does look very Illinois. We'll see. We'll see. Well, I will be very interested because I've looked at the map of Exandria once, but so I'm going on like broad memory. What's up? That was a short break because I didn't particularly need it. I didn't particularly need it. Yeah. I should really make a more detailed map understanding of what I actually know. Maybe at some point, ooh, this is something I could do. I could ask, like, Eden or Mike. I could ask somebody to give me, like, just an outline. You know, like, erase all of the content and just give me, like, an outline of the continents. And then I could fill it in myself as I go. That'd be kind of fun. I'm not sure when the initial map was made, and the one that Maga looked at had spoilers label on it. Yeah. Which is why I haven't looked at any since. But I've always wanted a more visual representation. I'll look into it later. I'll look into it later.
To 8 other individuals with me.
Oh,
How perfect.
fantastic.
Wait, one. Somebody else do that.
We're good.
The exact right amount.
Okay,
We're
it's
good.
just right.
Are you fine doing that? And
Yes, I can only go there, so we have to have some sort of way of returning. I believe you can handle that, all right? Yes?
I can get us back, yeah.
All right. Then, whenever you're ready, I suppose.
Now's as good a time as any.
As good a time as any.
Shit.
All right, gather around. She kind of puts her arms out and gestures for you to reach in like a...
Love that from Matt with Allura of the Gilmore conversation going pretty damn quick, and then Allura very quickly being like, I can do it right now. In the reality, in the fiction, she probably had responsibilities today. Like, she was not planning on going on this journey with Vox Machina. But they don't even, it's not even that she wouldn't, totally reschedule things, totally work around it. It's not even that she wouldn't do that. It's that she doesn't even bring up the need to do that. You know what I'm saying? Fort Daxio is north. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. But yeah, Matt doesn't even bring up like Allura even mentioning the need to like reschedule things or sending out a runner or messenger or what have you. And I think that those are good things to brush to the side in favor of let's go a little quicker.
Hand circle.
Come on, Grog.
We're taking Kima?
Kima. Can we take Kima?
Do we want to take
Should we take Kima? Are you guys fine?
Of course. She's I have to go get her.
No, it's
She said 8. Oh, 8
Eight
along
in
with you.
addition.
8 along with me.
Oh,
We're just reconning.
Yeah, this is
Leave
fine.
Kima.
This is fine. Let's just go.
we always take her and leave you. Why don't we take
Technically,
that?
Trinket is
That's
our
great.
best,
Just don't tell her. She gets a bit testy when she's not included.
It's all fantastic.
All right, very well. She takes her hands. You all, some of you close your eyes, some of you don't. But that familiar rush of warmth underneath the stomach begins to fill your chest cavity. Grog,
tell us.
Grog moves
No,
outside. It
no.
distracts you momentarily before you watch the ground beneath you. This line of blue arcades begin to link each one of your feet together in the circle. As it does, these star-like extensions begin to appear out in the center. And as soon as they all meet into one crystalline structure, it's a flash of light. Your vision goes white, and as it slowly adjusts to the daylight, this light breeze seeing you, you look around and see yourself now standing within the Authenden Pass, which is this large rocky ravine that rides up on each side of you to these tall cliff sides, edges of the very, very southwest side of the Cliff Keep Mountains. This is far north of Amon, and while you see the ground itself is very cracked land, you can see dry and long dead bushes. You see bits and pieces of what look to be dead trees that have, for a long time petrified, broken over, or just been left without much of a natural fertile ground to exist in. You glance off to the kind of eastern side of your direction, and you can see what appears to be a very large cluster of reddish-brown trees, a forest there that is long died, or at least is definitely in the fall season type of color change. But the vegetation around here is very sparse, very scrub, and in some cases very dry and dead. You do see, to the immediate northwest of your current location, clinging to the side of the mountain cliff, what you assume is Fort Daxio, a massive stronghold built of gray and brown stone, an outer wall perimeter that completely surrounds it, buttressed against each side of the cliff, and within you can see a multi-tiered fortress structure within, built specifically for defending against any sort of army siege or incursion.
Whoa,
Well,
that's what I'm talking
way
about.
bigger than I expected it to be.
That's what I'm talking about.
Can I check the skies? Anything flying around?
Make a perception check.
Hey, so go well.
That was a lot more disorienting than
You begin to look up and you see what looks to be a small bird, and it's really small and it's really cute, and your eyes kind of watch it, and you watch it fling off that way.
Pike!
Oh, look it.
Well,
It's a little.
yeah, he's tiny.
It's so cute.
Yeah, he's choked on it.
It's a little Thorbilly.
Can you make him land on your... Can you make Thorbilly land on your finger like a Disney princess?
Can I? This is so dumb. Yes, I'm gonna try.
Look, animal
handling check. Animal handling check.
Whoa! Have we ever?
We've never done one. I don't remember why. We did it. Don't remember.
Oh my god, you got really good animal handling. Well, all right.
And you rolled a dick.
Is it a dick?
Okay, 9.
That's kind of a dick.
You make 3 clomping plate armorful pike steps before the bird up in the sky.
It was a baby
Yeah,
Thorbilly, so they're a little more shy.
Does it look like anybody's in the fort looking down at us? Are we far enough away?
Make a perception check. You're a few hundred yards off.
Fucking
So.
shit balls. 16.
16. Okay, best you can tell, you do see some shapes along the top of the outer battlements, the wall that surrounds the structure. However, from this distance, you're not sure if they have seen you yet.
All right.
Best you can tell is shitballs.
It's shit balls up there.
I mean, don't worry about it too much. Strawberry, it's no problem. If I do decide to do it, I'm also like, I might not do it. I'll have to decide. Maybe. I don't know. but it is no problem.
What's a ship wall? You don't want
Hey, if we walk up to the fort, what's our cover story?
No cover story. We tell them who we are and what we're doing here.
We are dragon fighters bringing the fight to their town.
No, we're not bringing the fight here.
We are looking.
We are. That's
it's not a town.
It's not a town. It's
whatever it is. I don't think we should tell them that we're dragon fighters bringing the fight to their fort.
Well, actually, that's a good point. Whose fort is this?
Daxio's, who's in Singleton. No,
really,
right?
she's absolutely
Well,
right.
that is the War Master who's been assigned by Iman. This is technically where the majority of the military of Iman is stationed.
Oh, so they might know us.
Iman's military?
Correct.
Not
Oh, see, we're great.
Yeah,
like
the Iman's
the
military.
protectors of Iman.
And they're at war as well.
Yeah.
So this is
This is already going well.
We're protecting the world.
Super good.
Right. Well, yeah.
this is specifically where you want things to
But
attack.
they might be
as opposed to
skittish, so we should probably just have a little protection as we go up there.
Do we have any idea who we're talking to?
Nope.
Dudes.
All right.
I think their commanding officers are in Singleton, for the most part.
Do we need like a white flag as we approach?
Sure.
Do you want to hold that pike as we
I can
walk
just whip my
closer?
hair.
Whip
My
back
hair
and forth.
my hair back and forth.
Yeah, it's 5th level. You can do it. As you guys begin to approach the outside of Fort Daxio, you can see a number of the figures on the wall beginning to move faster and gathering at edges. You can see what looks to be one of a few defensive ballista being locked in, and Allura begins to step at the front and she puts her hand up. Don't worry, let me do the talking for this.
Oh, okay.
As you guys begin to approach the gate, you hear a small horn just kind of give off this arrival notification. This, but like deeper and much cooler sounding. Because I'm not a war horn. Fort Daxio, it's very sparsely
All their
run
horns
right
were
now.
broken in the war.
Yeah, all they took them with them. They left the regiment behind with a small conch shell. It's partially broken.
Piggy's got to go.
Did we just find your Achilles heel?
Voices.
1,000 voices, animals, creatures, can't do one.
And no horns.
We're bringing in D.
There you go.
I don't do horns, they sicken me.
It's more hit points. Just keep a tally. All right. As you approach, you're going to gather, and Allura steps forward. She takes a few more steps and then stops. Puts her other hand up to give you kind of a signal to hold back. She speaks out across the expanse. Arcanist Allura Vysorin, member of the Tal'Dorei Council, here with allies to speak with who resides within. Will you allow us passage? There's a pause. You hear the sound of the ballistic crank being loosened. Then you see the two front gates just slightly open. She puts her hands down. Very well, walk with me.
Wow.
They didn't even check us out. Just let us in. Be on your guard. They're too trusting.
As you guys approach the gates and begin to walk through, you can see there's about 15 guards stationed above the top that all have crossbows that are just trained on you guys.
Never mind.
Not like directly ready to fire, but just cautiously watching you as you progress. Allura leads through, leading you guys into the main entryway. And as you walk into this front area, it's the kind of pseudo courtyard or central area between the wall and the stronghold itself. The same cracked exterior, but you can see there are elements of, there's a trebuchet over there, there are counter-siege weaponry, some of it kind of unused for a while and probably need some level of repair. You do see a number of other armored individuals, and the armor you see the military stationed here is much more than the arms of Iman or any of the local guard that you're used to. These are very, very heavy regimented plate, tower shields, you can see spears that are very nasty looking and very strong in construction. A lot of these almost resemble a lot of the dwarven make you saw in Crackhammer before, so whether this is an alliance through Crackhammer and Iman that came to this, or the design was borrowed to some extent, a lot of the armor is more square and bulky than the more refined armor you've seen in more southern areas of the Tal'Dorei continent. Immediately as you step in, while the guards still have weapons trained on you on the other side of the wall, you see 10 individuals approaching armored, and you can see these individuals, their shields are large, heavy tower shields, what looks to be some sort of a goldish circular symbol on the front that has an inlay that's almost like a polished mirror. Like a big old oval mirror as part of the center shield itself. As these armored individuals approach, one of them in the center has her helmet and seems to be leading this push to greet you at that front. You see a woman, very stern look, dark skin, very short, ebony hair, and a very tough, kind of dour expression on her face as she kind of quickly brushes up towards the front, and as she steps forward, she slams her shield into the ground and kind of gives a nod as the rest of the soldiers stop. She bows her head and goes, Allura, so, you finally have answer from the council. It's been silence for weeks. Allura kind of bows her head and says, General, let me introduce you to our allies here. These are Vox Machina. They are friends. And the general breaks in once more into the conversation and says, that's fine. So, you're here with your allies. Any word from Mikhail? Any word from the rest of the regiments?
They're in Singleton.
Still, in Singleton.
As far as we know.
All right. Well, and you see kind of the tension that's been kind of building in her since she approached you guys begins to slowly fade with this kind of sense of just digesting the difficulty of the situation. There's an awkward pause, and Allura says, Can we speak in less, and she kind of looks up at the rest of the battlements, less armed circles, if you don't mind. And the general looks up and nods. Very well. My apologies. I am General Eli Gorafon.
Eli Gorafon?
Eli Gorafon. I am the commander of the Aegis Regiment, and I welcome you, for the time being, to Fort Daxio. Follow me. And she turns her heel and begins to march at a very brisk pace back in towards the stronghold itself. The other soldiers turning around as well, and Allura gives you all kind of a head nudge to follow suit.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. This is going great. We haven't even done anything wrong yet. That's awesome.
Give us time.
As you're walking around, Keyleth, Vex, and Vax, you guys kind of looking over the number of soldiers that are here. You have roughly 20 or so you see along the top of the wall, maybe 25 to 30 that occasionally seem to be stepping around the base of it or in the interior of this main courtyard. For the entirety of the army of Iman, the regiment that's here, it doesn't seem to be very busy or very, very well staffed. It's not. There aren't a lot of people here. This regiment is not extremely large. It looks like this may be the defensive regiment that is left behind to guard the fort when other regiments are sent out on whatever duties.
So we saw like 40,
50 people.
40, 50 soldiers on the outskirts of the stronghold. You don't have any inside necessarily, but it's fairly lightly guarded right now at the moment.
Which end is well.
Depends on who you ask, really.
As you guys enter the stronghold, it's beautiful in its construction. It also looks like it's been in some level of disrepair. It's definitely built for function. And the furniture and decor in the interior is very simple, very pragmatic. It is made for function more than presentation. You're led through 2 small hallways to the right to one central chamber where it looks like there are just a series of benches and chairs, whatever has been assembled to the area and kind of pulled to the center area. It's not, it would be considered a conversation room or war room in some circumstances, but it's very kind of haphazardly thrown together. You also do notice that there are a couple of rooms that have a foul stench, and as you glance off to the left into the inside, you can see there are what looks to be piles of folded dark material.
Toilet paper.
You are.
Are we walking past?
I also don't understand what it is. What? There's a foul smell coming from some rooms. There are piles of folded dark material. I mean, unless... I don't know. The only thing that I can think is that a lot of their soldiers died at some point. We haven't heard about them fighting any of the dragons, but I guess it's possible that we just haven't heard of it. Yeah, and that their shrouds. The only thing that I would think, though, is that unless the local culture or the culture that the soldiers come from has some taboo against burning the dead, I don't know why they wouldn't have done a pyre. Like, why are they just keeping a bunch of, maybe super aged supplies? But even then, why not burn them? Like, it seems like having these rooms is just like, just asking to get disease spread throughout the fort. So unless there's some sort of taboo against burning food or burning bodies, it's surprising to me that they seem to be like manufacturing almost like makeshift crypts, but without any of the supplies that you would normally use for preparing the dead for a crypt. I don't know. Strange.
Different terrain. Which guys are led into the chamber.
Well, I mean, do we like walk by the door?
Yeah, do we just pass by those things?
You're going to walk by and you kind of glance over and see.
Can we see what it is? It just looks like dark folded material.
Yeah, if you want to stop and look behind, you can have a closer look. It's a hide type material. It looks folded, and then as you walk in, you can see it's actually a series of piled corpses and some sort of leathery creature or creatures that have been kind of pushed into an area there.
I'm going to take this moment to change out my attunement for my gloves for my sword. So I'm going to put my gloves on and unattuned to my sword.
Okay.
Okay, just doing that.
Alrighty.
General, how many soldiers does this fort support?
As she enters the chamber ahead of you and turns around and kind of sits in her chair, her shield set aside. We currently now, as the Aegis Regiment, have a grand total of 225 soldiers.
Pretty good.
And how many can be here?
As far as all the regiments?
Yeah.
We're looking at depending how many survive or return from Singborn, close to 2,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have 225 here currently?
We do.
And how is morale? Everyone have enough supplies and ready to defend the fort if needed?
To be perfectly honest, and the door closes behind you as 2 of the guards kind of step in front and kind of just watch it as you all kind of find your seats or at least stand in the space. General Elios. To be perfectly honest, we are very low in supplies. Any of the trade routes to and from Crackhammer have been constantly harried by wyvern riders. We've had to defend our location a couple times by some errant, wandering sentinel wyvern rider shipments. It's been... We're on the edge of starvation.
Yeah. Any, pardon my bluntness, but any flybys by Thordak himself?
Thankfully, no. He would tear into this place in but an instant. We only have bits of information we've had from a few scouts we've sent southward. We've had some conversations to and from Iman, but only half of them have even returned, and those that have say that it's a very dire situation. So we've been awaiting any word we can from from the War Master, and nothing. So as far as I know, and have known, we are on our own and left possibly to die while the rest of this entire country burns to the ground. So seeing some seemingly friendly faces, and she kind of nods towards Allura, is the best news I've had in a very long time.
In your War Master's defense, it might be beyond his control to get back here.
Things are dire.
Thordak is changing the entire landscape to be very similar to the fire plane.
And he's stuck in the Feywild.
Who's stuck in the Feywild?
Who is stuck in the Feywild?
The War Master here.
Mikhail.
Yeah, Mikhail.
All of Singorn, actually.
Telling them this?
Okay.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, at least I know that they weren't wiped out, and that's good news. But still, we're not enough to even attempt an incursion on Iman by our own.
Well, that is true, and that is the purpose for our visit.
We may be able to help, though. At least where resources are.
Oh, I would say so.
Definitely.
We have to. That will be job one.
How is the land around the fort? Do you have any farmland currently?
What little bit grows here is not of the edible variety. We have to rely on the farmlands of Iman for most of our produce, and those are dried up, so we've been left to hunting and slaughtering what is available, which is not much these days, as we're constantly in battle with the giants of the north to keep some semblance of food intake, to keep our soldiers fed and living.
And we'll have to.
Some bee.
Maybe send some, just throw some food through a tree when we open it up. Just like,
Sandwiches!
corn.
Sandwiches!
Take
Sandwich!
some
Sandwich!
spaghetti!
Yeah, can we load up a cart, though?
Yeah,
we
well,
sure.
can't Keyleth make some farmland right here in the fort? A little small garden.
It takes
sort of
a
thing?
while.
It takes 8 hours,
That's
but
not long.
it seems like we might have to do some field trips anyway.
We can
round up
also.
the herd.
The airship will be heading here anyway. We can load it with supplies as well.
To here or to...
To here. Everything will be coming here if things go the way that we hope they will.
General, can I ask, are you close with Mikhail?
I've been under him for 15 years, yes.
Consider yourself friend.
Friends.
You're the worst. Just I mean, it didn't even take a second. Not 1 second.
I didn't even.
I specifically looked left, hoping.
Sorry. You've been under him for how long?
15 years.
15 years. Long time. Long.
Yeah, pick a fight with the general. That's good.
Allura, are these trusted? And Allura kind of nods. Very. They have a thought, more of a plan that, if it works, should put us in a much more advantageous position in the conflict with the Chroma Conclave. Please, give them your ear, give them your respect. They've proven time and time again to be capable.
Forgive us, we've just been through a lot, Ellie.
We've actually already killed 3 of the 5 Chroma Conclave.
She kind of leans back in the chair. Is this true?
I reach in and I pull out one of the teeth and throw it on the table.
I just keep killing
catches it.
We've got like so many.
Just write your email address on the
Yeah,
She gives you a very stern look, kind of eyeing you over, trying to give you a read, and then slowly it goes from group to group. Well, then perhaps this is our salvation. Throws the tooth back to you.
Well,
That's good catch. Thanks, guys.
before we get ahead of ourselves, our hope is that we think we can lure Thordak out of the city. And we think we can get him into a piece of terrain that gives us the advantage. We were hoping this would be where we consolidate our forces and make a stand against him.
You wish to bring the Cinder King.
What's up, Dasonics? Hello. You caught me right when I was already gonna pause. It's so funny. I can just imagine Matt every time they talk about bringing Thordak or like luring him to Daxio. I just imagine him like clenching up, thinking of the dope like volcano dungeon that he made in Iman. Oh, I feel it. I know the pain. And it's always a balance between like, you of course, absolutely do not want to railroad them. And you want to like support their plan. But sometimes there is a balance. I will fully admit to this between like, man, this is the climax. I've been working on this for so long. And I've like done so much testing on the map and the adversaries and the dungeon. I've got nothing for Fort Daxio. And if they want to do this like next session, I don't know that I'm going to be able to like make that happen. And so I think there's like a couple of routes that you can take at your actual home table of either sitting down and having a conversation and just being like, look, guys, I don't have a climax worthy like set piece for Fort Daxio for like 2 weeks from now. I'm fully down to support your plan, but we'll probably need to like skip next week or something to give me just like time to prepare this battle. And then, but you hate to have that convo because it ruins the magic so much. It ruins the magic so much to have that conversation. And I mean, and Daniel is absolutely right. The alternative is that you just don't say anything. But it's the worst when you know that like it's gonna be worse. It's gonna be less cool, less interesting if you just let their plan chug forward. But again, you don't want to railroad them. So it's like I'm not above a little bit of NPC pressuring. I won't say whether or not it's good, because I think it really depends on your table. I think it really depends on the tone and like what your players are interested in and like what they, or how directed they're comfortable with the story being, and frankly, how much IRL time you have as a DM to like prep this stuff. If it is not feasible for you to prep a non-Iman based fight, then I'd maybe, try to push more for it. But this is a super, depending situation. But I think if I were in his shoes, I don't know, we'll see. I would not be surprised to see this NPC push them to attack Thordak in Iman. I'll say I wouldn't be shocked. I'm not going to say if it's like a good or bad thing, because I think that is super context dependent. But I would not be shocked if he pushed them. But also, I will say to Matt that to a degree, this is kind of like reaping what you sow. Again, I've talked about it a few times, so I won't go too far into it, but like, this is part of like their mindset is that they can successfully lure away dragons and kill them not in their home turf. And if you're able to do that, if you are able to take a monster that famously has lair actions, like I think if you put any monster from the monster manual in front of a new player and you put 5 of them in a lineup and you say which one of these has lair actions, they're choosing the dragon every time. So a monster that famously has lair actions, and you have kind of confirmed to the players that it is feasible, it is possible to get these dragons away from their lairs, that's so reasonable for them to want to do that. If they think that that's like a feasible thing to do, I'd absolutely want to do that if I'm them. And especially if I'm like a super strategic player like, Taliesin seems to be, and he's been really spearheading a lot of this planning. I think it's immensely reasonable for him to want to do this. So, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I'll talk about this in a second. I'll finish I think Crazy had something about this current, but I would love to talk about this. I do think this is the one aspect of Thordak being a distant villain is good, because luring him away from his lair doesn't seem feasible. All the other dragons have moved from different locations all throughout the arc. Thordak hasn't moved since the beginning of the saga. I fully agree, and I will slightly interpret what you're saying of like one aspect of it being good. It is good in that it gives the DM more reasoning and more leeway on how to justify Thordak not being lurable. I fully agree there. I think that there's a lot more reasonable in-fiction justifications to say, this isn't going to work. I will say, I think we need those justifications soon. Like, before they get too far into the planning. They just started, like, really hard planning this last session, so I don't necessarily blame Matt for not having done it yet. But now that they're taking this field trip to Fort Daxio, I think if Matt wants to start, like, highlighting that aspect of, like, hey, luring him away is not going to be feasible, it needs to be now. And I think that this general is a really good candidate to, like, deliver that info, especially as, she's a military general, a defensive military general specifically. So she seems like the prime candidate to deliver this information. So we'll see. I think if I was in Matt's position right now, that is what I would be doing. But again, I don't feel totally comfortable saying like this is how you should handle it at home, because I think it really depends. But how do you beta test a D&D map? I think that this is I have like very basic advice, which is something called fishbowling. Fishbowling is I believe a Magic the Gathering term. I don't think it originated before that. I think it was made up for Magic. But it's essentially where you sort of play like one-player chess, where you just like take the players, take any allies or any prep that you predict them to have done, and you just go through the battle as if you are the players. And you try to think about the coolest or most strategic things or the most realistic things that you think each of your players would do. Fishbowling, I am generally of the opinion that it's not very hard, but it is time-consuming. I mean, D&D combat is time-consuming in general. It gets even more time-consuming when you're the only one doing it. So that's like the most basic way, I think, to beta test a map. But it's also the one that's like the most time and the most work. Beyond that, I use a lot my dots and dashes technique. So like, I'll abstract the map into the dots and dashes, and I do kind of what is almost like a dots and dashes, or not dots and dashes, like a shortest path analysis. So what is the absolute quickest way for them to win the combat? Whatever I define winning as. I get a shortest path in my head and say if they do exactly the perfect things and the enemies all do the exact worst things, how will this combat resolve? It's basically still fishbowling, but it's much, much faster fishbowling because you're just kind of looking at the absolute ideal case, where they make perfect decisions and your enemies make absolutely dog shit decisions. And that'll let you go through it really quick, and you can kind of see, okay, was that interesting? Did the map sort of fall apart here? Did they, in the absolute ideal case, did they ignore this section and why? It gives you a little bit of information there. And then you can invert that and say if the enemies make the absolute best decisions, if they somehow magically know all of the weaknesses of all of my players, and the players stand in the entryway, or just make, the most basic of movements, how quickly will they die? Right? This is in a situation where I assume that the players TPK, and that the enemies do that absolutely as quickly as possible. How quickly does it take for them to TPK? And are there segments of the map that make that more or less favorable for the enemies, for the adversaries? And you can sort of compare those two cases. Those two fishbowling scenarios, like the ideal case for your players and the worst case scenario, like basically best and worst case scenario. Those, I think, as opposed to doing like a realistic fishbowl, it's like, it probably takes like a fourth to a tenth of the time of like a normal fishbowl, I would say, because both cases result in the combat ending insanely quickly. And then you can sort of compare the differences between them. If there's a certain part of the map that is ignored in both the best and worst case scenario, I tend to believe that it will probably get relatively ignored or at least underutilized during the actual combat as well. And same thing goes for if a part of the map is ideal for the players to utilize and ideal for the enemies to utilize. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's like, too important, but it does mean that it's important. It's like a part of the map that you really want to focus on and make sure that you really like and make sure that it's like interesting to participate in, because in that case, if the players are both playing if the players are playing very strategically and the enemies are playing very strategically, they'll both, want a portion of the map. Or they'll both go through that portion, or they'll both utilize that portion. So you can sort of compare those two. And if there's a part that is really important for the players to utilize for their best case scenario, but not important at all for the adversaries to utilize in their best case scenario, I tend to like those parts of the map a lot. Like, those tend to be parts that I'm like, those are good. Like, those are good. They're situational. But, like, the adversaries might need to go up there, but it's not really ideal for them to be there, or vice versa. So I think those are the sorts of things that I think through. Now, I also don't do that for most maps. I will say, frankly, I beta test very few maps. I would probably beta test the Thordak map because it's the epic climax of like a 30 episode saga, or 20. I don't know how long they've been in it. But like, I probably would, and maybe I would have done the same thing for the Vestige maps. So, like, the map for Fenthras or the Kevdak. The Kevdak fight is probably one I would have fishbowled. Because it's not only a vestige, but it's also the climax to a personal player arc. But, like, I'll be real, I may or may not have beta tested the Vorugal map. It would probably depend on how much IRL time I had. And, like, how into the map I was. Some maps I'm more or less into. And on maps where I'm not going to beta test, I tend to try and skew things a little bit towards the players. Like, follow my instincts towards, like, I still want to make this interesting. I still want to try some crazy shit. But I'm going to maybe give the players a thing or two that I think will really benefit them as opposed to the adversaries. Just to hedge things a little bit in case there's something that didn't come up because I didn't beta test it, that I can kind of fall back on. Or I'll introduce, an environmental trigger that I can choose whether or not to pull during the middle, something like that. But yeah, so that's, I guess, the answer to the question is, best. I fishbowl them, and I specifically focus on the best and the worst case scenarios, and then I compare those to see where, like, the hot spots in the map essentially are. But I also, again, don't do that very often, because that's a lot of work.
Here.
Not just the Cinder King. We would also bring allies to support you and to buffer your forces, and hopefully with enough planning time to get you and your men back on their feet, well-fed and ready for a fight.
We're hoping we'll be able to bring Mikhail and Singhor's army back as well.
Mikhail's navy.
Yes. We either face him in his home, in his terrain, with his guards everywhere, with people we cannot trust everywhere, or we lure him out and we bring him somewhere where we know the terrain, where we have places to hide, where we are prepared for him.
She nods and leans forward, kind of putting one hand over the other and her elbows on each of her knees in her chair. And what makes you think a creature of such power and intelligence would ever leave such an advantageous position to be vulnerable?
To kill us. We are the bait, and we are also the dragon killer. So he will come here to kill us, or to at least investigate our whereabouts, we hope. And when he arrives, we'll wait in an ambush.
Very well. If you're confident, you have Fort Daxio and the Aegis Regiment behind you. I just hope you know it.
What's up? Oh, you do. Have fun. Okay. This is, Matt gave the reasoning, being like, what makes you think that it'll work? Now, this definitely, Matt knows if it'll work, right? Like let's pull back the curtain for a second. Matt absolutely knows whether or not this will work. But obviously, General Ellie does not. So there is a balancing act here of how much do you push that as a DM, and when do you just let them kind of fall apart naturally, you know? Like, when do you just let their plan fail? And again, to bring it back to kind of the Vorugal fight, I haven't seen Matt let a plan fail often. Like, I have not seen him force NPCs or adversaries to act reasonably in cases where that would cause the player plan to fail, at least in big climactic moments. So I think that there's kind of one of two things needs to happen here. Either he needs to have a different NPC push them on it again this episode, or he needs to have their plan fail quickly. So if I were him and their plan is not going to lure Thordak out, like it's not going to be successful, I would try to push them towards realizing that sooner. And like, you know, experimenting with it sooner. Like maybe push them towards like, oh, like let's just test to see if your baiting will work, you know, and like see like, can you draw him to this location? If you can, then great, we know it'll work for when the final time actually comes. Like try to push them towards that sort of thing. Now they may go against that. They may not want to do that because they might say, oh, the bait will only work once, whatever. But I think you want to, if you're not, like, if this won't work against Thordak, I think you need to push them towards realizing that sooner rather than later, because you don't want to have them prep all of this stuff knowing that it'll fail and have them essentially have wasted a lot of time. You want to minimize the amount of time that they're wasting. And if they contest you at every turn, if they say, no, we're going to do this. We are not going to test it sooner. We are going to put in all of the work. We believe it'll work. We believe it will succeed. Then that ultimately comes down to a decision for you as the DM. Am I going to have Thordak act unreasonably? If you think it's unreasonable, am I going to have Thordak act unreasonably just so that all of this time was not wasted? Or am I going to allow them to have wasted that time? Now, I would say in this case, if they contest him at every turn, if they say, no, this is the plan we're doing, we are fully committing to it, I would probably let the plan work. I would probably have Thordak act a little unreasonably, because if he was going to act reasonably, and if all of this prep was going to be for naught and it was going to all be wasted, I think that is a table tone thing that Matt needed to instill earlier in the arc. I think he needed to instill that with Umbrasyl or Raishan, or more specifically, Vorugal. Whereas I think he has instilled the opposite. I think if we just go based on Matt's like previous actions, I would say that lends the players towards thinking that if they just try hard enough, this plan will work. It doesn't matter, you know, how reasonable or unreasonable it is on the back end. If they try their absolute hardest, Thordak will come. And I think that Matt has trained them into thinking that way. And so I think that that is the way that he needs to continue playing it, at least until the arc is finished. In the next arc, the next saga, what have you, I think you can, you know, maybe kind of reteach them, or, you know, they can relearn things. They can say, this adversary is a different kind of adversary, and you can do some more flexible things there. But I think to finish out this arc, you need to stay a little consistent, at least. Vox Machina got Thordak acting unwise. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Do you have any guesses based on where you are now, how many episodes till the Thordak fight, both if this plan fails or if it works? If this plan works, I'm anticipating Thordak fight on 76. Where do the things? Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, the thumbnails. Ooh. Okay. The thumbnail colors are something that I have long ago seeded as like a spoiler that I'm just gonna have. I've made theories before based on thumbnail colors. That was a lot of green left. That was a fuckload of green left, and I do not think that they are fighting Thordak in the middle of the green. So I'll give this as my prediction. I think Matt has tried to steer them off the path. I think Matt will try to steer them. I don't know if the thumbnail colors mean anything. They have meant things in the past. They have meant things in the past. But I think they are going to push forward with this plan. I think Matt's going to try to steer them off the path multiple times. I think we're going to have multiple people try this out or try to steer them away. Fuck, man. I think they might gather every goddamn ally in Fort Daxio and then Thordak just doesn't show. In fact, I think what could really happen is Thordak just sends a lieutenant. I think we might get a like the commander of the Wyvern Riders or something. Like I think there's, or maybe even like it could tie in to whatever the Siphon is powering. It could tie into the Cult of Vecna. I think that Thordak is going to start essentially rebuilding the Conclave. But I think that he's still kind of insane, and they might be like a Frankenstein. So I'm picturing either like a resurrected Daxio, if we want to draw a more active Vecna connection. And then... But I if they want to draw a more active Vecna connection, which I don't think they do. And when I say they, I mean Matt. I don't even know what we're talking about. Why I say they. the writers that are scripting out Critical Role. I think that Matt won't necessarily want to draw that direct of a connection if there is one in the first place. I think maybe he's gonna resurrect Krieg. I think possibly he's going to like embed a Heartstone into Krieg's fucking rotten corpse, Brimscythe's rotten dragon corpse. And so it's going to be like this undead water elemental like whatever color dragon Krieg was. I think gold or something. I think it's going to be this incredible, kind of disgusting Frankenstein's monster type lieutenant that is going to be leading the Wyvern Riders. And I think that could be a way to sort of reward Vox's tenacity without having their plan succeed. I could very much see Thordak say Krieg was blue. Perfect for water elemental. Yes. Okay. Committing. I think that Thordak is going to take Krieg's rotten, putrid, fetid skeletal remains and is going to, in a mad scientist type of play, maybe even using like Dresvina, or not Dresvina, Master Qual. Maybe he press-ganged Master Qual into service, or so Vox thinks. I think Master Qual got pressed into service, major air quotes here, and with Thordak, at least that's what he tells Vox, and he constructs the fucking Weekend at Bernie's shit that I always knew was coming. He implants a water plane attuned Heartstone into the skeletal remains of Brimscythe, brings them back to life. Now, Brimscythe can not only breathe lightning, but he can also like spew this disgusting steam all over, and then he can like electrify the steam. I just hit a steam electrification trap in BG3 in Act 3, so I think that's why that's on my mind. So he sprays out the steam and then can create these pockets of electrified steam on the battlefield. Huh, that could be cool. And that is the captain of the Wyvern Riders. So they'll have this big battle at Fort Daxio that is mainly comprised of the Wyvern Riders, something that they have already been fighting, and maybe involves some giants as well. I could also see that. But it's all led by the revived corpse of the revived corpse of Brimscythe. And then Thordak will still be in Amon. And they will even have, not necessarily like failing forward, but they will still get kind of partially rewarded for their efforts where, hey, you've removed all of the Wyvern Riders. Like, he sent all of them at you. So now Amon is only guarded by the giants, and hey, you got this secret benefit of you didn't know Brimscythe's gross, disgusting reanimated corpse was there. You would have run into that if you had just gone charging into Amon. Actually, players, you're so smart. Here's a cookie. You've actually secretly, accidentally stumbled into, a great solution. But you did not get the thing that you were going for because it wouldn't have made sense. Thordak isn't going to leave. You do need to go and fight in Amon in my very cool volcano dungeon, please. So that's my prediction. And I think that we're going to get, I think Brimscythe will need to have a cool new name, though, is the only thing. It needs to be like Doom Scythe or Death Scythe or Brim Doom. No. Doom Scythe is better. But it can't be Doom because of the frigid Doom. I'm going to say Death Scythe. I think we're going to have the Death Scythe battle. I'm not looking at the titles. Titles are off limits, but colors are okay. But I think we're gonna have the Death Scythe right around here in like 80, 79-ish, and maybe even earlier. And then we're gonna have Thordak at the end of the green. So 87 and 88. I'm keeping them moving so that I can't read. But somewhere around 87, 88 in the playlist is my guess on when we're gonna fight Thordak. And I think Brimscythe will be in between those. Or Death Scythe. Death Scythe. Of the Forsyth. No. Yeah. Wait, you started a thought? No! If not in the middle of the green, then when do you think they're fighting Thordak? At the end of the green. I think end of the green is Thordak, middle of the green is Death Scythe. Is what I'm going with. Yeah. Blue. You think the fort being named after Daxio is now like a fort named after a Confederate? I mean, it seems like the actual Daxio was fine. Seems like his dad was chill. What's his name again? Mikhail? Michael? What's his name? Yeah, Mikhail. Seems like Mikhail's a chill dude. It's just his shit-ass son that... Also, his son was adopted, so he has big, like, he has big, Dio energy. That's what I get a lot from Riskel. I get big deal energy. So I don't really think it's on his dad. I think Mikhail's probably fine. No smoke, no. It's steam. Steamed from the steamed lightning. Steamed lightning. Steamed lightning. Death Scythe might stray a little close to home for Laura Bailey, aka Maka from Soul Eater. I had a big burp just now. I have no idea what, I've never seen Soul Eater. So maybe it will be Doomscythe. I don't know. Who knows? Or it might be Brim Death. Brim Death actually is okay. Brimmed Death? Brimmed Death? On the brim of death? On the brink of death? The brink of death. I don't know. The brink of doom. What about Raishawn? Where does she fit in? Raishawn Gilmore? Oh, wait, pause? Record scratch? Raishawn Gilmore? Holy shit. I think Raishawn is not dying this saga, is not dying this arc. I think Raishawn is still alive by the end. I think she is the equivalent of Ripley. So like Ripley, you know, is kind of this lieutenant type villain for the Briarwoods. I think she's out. I think she's gone. I do not think that Vox Machina is going to see Raishawn's living, non-illusory body until after Thordak is dead. I think real life Raishawn might show up to interrogate the corpse of Thordak. But I think there's even a chance that she doesn't. I think she might be too afraid of Vox potentially killing her, and they might find out that she like went back later and like gathered the bones and talked to him later, or she might fully commit to the next villain. I think she might totally commit to the next villain. But I think she is going to be a Ripley-like character where they end up fully facing her during the next arc or the next saga. I think she'll still be alive by the end of this one. Yeah. All done. Should I label the continents? No, I think I know the continents just purely based on shape. Because the continents generally look like blob, skinny blob, big ol' fat blob. I think this is about right. And this is Taldore, this is Marquette, this is Othanzia, and this is Wildmount. I've got a memory for maps. So I think if I literally just see the outlines, I'll know what's up. Yeah. Thank you for doing that. That'll be cool. That'll be cool for me to be able to like start labeling stuff. That's right. Hell. Yeah. I'll look at how exactly to do that. I might start using World Anvil for that, and just like have my outline. I don't know. We'll see. But thank you. I appreciate it. Anyways, so I think that's what's gonna come. I think that's is more long like Asia. Oh, it's a little bit wider. Taldore is more skinny, and Wildmount's more horizontal. That tracks in my memory. Anyways, what? So yeah, I think in terms of the greens, I think Matt is going to go forward with their plan. It is going to, on its face, fail, but it is going to be a failing forward moment where they don't get what they want, but they do get something helpful. Which I think will be good.
What you're doing?
Oh, we do. We've killed like a number of them, and none of us have died yet.
Well, not even a little bit.
Yeah.
Like we started with this many, and this many is still here.
I mean, technically,
Yeah.
started the day with this many.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's unconsciousness?
You can see her expression drop a little bit into a curled eyebrow of confusion.
Three down.
There's no guarantees, but this is the best bet. This is the best place for us at this point. I'm sure you understand.
Do you have underground facilities, something that guards against dragonfire?
And we noticed a few of the trebuchets when we walked in. How many of those do you have?
Functional 3.
We can work on that.
Percy?
How many non-functional?
12.
Yeah.
We can work on that.
Very not functional. Look, this is siege warfare hasn't been necessary for a very long time, let alone counter siege. Thordak hasn't been under attack in close to 200 years.
It could happen. When was the last time ancient dragons took over the land?
Which is exactly why we don't have any dragon fire protected subterranean tunnels.
Right.
My apologies, but, you know, even our budgets are limited.
Well, we can get to work. We can get people in. We can start making this place ready, and we can start making a plan. We have a lot of power and a lot of energy at our disposal.
Yeah, it's a montage waiting to happen.
How soon do you imagine this to transpire?
The montage?
Oh, we can get started right now.
No, I mean, call... Wait! She waves her hand and interrupts the montage. Wait.
Gonna build some tunnels.
It will take us a few days, if not weeks, to summon all of our allies here. And we'll need to get your forces ready as well. Is this something that you can fully support? I mean, would you rather fight bravely against a dragon than die a slow starvation death?
We exist here as protectors of Iman and the Council of Tal'Dorei. With the current state of things, what's left of those things that we choose and have given ourselves to protect, if we can, we will. So yes.
Rockin'.
Well, step one is food, then.
Yeah, resources and food.
What time is it here? Just great and farmland all over the world.
I'd say it's midday.
Midday?
We need some source of water, too.
We have one pitcher of water whenever we need it.
Yeah, baby.
Actually, they might already have a well here.
Like a well?
Yeah, they have. It still rains here, and you know it has watershed elements that come through the Yappin Pass from the Cliffkeep Mountains. It's just the ground in this particular valley, like elements of the Cliffkeep in the north. It just isn't very fertile for any sort of vegetation to take root.
Food can grow underground, is there?
Yeah, I saw this movie called The Martian. If we shit all over everything, it'll grow.
Yeah, there's lots of food.
Lots of potatoes grow from shit.
Maybe if we could make a composting system for them.
So you can't grow anything?
Can I go out to, there's just, can I get someone to kind of take me to like a courtyard or something like that?
I mean, they have, the courtyard is the area between the outer wall and the fortress itself, which is all built into the side of the mountain.
Can I do some sort of, druidy soil test, pH test or something like that?
Make a nature check.
See if I can grow stuff here? With like a plant growth stone. Just a nature check? 15.
15? I mean, it doesn't take too much for you to find out, but the dirt here, the land itself, is very nutrient devoid. It is a near salt and rock land, which is why a lot of it does not facilitate.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it's.
Can I not fix
What's up? We're back. I did over the break. I was like, let's say the quiet part out loud. Between Vex and Keyleth, they have the spell slots to just support this entire fort indefinitely. Like, let's we can actually just do the math really quick of like good berry, I believe is 15 berries. How many berries is good berry? I might be wildly overestimating. 10 berries. So 240 soldiers, right? 225. So they need 23 spell slots. So Druid at this point definitely doesn't have 23. But they're approaching it. Let's see. They're at 15th level, I believe. So they have 7, 10, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18. And then Ranger 18, Ranger has 22. There we go. 22, 25. Yeah, they've got more than enough. Scalen's Mansion could also feed people. Scalen's Mansion can also feed people. Like, I think it is, and this is one of the tough parts about D&D and Magic and casters, is like, I think that right now, Keyleth / Vex / Laura / Marisha are taking the more, I will say, reasonable approach to it. Also create food and water. I mean, I think that they are taking the like reasonable fictional approach to it, which is, wow, that sounds like a lot of people. Like, I think that Keyleth probably has it in her brain that she can create enough food for Vox, but she's like, oh man, like that's so many more. And she's not looking at the actual like fine details of what her spells can do and just how much food and water she can create. But, you know, because she's looking like for farmland and to like, you know, basically set these people up with long-term support. But they don't really need that. So it's, yeah, I don't know. It's less on them or Matt and more an example of where the mechanics of D&D, I think, don't always match up with our like fantastical impressions of the fantasy. And how deep your players go into that and how much you need to account for that is going to be very different for different tables. Like, I think my table would immediately pick up on this, but clearly theirs is not. Vex doesn't have Goodberry. Oh, okay. Well, either way. With Create Food and Water, with Goodberry, I mean, they've got plenty of ways that they can, at the very least, feed most of the people. Because, like, you don't need to eat every day. Let's call it out. You only need to, like, for like pure survival, I think you need to eat like every 7 days. Like, you can go down to very few calories. And so even if she can feed half of the fort's inhabitants every day, which she can feed, I think it's closer to 2/3. Even if she could feed half, the rest could go on to like, you know, they can go on to half rations and they can start to stockpile food. And then they'd be fine. But yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting moment of, I would say, kind of dissonance between the fantasy of what's happening and the reality of the spells. They do need to get them from starvation to actually be a fighting force for their plan, though. Yeah. What I'm saying more is if Keyleth stays at Fort Daxio, it's really not hard to do that. But they are taking a much more, again, I think, realistic approach to this of, oh, we need to set up farmland. We need to set up gardens, you know, so that they can support themselves. Because, you know, what am I going to do directly? I can't do that much directly. When actually she can do quite a lot directly. That's more of what I'm getting at. Map is in the Discord. Oh, wait, is it gonna come up on the wrong one? No. What is this? Oh God. Sorry, I got. Oh yeah, I got. Sorry, I got a lot of. I normally keep my Discord closed because I don't want. I don't want to get distracted, but there was a lot of stuff that came through while I've been on stream. Nice. Good. Oh, really nice looking outline. It looks great. Discord compresses images. Oh, it's very compressed. I mean, it looks fine to me. I can see some really clear detailing on there. Yeah, no, this looks great. Yeah. The only thing that I'm maybe not seeing, I'm assuming that this is. Oh, I see. Okay. So this doesn't show the entire world. It's centered on, Taldore, Othanzia, and then the Marquette, Taldore, Wildmount, and then the Marquette and Othanzia is just like the important bits. Because I'm assuming that this is the archipelago with the Glint Shore being one of these. So it's all, and then that Ankarel is probably like right in here on this inlet or like more over here or something. That's my assumption, at least. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, I got very distracted by the Discord. This is only more proof to me that I should keep it closed during stream. just because it distracts me so much. Anyways, yeah, maybe I'll start to fill that in with my own understanding of where things are. That could be kind of fun.
Does plant growth fix that?
Let's read the spell.
Let's read the spell.
We have options.
Don't have to over the
For at least a day, I could create a soup kitchen. Like people could just come in, take a bowl and leave.
Could they have something with veggies?
Have to eat it there plant growth affects plants that already exist, as opposed to the actual land itself.
Shit.
All plants in half moon radius.
Curses and taints.
Isn't there something that turns the land fertile? Poop. What poop? Just everybody.
That's like 5th level.
Drink a lot of coffee. Do you have coffee?
Lots of horses?
But I mean, Scanlan, until we are ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I mean, I can create a soup kitchen
once
basically.
a day. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And it'll, we can just have a lot of bread line going in and out.
In the meantime,
we need
first
this
you can
all
take a
over
look
2
at some of the
weeks.
weaponry. Maybe look at like building a tunnel or like a bunker.
When's the next general? When's the next feeding time for your next shift of men?
We've had to relegate it to just morning and afternoon meals to help ration our supplies. So I would say 4 hours till dusk. That would be the next allotted mess time.
Can this actually work? Can we use the spell this way? Is this...
What, the mansion?
Yeah.
They can go in and eat.
So, right?
As long as they eat it there.
Right?
It's like the
It's a unique way of utilizing it.
Very
I don't
interesting.
see why not.
It's a sizzler. I like it.
Oh, shit.
I feel like chicken.
I can't.
Has the mansion disappeared?
We talked about this.
Sorry.
Oh.
I had an alarm to take off my shirt.
Poor
Oh,
no.
you did?
I have to wear 4 shirts tonight because of reasons.
Really?
Yeah, it's an anal thing. I've worn 70 different shirts on 73 episodes of the show. So if I wear 4 tonight, that's 1 for every
Oh
episode.
my god.
Oh, wow. That makes sense. That's time well spent.
Appreciate that.
Very nice. Liam and I will give you a dunking in the bathroom after.
You'll get a swirly.
Yeah, thank you. That's awesome.
Are we going to double back to Dad?
We have to, right?
Soon.
We have to at least send word. That's
I don't know how
the
we
first thing.
send word to the Feywild without going to the Feywild.
Well,
I can plane shift us there
Fuck yeah.
after we sleep, and I learn it the next morning.
Yeah, I mean,
now,
yeah.
that,
Yeah.
now that you've brought us there, do you think you could get us closer?
Oh, you can just take
I can take it straight
there.
there.
Straight
Yeah.
there. That works.
Percy, what do you think of looking at all this weaponry?
I'm going to look at the battalions, see if I can dredge up some people who actually know how these things function and start seeing how difficult it would be to get the ones that are broken working.
Okay.
Can I kind of figure out if the ground is sturdy enough? If I start digging little bunkers, that would be okay.
Bunkers for.
Like underground.
bunkers for hiding from a
Kind of how we did
flaming
with
dragon
Whitestone.
I mean, you could
Yeah, like
probably.
we-
Yeah, it's hard packed, like
Western.
very solid ground.
Yeah.
Okay.
Western. We did.
Western.
Western.
We did bunkers.
Bunkers.
Didn't we do underground stuff in Whitestone too, then?
You did.
I did a bunker under the sun tree, kind of.
We did a lot of
Not
bunkers.
as, yeah. A lot of
At this
bunkers.
point, Gith almost has a burrowing speed.
Yeah.
So.
It's like that Fallout minigame that they came up with. That.
Do we want to crack out the mansion?
Yeah, sure. I'll crack out the mansion. Where should I put it, General Ellie?
I'm not entirely certain as to what you're attempting to do here.
Through magical means. We are all, not to brag, we're all super powerful. We're like a band of traveling superheroes. One of the things that I can do is like make a room or a home, a magical home where everyone can sort of go in and get a quick meal and then go back out to work again. So with your permission and a location, I can create this magical dwelling.
Keeping her eyes trained on you, she leans over towards Allura. I can't tell. Is the little man fucking with me?
Yes, a lot.
And Allura goes, usually yes, but no, he's being completely honest right now. Then by all means, yes.
Is there a spot where you would like your men to?
Follow me to the mess hall. So she seems legitimately spooked and unsure what to make of you. But leads you on anyway. Yeah, you can set up in the mess hall entranceway. There was like a large hall with long tables, and she says that would be probably the most optimal place to go ahead and set up shop there. So.
Question.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Logistical
Okay.
question. That's the word I was looking for.
There you go.
Okay. Stuff and things. Things and stuff. They are low on meat because they're low on animals?
Most of their food was being brought by the trade routes. Since then, they've had to hunt for food and go off whatever stock and store they had. And even that's really low, and they don't, they're hard pressed to maintain.
Could I do like a conjure woodland beings and conjure like a bunch of deer?
Fuck yes.
Like, and then we could just play.
Do they disappear?
Shooting
Do they
range.
disappear when they're dead?
Oh, right, they disappear.
Do they?
Stop it,
They do.
Yep.
Damn it! Maybe
I can't
watch
do that.
meat
Never
go.
mind. No,
Sorry.
that's mean.
Just like the pizza.
No, I don't do that. By the way.
Yeah.
I was asking ahead of time because that would be mean. Never mind.
Also awesome.
I'm trying to figure out. Not a good idea.
One druid got to level 3 and then just opened his own hunting emporium and never became an adventurer again.
Supply for days.
Yeah. All right. So you're setting up the mess hall. You're checking in to see. All right. Go ahead and make an investigation check, Callison, if you don't mind.
Ew. 7?
7.
Wow, that's like
Asking around over the next couple hours or so, it appears that most anyone who would be a specialist in any sort of siege weaponry was part of the other regiments that are no longer part of Daxio. And even so, some of the weaponry that was here, it looks like it was ordered partially just to get the money in. A lot of the trebuchets that are functional are very, very dry rotted and have seen many, many rainy winters and haven't really been kept up. You're not even sure if they'd fire. And the ones that have broken down, a lot of the wood is rotted. There isn't a lot of weaponry. It looks like the 3 could be fixed up and be functional, but the ones that aren't, it would take you like weeks with new lumber and new materials to even get them remotely functional.
All right, we can make do. I will work on the 3 that are.
I definitely find it interesting. I don't know that I would say I like it. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think a lot of Matt's world building feels internally inconsistent, if that makes sense. Like it feels strange to me that this assumingly pretty high up within the military command, I mean just a general, hasn't seen or and ostensibly hasn't even heard of this type of magic. I think that's a good way to put it, Jonathan. Is the world's magic level is very variable and not necessarily in a rational way. Yes. Yeah, it's incredibly varied, and I haven't gotten a lot of explanation for the variances, like for the hot spots and the low spots. I think that's a really good way to put it, Jonathan. Yeah. Cuz it's like I like it in isolation, but it seems strange in context. So I both like it and don't. That's been a lot of the Chroma Conclave, honestly. Like, so much of the Chroma Conclave has been, wow, I love this individual thing, but it feels strange in the context of what we're doing. That's been, like, if I could give an entire theme to the Chroma Conclave, for me, it is so sick in isolation, kinda weird in context. Yeah. I think it's based on vibes. Yeah, I think that is the true, real answer. I think it is entirely vibes based. Yeah. And again, I don't even really blame Matt for that. We're still on the heels of Matt has now had the opportunity to world build so much more than he would have when he first started out, but he also has to deal with the decisions that he made when this was, still a home game that they were running once a month as working professionals, like there, and that world building is going to be loosier and goosier, especially if you're running it even relatively consistently. So, and that's not even to hit on the system change from Pathfinder to D&D. Pathfinder, from what I know of it, I haven't played it, but from what I know, Pathfinder lends itself to more high magical stuff than D&D necessarily does. Or not even that it lends itself. I think they both have the similar ability, but I think it is less feasible or like less natural to run low magic in Pathfinder. So, or even like medium. I think it is most feasible to do sort of high magic. So all of that said, I think that part of the reason that it is vibes based and that it is a little inconsistent is because of the inconsistency of Vox Machina as a whole. We jumped in at 8th level in a system switch. So I and they didn't even know that it was going to be like a long-term thing at the beginning. Oh, excuse me. At the beginning, So I don't blame them, but it is a little strange. It's a little hard to evaluate sometimes. Yeah. I think it's part of Sam's fantasy. People find scary weird. Well, that's also true. I do think that there is a certain aspect to this of, like Sam wants Scanlan to be the weirdo in the room. Yeah. I know. It's very interesting to think about. I don't know if there's like a core lesson there, but it's certainly an interesting thought. At least to me, it is. It's interesting to dissect and pick apart what parts could be different, what parts really can't be different, what parts are because of what. Oh my god. I just salivate over the idea and thought of being able to interview Matt about this campaign to get a few hours. I would need hours, plural, for all the questions I would have. There's so many behind the scenes things I would love to know because I can only guess at a lot of this stuff. Did he mean for the variance to be very high and they just didn't ask the right questions as to why? His players don't seem to give a shit. So he might be I could easily see me asking Matt about the magical, prevalence variance within Exandria and him being like, oh yeah, it's because of X, Y, and Z. And I'll be like, what? That never came up. And he's like, yeah, it never came up. I could easily see it. I could also see it coming up in later seasons, but maybe later seasons have time skips that help address it or explain it, or I could see all sorts of things. Yeah. But when is it? Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. It's interesting.
I'll definitely start making plans for the three that are functional, just to get them in tip-top working condition, and then
with successful tinkering checks on this, with a few borrowed hands for manpower, you could probably repair one per day of work. That's a full 8-hour day of work. Mm-hmm. So just be aware of that.
All right. The other thing is, and how many more of the?
And I small compliment. I love that from Matt. I love Matt, before he fully commits to this, because he knows that Percy, or not Percy, I should say, but Taliesin loves this sort of shit. And so at the very start of it, he's like, hey, this is going to take a lot of effort. Taliesin, I think, famously, sort of underestimates how long these sorts of big projects will take. And so I love Matt immediately heading it off at the pass there and saying, hey, this is going to take an entire day per trebuchet. You can do it. Just want to warn you. Beautiful.
We're just disheveled and broken?
12 of them.
And they each had their own, spot?
Some of them, the 3 that are still semi-functional, are kind of pulled back about 60 or so feet from the edge of the walls. And then the rest of them are actually wheeled over into the corner and have all been kind of just jammed up on the edge, unused and not taking space. So,
okay, that'll start at least. I'm just going to look for any improvements that can be made in defensive measures against flying creatures in any way that if we're using some stone shape, we can make this even more defendable against flying creatures, etc.
General, just because I'm an inquisitive mind, what is the travel time from here to a?
He's a what? He's a who? Oh my God. How does he do it? Would you say that you're an inquisitive fellow, Travis? Maybe you just didn't. You just weren't able to let that part of yourself out until campaign 2. Oh shit. Let's go. Or is Travis a mastermind? No, I think he's an inquisitive. I think I that's what I think I said during my prediction segment, that I think he's gonna be an inquisitive rogue. I think so. I think so. Anyways. At this point, I'm actually curious because I was never bothered by this, but what disparity is there in the world that is not just tied to a few individuals are high level and many aren't? I would, at baseline, comment on the airships. The airships are definitely higher magic, but don't seem to be utilized in the way that I would anticipate. We don't exactly know what the floating islands of Draconia entailed. If they were they don't seem to have been natural, given that Vorgal was able to take them down. So it seems as though they were either enchanted or arcanely propelled. There's evidence of high magic all over the place. I mean, the Council of Taldore, this, I'm not going to say minor power, but the just one of several major powers having not only a council that is stacked with powerful casting individuals, but supports an entire magical item economy that is broad and prevalent enough that Gilmore is able to sponsor people and franchise into other cities. Not even to mention these old casting houses like the Thunderbrands, a Illuminati-esque organization in the Arcana Panosophical, Vasselheim having every member, or not every member, but every leader of every church in Vasselheim seems to be a powerful caster. Like Earthbreaker Groon seems to be a very powerful monk. Highbearer Vord gave me very powerful cleric vibes. I guess I could be wrong about how powerful each of them individually are. But, I mean, even there was just a random pit fighter that was able to go toe-to-toe with ostensibly one of the now most powerful people in the world. And he was able to go toe-to-toe with him. Just, again, random pit fighter in the city of Vasselheim. So it's, I think the disparity for me is all of these individuals that don't have any sort of exceptional explanation for how they got so powerful. I would even say that Vox, to a degree, has a manner of exceptional explanation. They found Kavarn, and they found the fetal god Chrysothol, and they defeated dragons. Those things, to me, those very big things, do help to address how they got so much experience and so much power. But that implies that all of these other people, Gilmore, Groon, Allura, every member of the Arcana Panasophical, the Briarwoods, all of these people are experiencing these. Either they're experiencing these huge experiential things, but no one ever even thinks to like really mention them except in passing. Or it is not that hard to get this powerful, at which point it should feel more pervasive than it even does. General, what's her face? General Ellie should not be this surprised. And I think that that's kind of the disparity to me, the variance, is how shocked some people seem, like Ellie, by this magic, given how relatively prevalent it is. But then simultaneously, the prevalence is only utilized in certain areas, like a magic item emporium or the Lyceum with its standing teleportation circle. I mean, these things seem they seem ubiquitous enough that Vox is not surprised when they meet another high-level individual, but simultaneously not so ubiquitous that Ellie is shocked by Scanlan's ability to do this. I think that's the core disparity. It is ubiquitous enough to where Vox is never surprised when they run into something like this, but not so ubiquitous that Ellie can still be surprised by things. Vox isn't surprised, but Ellie is. And, you know, they are obviously high-level adventurers that are convincing with high-level individuals. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, a peasant was surprised by Scanlan's abilities, but the general in the Imanian military, or the Taldore military, a military where there are, or not a military, but a government that is stacked with very powerful casters, and the citizenry of which is stacked with very powerful casters, a la Gilmore. I don't know. It feels a little, it just feels a little too prevalent for someone like a general in a military to be surprised. That's kind of where I'm at. I feel like that the only time Travis breaks character is when Grog comes with a really good idea strategy. Maybe I can see that. Yeah. Champion Pitfire in the center of the city sector built around the god of fighting is a little bit more than a random pit fighter. No. I mean, I mean, I would call them a relatively random pit fighter. Again, at least to get at the level of a Grog. Like, Grog is a superhuman. You know, like at the point where they're fighting them, they're like level 10. They're starting to be able to take on world threats. I would say that the champion pit fighter in a sector of one city, this isn't even like the world champion, if there's like a world champion circuit, you know, it's one city, one sector of one city. I do think it's pretty high magic for that person to be able to take on world level threats or be on the same level as someone who can take on world level threats. I'd consider them to be, you know, maybe in the tier 2 range, maybe like level 5, level 6, level 8. But like 10, 11, 12, no. I wouldn't say so. That if we're going for like lower magic, you know. I wouldn't call them like a random, or I wouldn't call them, you know, anything that exceptional. Allura and Kima were adventurers dealing with Thordak. They were. But again, this implies that everyone else that I mentioned is also dealing with like Thordak level threats. Like, I'm totally Allura, Kima. Was it Kima? Yeah, Kima. Kima, Drake. But Drake is one of the long line of Thunderbrands, you know? I guess we can imply that his ancestors maybe weren't as powerful as him. I don't know. I always attribute that people as powerful as Allura took decades to get to a high level, while the only exception is Vox Machina, since, well, they're player characters in a game. maybe we can imply that. Actually, I don't think we can imply that because the pit fighter leveled equally, the champion leveled equally with Grog. So I would actually disagree. I don't think we can imply that in this setting. But I mean, you know, it's certainly possible, but again, it just implies that this sort of thing happens. Like VM is not just a generational exception. They are like a multi-generational exception. You know what I'm saying? Not the other way around, though. I don't expect Gilmore to be farming XP to be rich and powerful. He's just truly experienced, as in he spent years doing this. My point is more that he is able to spend years doing this. Like, Vox Machina is only the exception in how quickly they did it, not in their ability to do it, period. That's more of what I'm getting at. Like, the fact that a Gilmore can exist, I think speaks to a higher level of magic. Like, the fact that Gilmore seemingly didn't have any super standout experiences from what we know, and is a high-level magic caster, even after decades of research, and is running a magic item emporium that has to service a clientele, which is just proliferating the use of high magic, of a lot of magic throughout the land, but we never really see that, you know? I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that framing, seeing as how we have met other leveled NPCs. Oh, it might be too far away. I don't know. We don't know how powerful Allura is compared to the party. Perhaps she got stronger while adventuring, but decreased in growth once she stops. The biggest thing she has done is Thordak. Maybe. I mean, we don't know. But I mean, her and Gilmore are powerful enough to erect the giant shield. I have always felt an implication that they are as powerful as Vox Machina. That implication could be incorrect. We don't know it. But she also had like a tower that could shrink down to a marble. Like, at very least, she had collected a lot of powerful artifacts and was still a proficient enough caster to like teleport to them with Drake during the fall of Amon, to continue going out and adventuring solo while they're gone, and to keep the shield up over Whitestone. So we certainly don't know how powerful she is, but I wouldn't, based on all that evidence, I wouldn't assume that much lower than Vox. But I just noticed the word count is missing. Yeah, the calculation for it is a little off right now, so I just took it off. Yeah. I would see the pit fighter example as more of an exception than the rule. I don't know, for any piece of media, there are certain allowances made, and the whole guest level up too, and recurring enemies. I mean, I think my problem is that there are so many exceptions to the rule. It's like, oh, Gilmore's Emporium is an exception to like the economic rules. The pit fighter is an exception to the rule here. It feels that's what I mean by disparity, is that I feel as though there is a certain tone that we are supposed to derive, and there are so many exceptions to those rules. That is what I mean when I talk about the disparity. And like, that's okay. That's fine. I will say I don't make those sort of exceptions generally. It's also why I promote like downtime and like things that make the PCs feel less exceptional. So I agree that there are exceptions to the rule. I'm saying there's such a prevalence of exceptions to the rules that I think it makes it feel odd. Yeah. We're assuming Allura is powerful as she was in the beginning, but it's not like VM is gaining on her. Talking about actual magical skill. She had a whole university at her beck and call. Yeah. So I don't know. That's And like there's a dragon ruling a city, and like no one knows. It's all cool, but it doesn't feel all of it makes me kind of squint when, again, a high-ranking member of the military is surprised. That's what all of this wraps around to. Is I find it surprising that someone who has clearly been around people like Allura for probably years, if not decades. I mean, she said that she was under Mikhail for decades. I find it surprising that she would be surprised to any degree, really. She might be like, oh, I've never seen that spell before. But it strains my imagination that given how much of this there is, she would be even remotely surprised as a high-ranking individual that has traveled around and seen things. Again, a peasant that has only lived on the outskirts of Westrun their whole lives, absolutely. They probably haven't seen this sort of stuff. Or they've only seen it in like big public forums and big public gatherings. But Ellie, I don't know. That strains my belief. I will say generally the exception is in service of making the players feel cool and like their actions were impactful, which in the moment feels good as a player, maybe not as an observer. Ooh, okay. I mean, this is a separate conversation, but I am not of the... You assume she has traveled and not just stay in the fort. Why would she travel? Really quick before I move on. Because she's a ranking member of the military. Almost every military in almost most worlds have like deployments. Like you being a part of the military is inherently like a traveling career. Yes, she could have been in the fort for a while, but she's certainly seen. She's POS'd. She's done deployments. Like even I was about to say even, but especially when they're doing all these campaigns. And I'm even like, when I say traveled, I mean like to Fort Daxio. I'm assuming she was not born there and has grown up her entire life inside of Fort Daxio. I'm assuming she was born elsewhere and like as a general probably frequently meets with foreign diplomats, or not even foreign diplomats, but other members of the military. Goes back to Amman for conferences. Like, being a high-ranking military member is being someone who travels. So that's what I would say to that. But back to wait. Feeling cool and impactful. I think it depends on what we're talking about, but I think when we're talking about the exception of the pit fighter, right? I disagree that exception that the exception was needed in order to make the players feel cool. Because number one, I'm a big proponent of ant stomping, of showing their progress. I would say that leveling him up actively reduces the impact of their actions. They have been going out and doing all of these crazy things to earn those level ups. So by having this champion pit fighter level up at the same pace, that either implies that their actions are not as unique and as impactful as they might have assumed them to be, or two, it makes them feel like they haven't actually advanced all that much. If this person has advanced, in parallel, they've not been gaining all that often, or all to that much degree. Not even to mention that if he stayed at a same or similar strength, that they would get a much more direct feel of their advancement. So I disagree. And I will further, in that specific case, which is why I like talking about Critical Role when I have these sorts of conversations, because I can use these concrete examples, which I love. in that specific example, I think it would have been. I think that the base setup of one PC versus one adversary, like one NPC, is starting at a pretty low baseline of feeling good for the players. I think Matt and Travis did an incredible job of punching up those fights, literally. But if we're like looking at the first fight and thinking about the second fight and like, oh man, how do I make this feel good? How do I continue to make this feel good? I think that leveling them up at the same pace and redoing basically the same fight is actively detrimental in basically every way. In like any context. Because you have repetition, you have a lack of equivalent or a lack of comparable progress. You have a sort of a decreasing of the implied impact of their actions on the world. I think everything about the second fight does the opposite of that. The first fight is, that's more debatable. Do you think Travis would have enjoyed that fight being an easy due to outlevel? Maybe. I mean, I think it's hard to tell, but I can say as someone who has I'll finish reading the comment, but like as someone who's consistently utilized ant stomps, which is when I say an ant stomp, I mean a combat that is heavily player favored. As someone who's consistently utilized ant stomps, yes, they give a clear demarcation of player progress. They make the players really feel their progress. It's kind of like, I'll give an exterior example. Or actually, I'll finish reading the comment. Well, no, I'll forget. Elder Scrolls Online is a game that I played a lot of. Elder Scrolls Online. And when they first started, it's an MMO. And when they first started, Elder Scrolls Online had it to where the enemies just had a level. And, you had to level up by fighting lower level enemies, and you would eventually like level up like a normal MMO. You would progress. And then at some point during the life cycle, they made it to where every enemy, or most enemies, I will say, they level equivalently to you. They level at the same rate as the player. They are just like matched to you. I don't remember if the player is strengthed up or if the enemy is strength down. I don't exactly remember, but I hated that change. Hated it. Because I think one of the most satisfying things in games, especially in MMOs, is being able to go back to the tutorial areas, to the easier areas, and feel your progress. And I think that ant stomps are kind of the TTRPG equivalent. So I am not a fan of like the players are always fighting an exactly equal challenge at all times. I think that really flattens out the feel of progress. Rest of the comment. I don't think so. I think he wants to be challenged, and leveling just happens to be the easiest way to do that. I mean, I will. So yeah, okay. I'm glad that I split it up because these are sort of two different answers. I do think that Travis wants to be challenged. I think that just straight up leveling up an existing adversary is also the easiest way to do that. I also think that it's the laziest and the worst way to do that. I think that there are a ton of different ways to present challenge that are harder but are substantially better and will actually like impact or impart that challenge much more. Like, say the pit fighter opponent did not level up, and so he brought in like maybe he cheated. Maybe he started cheating. He brought in things that he wasn't supposed to have. Maybe he has a buddy in the crowd that's like progressively blinding Grog. There is something about the arena that he modified to give him more of an advantage. the entire arena just says, oh, like, you know, like we're not going to do 1-on-1 odds. We're going to do, you know, 2-on-1, and a pit fighter person gets to bring in a friend against Grog. You know, maybe a lower level, like one or, you know, first or second level shit tier friend. But I think that all of those ways show Grog's progression substantially more. Because I would say that, like, just fighting the exact same opponent, and even, you know, I think that Matt, to his credit, did a good job of showing the opponent's progression through his fighting. But I would say that it's a way more, it's way more difficult to perceive, and it has this weird, all these other weird implications. Whereas I think that, you know, any other way of pumping up the challenge that is not just this same enemy got stronger, I think any other way of pumping up the challenge is going to feel much better to the player because it's so much more obvious and clear, and it doesn't require, most other ways don't require any suspension of disbelief. Whereas this either does require suspension of disbelief or it kind of undercuts his own progress. So I don't know. I'm just saying we don't know if the general was traveling a lot. Plus, Maya said the general has been at the fort for decades earlier, which does negate travel. They were just under McHale for like decades. I don't know they were actually at the fort for decades, but I think. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. It plays towards a fantasy I think Travis wanted to play out. It's why he was so excited for the rematch, even after a boring fight. I mean, yeah. I think that, yeah, I won't rehash too much of it, but I think that it does play towards that fantasy. I just think in not a very how do I say it? In not a very strong way. I think it's a pretty weak way to play towards that fantasy. It does do it. Like I won't argue that at all. It absolutely plays towards that fantasy. But I think it's a pretty weak way to do it. I think there are a lot stronger ways.
Just because, like, I'm an inquisitive mind, what is, like, the travel time from here to Amon? Like, on foot, on a beast, those two?
On foot, I say it would put you at about 5 to 6 days. Horseback, straight through without sleep and running the beast into the ground. You could do it in a day.
Wow. Cool. Good deal.
Trying to think of bringing back supplies?
Huh?
Are you trying to think of bringing back supplies?
No, I was just seeing if I could, like, run there in a night and back.
Just to scout it out?
No, I'm not fucking running over there. Are you crazy? Just curious.
Anything else anyone else is looking to do?
I mean, I guess I can start on the underground bunker for tonight, I guess.
I'll start on one of the oh god, my brain has just completely turned off. Trebuchet, thank you.
Okay.
Love the word.
Did I build you?
What are you guys going to do?
Is there, like, that mess hall? Is there, like, a gathering quarters for, like, the soldiers?
There is a barracks built into the stronghold where many of the soldiers sleep, where there's a common area with general tables, card games, and just things to pass the time. There's a small library with various books. You get the sense here as we walk around and see the soldiers, since these guys are essentially the defensive reserves for Daxio, and Daxio doesn't see a lot of military action, it's very much a train and wait type circumstance. And many of the soldiers, though they have grown a little gaunt in the face from just lack of resources, also appear to be as emotionally drained from having nothing to do, and this constant kind of stressful uncertainty about their future fate has this air of very low morale within the fort.
General, please don't take this the wrong way. Do you trust your men?
I do. I trust them. I trust their ability. I trust that they've stayed here with me in the face of all of this opposition and believe that my orders and my requests to stay vigilant in the face of such possible destruction, having been met with continued agreements, that they will follow me as needed until our end.
And there are none that you worry about, none that have expressed a lack of confidence, none that you're keeping your eye on, giving you a weird feeling?
None that live.
I like that answer. Shit.
Oi, twinsies.
Oi.
Maybe you should fly up and, if Thordak's going to attack from the air, I want to see like where the spot is that he would attack, like the spot of weakness from above.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
We're thinking about tomorrow though as well. In the morning, yeah.
Maybe we should pop over to Single.
Could you take the two of us, Keyleth?
But yeah, we'll fly up. Let's do that.
All right, so you guys go ahead and coast up to do what? To
Just
see if
to
there's
see.
anything of use. See if there's anything to be gleaned.
Because it's on the cliffside,
bird's
right?
eye view.
Yeah, it's built on the if you look at the large ravine that is carved through this portion of the mountain there, from your perspective, looking at the map down this way, it is on the western side of the ravine against the mountain.
Okay.
So you guys coast up, looking up, matching the very, very height of the mountain, the bluff that leads down into the ravine itself, and you can see just over the edge of the ocean of the Osmond Sea that heads off westward. You can see a little bit of the light as the sun comes down to sunset. You can see it kind of glittering across the waves in the distance. You can see the little mountain range just to the north of Amon that's just peering over the edge, and you can see a little bit of a dark spot in the very distance, just on the horizon, that you gather is where Amon is. You can see it from this high up, even though it is but a small spot.
From a distance.
What?
It looks almost peaceful up here.
Sure.
What are we doing?
Do
we see
enjoying
anything-
the view.
do
Yeah,
we
I
see
start
anything
to look
interesting?
down around. Is there anything?
That seems useful for, like, if we put something on the cliffside or something, maybe to a hideout somewhere to hide from view, something like that.
Is there anything we didn't see coming up, or is it all plain to view?
Both of you guys make an investigation check.
Investigation.
That was almost awesome. It's 19.
23.
You guys take the next hour or so, coasting along the edge of the mountain range, the top of the ravine itself.
Oh, is it a mountain?
It is a mountain range, and the ravine itself kind of carves through a portion of it. So you have right and left side, yes.
At the 59-minute mark, I fly over and sit on the back
it a
of my
favorite
sister's
terrain?
broom.
Is it a favorite mountain?
Yeah.
Then yeah, you get advantage on that.
Oh, 20.
But still, I mean, you do have the advantage at the top of these mountains of a wider range of view. It's good for somebody who's expecting an incursion from any sort of flying creature or creatures, that it would be a great place to put a scout as a warning system should anything begin to make its way towards the fort from Iman or beyond. I mean, there are places where you could, in theory, drop things down the edge of the mountain that would use the ravine almost like a bowling alley, essentially, large boulders and rocks, which is a favorite tactic of many stone giants and other giants who use mountain terrain at their advantage. But beyond that, there's no other terrain that you think would, outside of you coming up with a creative use of it, there's something that is glaring to you as an advantage in the coming fray.
We could put somebody in a hidey hole up here.
Yeah.
And if they see anything, they just drop like a stone down to a designated area and let people know.
Yeah, they could throw out one of those flare-like jemmy thingies.
Oh, yeah, we have those.
Or ring a bell.
Yeah. A bell's probably the best idea.
Any of those.
All right.
You want to take us down? This broom is still always right up my ass when I ride on it.
Oh, because your little wings are dead.
Yes,
All
they
right, I'll float us down on my ever-flying broom.
are. Ow.
Okay, so you guys descend.
I go down pretty slow just to make them suffer a little bit longer.
Okay.
We're getting close though, yeah?
What?
What?
To take out all of this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kill them or die trying.
that's right.
Both of you guys make a perception check. If you can.
Oh shit. Needs to change.
Oh, that was so close to a 1, but it wasn't. 20.
22.
22. Okay. As you guys come down, you catch up with.
Oh, wait, no, 26. My math was wrong.
That's okay. As you guys come down into the bottom ravine, you make it down safely into Fort Daxio, together with the rest of your compadres for the evening.
We didn't see it.
As you at this point, by the way, Scanlan, you are currently, because you have to be present to designate anybody who can enter your mansion. You are like the one-person homeless shelter. You are just bringing through soldier after soldier into there, and they're all confused, bewildered, and many of them stop and be like, what is going
Name
on?
on the list? What's your name?
I am
Name?
That I'll acknowledge the point of evidence for to clarify my mental position. These soldiers being confused totally makes sense to me. Feels entirely accurate. Like random foot soldiers, even some lower level officers, lieutenants, butter bars, shit like that. Totally tracks that they'd be confused by all this. Absolutely. Or at least it makes sense.
Are you? What is
Listen,
going?
man, do you want some food or not? What's your name? I got a big list here. There's no girl with you.
Just let, please, I'm
Do you have a
hungry.
+1? Do you have a +1?
I have a plus.
You're in. You're in. You're in.
One after another. The servants taking to them. Many are like some of them seem genuinely spooked and kind of freaked out by the spiritual servants and kind of avoiding them as they go on.
Chicken.
The smell of food hits them though. The ever smell of chicken cooking through does catch them, and they all seem to eventually get past their fear of the servants as the fantastic meal of relatively neutral flesh is served to them in your dining hall.
There's still no veggies, huh? They could probably use some vegetable nutrition at
I'm
this
sure
point.
they boil the chicken in like an onion.
Do they?
sort of
Or is it like a
water.
chicken broth that they boil?
They have the fusaka now. They put a little of that in.
That's good.
Spices it up a bit.
We've got a 300-year supply of it.
All right, Keith, explain the bunker you're building for me if you could.
Should I do it, I imagine, on the inside? Like in the
Yeah,
courtyard?
down, yeah.
Yeah, so kind of in the courtyard can make a underground.
Think the fallout out.
Right. So at some point, and I'll say, was it closer to the wall or closer to the actual fortress itself? The entrance that leads to the underground pathway.
I imagine closer to the fortress,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
On the inside?
Okay.
Deep in there.
Yeah.
So you have a gradual decline near the fortress in the courtyard that goes underneath and then kind of mirrors the
Decline.
curvature of the wall, or does it travel perpendicular to it and go underneath the wall?
I imagine we wouldn't want to go underneath the wall.
Right. So here's the fortress, right, with the mountain fortress, and here's the wall around it.
Right.
You're essentially building it in the same curvature along, parallel to the outer wall.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you build this bunker. You take the better part of the evening, and probably the next morning or so to complete.
Oh man, dude, it's what the hell? Sorry, it's so funny that Matt is essentially drawing on a whiteboard. He's essentially drawing on a whiteboard in the air with a magic finger. And I understand that in their current setup, the cameras, where the tables are, the separation, it's probably just largely infeasible for him to actually utilize a whiteboard. But it's so funny that, like, that's the exact sort of situation where, like, we're just, like, being like, oh, yeah, like, curvature of the walls here, like, it would be perfect. And he's just having to, like, draw it in the air, yeah. Yeah. People that I love to like military generals should for sure have some knowledge of the extent of the magic of this world. I feel there. Yeah. I think we're on the same page about that. Yeah. But yeah, it's just funny. I'm Matt Mercer, and you're watching Disney Channel. Do.
Whatever the spell's maximum effort.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I need you with the manpower you have possible. You, Taliesin, go ahead and make a saving check. This is going to be with strength.
Come on,
This is a very, very large physical activity. This is less about your intellect or your manual dexterity. This is about
You're so strong, Percy. You're so strong.
Okay.
Can I?
You do have advantage because you have other men helping you with this, but the DC is relatively high.
Oh, come on, work that wood.
No problem.
That'll do. 25.
25, okay. Well, the rest of you are finishing up your events for the evening and preparing to go to sleep. Percy is working tirelessly until the wee hours of the morning. You finish probably 2 hours after midnight with the rest of your crew sore, sweaty, but you have one functional trebuchet that looks like it could handle many shots within one battle and still be serviceable.
Shirtless, covered in soot.
Wipes his brow.
He slowly takes his glasses off.
Takes the water skin and just...
All the soldiers are like,
Phaser, into the bucket.
Private joke.
Boom.
Thank you.
I think they're all bouncy because Ashley's there. I think they're all a little Ashley bouncy. That's what I just realized. Because they're much more like happy and laughy. No one misses the audio quality. No one misses the audio quality of the whiteboard room. That is absolutely true. Ba-da-dum. What's up? We're back, and I have brownie. Paige made brownies. I think Matt was also. I agree with all the comments that were made about the different types of sexy. Mega no eating in class. No, I want to eat in class. And also, I was about to go into the Ron Quixote chat, which I think is a good continuation. Like it, brings more to the conversation. But I can't go too deep into the well again. I can't rehash the well. Can't get too circular. So unfortunately, I think the conversation is closed. Either maybe I'll bring it back up at the end of stream, or if you want to go in the comments, I'll bring it up next stream. Which I'm fine with. But I need to not get too circular. That's on me. Which that's not. You also don't need to police your own chats. Chat whatever you want. I just have to be good as the streamer. I was driving, so I couldn't comment earlier. That's fair. That's totally fair. And like I said, I don't, nothing on you. I just have to not be too circular. Streamer skill that I'm trying to download into my brain. Too confrontational. Maybe my opinion different from yours. And I love you. Oh no. Vice versa. It's all good. No, you're not. I do not interpret it as confrontational at all. I think we're getting to the heart of stuff. I like it. Pike is also labor sexy. I think Pike could be labor sexy. I think these two are definitely he's definitely labor sexy. Oh, we just don't see enough of Pike to know if she's labor sexy or not. These I think at least these three, I think, actually, I might say, it's tough. I think Keyleth, I'm assuming noble sexy is also kind of naive sexy. And so I think I would actually put Keyleth in noble sexy, Vex also in noble sexy, and these three in fucked up sexy. I think that's my ultimate evaluation. This Tetris piece, this corner Tetris piece is fucked up sexy. These two are noble sexy, and these two are what do you call it? Labor sexy. Scanlan doesn't have a muscle in his body. That's true. Pike is a monster. She is. I agree.
Just for the two of you.
All right, there you go. Yeah. All right, so you guys take your evening to rest. The next morning, you find yourselves awake, spells restored, hit points restored. Allura.
No, labor sexy is like labor sexy. Yeah, muscle sexy. It's like Hafthor. I don't know how to spell his name. I'm sorry. Hafthor Bjornsson. There we go. The labor like a bear. If you're in yeah. I was trying to figure out a way to say it other than gay, but like if you know the gay terminology. I think very often labor sexy is very bare. I would also say I think labor sexy can also be like Peaky Blinders sexy. I think certain like labor sexy can also be like this. It's like, soot on the face, cigarette. Like I think this can also be labor sexy. Yeah. That scene with shirtless Jace on the forge. I don't know what we're talking about, but sure. Absolutely. Fucked up is just a mess. Yeah, fucked up is like it's like the personification of hate sex is fucked up sex. It's fucked up sexy. Arcane. I haven't seen Arcane. I need to. Fucked up sexy is the rest of the Arcane cast. Alex Louise Armstrong. Yes. Alex Louise Armstrong is an absolutely perfect combination of labor and noble. Absolutely. And I would say that Olivier is I think pure noble. I would say. Maybe a little fucked up. I don't know. It's tough. V is labor. Elend is obviously noble from Mistborn. Yeah, absolutely. And Kelsier is obviously fucked up sexy. I mean, the scars, the survivor, come on. Kelsier's fucked up sexy, V is labor, and Elend is noble. Yeah. We're getting down to a definition. I think we're getting there. Yeah. I'm so lost on these terms. It's a lot of comparative media. Yeah, unfortunately. The three genders. Lust is noble. Lust from FMA is noble, I think. She's not nearly fucked up enough. You want to know what a fucked up sexy answer is? Gluttony. Get that tongue out. Ooh. I think gluttony is a crazy but appropriate fucked up sexy answer.
And greets all of you and says, all right, so I can also bring us back to Whitestone. I've restored the teleportation spell that I had. Thus, what do you wish to do now?
Number one, never say Whitestone in public, ever.
Around us, especially.
Nice.
We could still do work here. Here's what has to happen now. Is we need to send word to as many people as possible that we are meeting here for the final confrontation. We have to make sure that work continues here, and then if there's time while our forces assemble and things prepare, we have several things we could do in the meantime.
Right, Keyleth is necessary to get to the Feywild.
We could send...
Or Laura.
Could I theoretically open a tree and send people in? And
to the Feywild, but how do we get back?
No, not to the Feywild, but if we need to send someone to...
Whitestone?
Or
we have the stones as well.
Marquette or whatever.
We have the stones
So it's got to be
We have
Keyleth and one of the twinsies go to the Feywild, right?
Can you do any plane shifting things, Pikey Pike? Are you a plane?
Thought you were looking at me for a second.
I don't have it.
Okay.
I don't have it prepared.
I don't have it.
I don't have it
prepared.
You know, there is that fire elemental plane with that last vestige. Yeah.
We could. That is absolutely on the table.
Could we? Do we have time for that?
Sure.
It's going to take us a
it's
week
ice.
to get this place even remotely ready for this.
Oh shit! Speaking about
Laura, by the way, this is a week. I don't know if we have a week.
Oh.
Why?
What happens in less than a week?
The minute that information of Oracle's death finds its way to Thordak, what do you think is going to happen? Bishop's mission is going to fall.
It's going to take a few days before that happens. That even is set into motion.
Are you kidding? I don't know.
Could be instantaneous.
Yeah, it could be any minute now. They've been spying on us this whole time.
Dude, maybe the reason that I go so back and forth on Percy is because he's also a terrible mirror at myself. I do think, I think Marisha and me are incredibly similar players, but I don't know that very similar types of players. But I don't know that me and Keyleth are that similar, dude. But I truly am there's not often a lot of Mega is Taliesin or Mega is Percy, but boy, oh boy, do I feel it sometimes. Just the aspect in which Taliesin is so confidently wrong. Or not even confidently wrong, just so confident about something that he does not have the right to be that confident about. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason that he should be oh, it's gonna take a few days. But god damn it, is that me? If we're talking about Megaphone Man flaws, I mean, shit. That's why I can be a fucking streamer, is because I just have that unabashed confidence, even if I'm only 51% sure. And then the rest of me is Sam Riegel.
What makes you think it'll take a few days?
Also, just throwing it out there. If you guys go to the Feywild, isn't there a chance that you don't come back until a month later or something crazy like that? Doesn't time shift weirdly?
Make an intelligence check.
The last time we came.
I don't know.
You just add your intelligence.
18.
18. And you could technically add your...
I did.
Oh, you added your D12 to it?
Oh, no, not my D12.
Oh, okay. You could use one of your bardic inspirations to inspire yourself if you wanted to.
Sure, why not? I'll do that. All right, 22 then.
Having journeyed once to the Feywild and a little bit of research you've done since then, there have been people who have been to the Feywild and do speak of some sort of temporal anomaly in the traveling to and from. So yes, you are certain that there can be some sort of flexibility as to the time spent there versus the time that is transpired in the prime material plane. So that's not a sure thing, but there is some variation to that.
Maybe Singorn will have control over that. They can transfer back when they want to.
Let's see what we can do.
They have a huge army.
And they got werewolves in the woods.
I don't know if we'll be able to get word to them.
You just howl.
All right.
Although just kind of speaks in a bit and says, my only suggestion here is to make sure that you do the things that are absolutely necessary for this, because we don't know when this is going to kick off.
Well, we have to get armies here.
Then let's do it.
That's what we're trying to do.
All right.
Well, wait, don't we need to send word to other places as well?
Yes.
How do we do that?
Yeah, I don't know how to reach like the traveling my herd. Like they're
Isn't there a big horn you blow or something?
no, they wander to and fro.
Find them probably.
Where were they? They were wandering somewhere specific though.
We can
into like the
scry on
Riverlands
them.
or something.
Were they?
Yeah, you can scry and find out where they are, and then send someone as mistform you or something, and go catch up with them.
And that just sounds
We'll
like
just
a terrible
spread the fuck out, and then Thordak will attack, and none of us will be here.
All right.
Stop rolling. That's really disconcerting when you just sit there and roll at us.
Well, how do we know that Thordak will
Roll at
even
us.
come here, by the way? He has no reason to come here unless he's deliberately looking for us, which we have
Bro, I love it. Fucking Matt is mega, dude. I love that's. It's one of my only evil pleasures in D&D is exactly that of like it's so disconcerting when you just sit there and roll at us. Ooh. One of my greatest evil pleasures.
Totally.
believe that he cares to come find us.
Quick list, people. Quick list. Who do we need to
You're
contact?
thinking of-
Slayer's Take.
Fish, yeah. Bottom of the list, because I don't think they can.
Ravenites.
Yes.
Singorn. That's a big one. That's a biggie.
And that's a biggie because it's also got these soldiers.
The wolf pack.
Also there, we can howl.
The herd.
The herd.
The platinum drag. The
Masa Ord, sort of.
Well, we've got that thing.
Yeah, we've got that whistle.
Sure.
Okay.
What about Bahamut's people in like in Vasselheim?
That's the Platinum Sanctuary.
Yeah.
That's
What
it.
about Platinum Sanctuary?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
No, I said the word platinum. I was
Platinum
there.
dragon.
And you robbed me of it. I did it right.
Sorry, Grog. It's so small.
Ooh, Ron Quixote. How would you handle the Feywild's time uncertainties against a ticking clock if circumstances align to make a visit to the Feywild necessary as a DM? Kind of three aspects to the answer. Number one, it's one of the reasons I don't love the Feywild. I don't love the Feywild as a necessary thing. I like to utilize the Feywild as as like a big risk reward path. So if we had some start, like let's call the start of this saga like the fall of Iman, right? So I have some start, and then I have, a few different paths or whatever branching out, and they all come back to killing Thordak, right? You have a couple different paths here. I would make the Feywild path if it's against a ticking clock, where like the ticking clock really, really matters, like in this case, right? I would make the Feywild path a little bit risky but valuable. It would basically be like a risk reward type of scenario where they can either like, hey, you can just go the normal way, not go to the Feywild, and you have guarantees about your time, but potentially there's some reward that you're missing out on. Like maybe it's tough to, I don't think in this case it's like fully necessary for them to go to the Feywild, but imagining that there is some intense benefit to going to the Feywild, that would be it. I guess I'll represent that by like, Okay, wait. I got an idea on how to represent it. So we'll say that this is like the medium line. It's medium reward, right? And then if you go to the Feywild, you're getting the bigger reward no matter what. But the Feywild has a chance to be even shorter because sometimes, the Feywild, you roll well. Or it has a chance to be much longer. Or it has the chance to be way longer. And the distinction between these, so let's say that the length of the line on this graph is equivalent to the length of time. And the green is like better reward and the white is standard reward, right? So then the variance between these times, I would put on a table, like a rollable table. And I would say, okay, how long do you anticipate spending in the Feywild? Actually, I probably wouldn't even ask that. I would probably say, okay, in the Feywild, 1 day. I have a fucking pen. What am I doing? 1 day equals. And then we have a table for what 1 day equals. And it's either like, it's like a D100 or something. Maybe not even a D100. Maybe like a D4, actually. It's at least going to be easier to draw in here. So it's like a D4. And it's like days. So it's like a 1 is 0.1. A 2 is 1. A 3 is 2. And a 4 is 7. This is a terribly balanced chart. I would probably go with like a D20 or a D100 so that I could get more granular and like assign multiple ranges to multiple of these to like control the statistics a little bit better. But this would be the type of thing that I would do because I love having my players roll what I call luck rolls. And so I would do something similar to this. There's a rollable Fey timetable in the DMG. Oh, perfect. I would use that shit. I would use that shit, and I would have the players roll it. And I would probably fine-tune it a little bit. So I'd grab it out of the DMG, fine-tune some of the ranges, and then show it to my players. And especially, I would fine-tune the ranges to try and make it as difficult of a decision as possible. Not difficult to say yes to. But like, oh, do we do the Feywild or do we do the normal path? I want to try and split the party as like down the middle if I can. Like my desire would be to fine tune the timetable to get it to where 2 of the players want to do it and 2 of the players don't. So that I can make it as much of a decision and where they can like express their values and their role play priorities and their play priorities as much as possible. So that would be my goal is to make there be a bigger reward in the Feywild, but have there be a lesser reward, at the outside. Right, it does cover up part of the notes. I forgot that that covers up part of the notes. It's not normally a problem when I'm not drawing. But yeah, so something like this. But if there's a rollable table in the DMG, I'd use a modified version of that. And then this is one of the few things. I mean, we've talked about how I don't roll outside of the screen very often, which I still don't. If a roll is happening outside of the screen, most of the time I have the players do it. Highlighted comments don't respect your tools. They don't. But this is one of those things where this is far too like when I'm in a big risk reward thing where we're going into the Feywild against these against these strict timers. That is something where I don't want any sniff of fudging. And I will tell that to the players ahead of time. Not that exactly, but I will tell the players ahead of time. You are not going to roll this beforehand. You are going to roll this when you leave, and whatever results that you get will apply to all of the days. So if you stay there for 3 days, you will roll when you leave, and whatever the roll result is applies to all 3 days, gets multiplied. Bye. So I'm telling them all of that before they go in, and then it's up to them. So I would make it a big risk reward aspect, but it's one of the reasons that I don't like having like whole plot lines in the Feywild, is because I feel like it makes it hard to like, or it doesn't make it hard, but it presents a risk of like maintaining the world outside. So if I were to do it, I would want to do it like right after a big cataclysm or something. Like maybe the cataclysm happens and they run to the Feywild, sort of like Singorn did. And then we have a whole arc inside of the Feywild. And then, depending on what they roll, will kind of determine the rest of the game. But I wouldn't want them to have a bunch of like hanging threads outside of the Feywild. If they're going to spend any sort of significant time there. But it's one of the complicating factors. And honestly, there's a part of me that, depending on the campaign, depending on the table, that might just ditch the whole variable timing aspect or make it pretty tight. Not make it, like, make it anywhere between like 0.1 and 7 days, a week. Even that's a little bit wide for me, but it'd be somewhere in there. Yeah. I think multiplying the time spent instead of it just being seconds to decades is better because it means time pressure in the Feywild would still matter for spending 2 hours versus a whole week. Yeah, exactly. Is that not how the DMG table is? Fey timetable DMG. Time warp. How do you decide? Doesn't matter if you guys give time warp options. Some are days become minutes or days become years. Yeah, I think I would have it be a multiplication sort of thing. And I would make it more explicit. Like I would make it like 1 day, 2 days, whatever. But I wouldn't have days become years. No way. Unless this is like a mid-campaign hard cut. No shot. But I definitely would have it be multiplication. Because I agree with you, Ron Quixote. Yeah. I wouldn't want it to be like a static amount of time that they roll at the end of it. Because I definitely want the time spent to matter. I fully agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, Feywild's hard. I want to do Wild Beyond Witchlight at some point. But it's a weird setting. It's weird in a lot of cool ways. But it's also weird in some, I don't want to say less cool ways. It's just weird. It's just odd. It's an oddball setting. That I think has a ton of really cool and unique options, but also very unique challenges towards running it. Yeah.
Is there anyone else who's pledged their allegiance to us? Any other band of traveling idiots?
We can ask for help from Kraghammer as well.
Yeah, it's so close.
In the Feywild.
I could ask potentially my father in the Arashari.
Yeah.
I have a hard time asking the Fire Ashari.
Yeah,
there's so few of them.
Yeah,
didn't the werewolves want to leave the Feywild, right? They wanted out.
I think so, I don't know. I think they just wanted out of those woods, but I mean, maybe we can find Ardigan while we're there. Maybe he can pop over and we have an archfey helping us.
Do you know, we also have a 2,000 person capacity here. I mean, we can always push it and make encampments on the outside, but what's our ideal number we're trying to hit here?
2,000.
All of them.
A gajillion, as many as we can.
It feels like it's a risk, but the most bang for our buck, or our gold piece, is Singorn. There's the most people there.
Yeah,
It's just pop over.
And as far as we remember, the people of Vasselheim, their general temperament is like Vasselheim takes care of Vasselheim.
Yeah, that's what I felt.
Vasselheim and the continuation of civilization, and that being the Dawn Cradle, the city that has existed for as long as civilization has, is to be protected at all costs.
Right.
So while they do and can offer aid occasionally outside of it, not to the detriment of their own defense.
Right.
Is that it? Is that everyone?
I mean, we could go talk to that Earthbreaker.
Grun. Where's he?
That's
Vasselheim.
fine. there's a lot of different places in like a day and a half.
How do we? Well, if
Well, we can
Well,
write an awful lot of letters.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll just show up like
2
Game of
weeks
Thrones
later.
at the last moment. We think we'll overrun, and then all of a sudden another army shows up, and it's wonderful. Yeah.
Laura, do you have some way of messaging people and sending messages?
It is a whole lot of places in very little time. I like that Marisha, hey, talk about similar type of player, possibly similar type of DM. It's like, I think that giving, at least to the people who can feasibly be messaged, so like probably not the herd and not Singorn without specialized tech, but like say just like have Allura be like, I will message all of the people that like we know where they are, and then you say above the table to the players like, we'll get a list together and like make sure that everyone's accounted for, outside of the session, so that we're not taking up all the session time with that, and then highlight only the people that it is not easy to contact, that there will need to be like some amount of effort put into contact. And then even if you want to skip past that, I think you could roleplay that out since there's an amount of like effort and possible creativity in doing that. But even if you want to skip over that, you can just call it downtime, I think. Of like, oh yeah, Keyleth the spellcaster will contact Singorn somehow. with her mat, like we know that she theoretically can. We don't need to roleplay out the details. And then you just get a message together of what you want to send to all these people, customize it if you need to, and Bob's your uncle. I think you can have that entire sequence done in like 10 minutes, probably less. So yeah, sending only has a 5% failure rate across planes. Precisely. So I think you can get all of this done in a short little downtime that just abstracts the day. If you want to roleplay, again, the difficult ones, or the ones that will directly involve the players, I think you can, but Allura can really take care of a lot of this. It's one of the benefits of them having the hub world of Whitestone with so many powerful people in it, and of them now like being in Fort Daxio, which assumingly has like a soldier network that they're, they've still been like trying to patch together and keeping contact with. Like they talked about being in contact with the Imanian soldiers. So they seemingly have some manner of contact. With all of those resources, you can kind of just give it to Allura. And I think that Marisha reaching out to give it to Allura, and ideally, Matt offering it as Allura, of like, I can make sure everyone's contacted. I think that's a way to just really get past a lot of the boring shit.
Just super quickly.
An instant message.
Actually, depending on who it is.
Fastbender.
Fastbender.
He's with.
To be perfectly honest, if it's a creature that I'm relatively familiar with, I can send it to them instantaneously, any distance across the plains.
How many people per
Across
day?
the plains?
Across the plains.
How many times can you do that per day?
This probably muster it 3 times.
Whoa, this is major. This
Laura,
is huge.
Did you ever meet with our father in Iman?
Yes, many times.
You
actually.
remember him?
Yeah.
Yes, he was. He was an interesting individual with the council, especially back when.
Okay. I'll give it. This might just be Matt getting distracted. But if I see that sort of reaction from my players, and I know that I'm just talking about the spell sending, like if they have that sort of reaction in my head, I'm like, oh, do they not realize that they can do this? So and Allura knows their capabilities. So I might have Allura be like, can you not do that? But again, giving Matt some credit, giving him some grace, they're throwing a lot at him right now. This is a lot for him to manage. So I think he might have just like not connected the two together. He might have just thought like, oh, they're excited that an NPC can do this. But I think it's more they don't realize that they can do it on their end.
Sir Gregory was with us, but they were friends.
They
Yes,
were?
I did meet him.
So dwell on that one. Well, that would save
would
us
be
an
great.
enormous amount of energy.
And me two 7th level spells.
Sir Gregory Finn, so that was when you first came to Oman. He's the gentleman who was part of the council that you were hired by their father to go and inspect because he went missing.
Remember
which was
demons and
how
the
he
succubus and
died.
stuff?
Yeah.
It'll take me a 7th level spell
Only Pike would have it?
to get there.
Sending? Does Scanlan not have it? Only wizard, cleric, and bard. Oh, okay. Oh, Scanlan won't look at old spells. I was about to say, I was like, okay, so not a druid spell. I don't think Scanlan picked it. Really? So none of them have sending? I didn't realize that. Okay, I'll be honest. Number one, I thought the druids had it. That's on me. But I also assumed that Scanlan took it. That's what happens when they skip over lower level 5e. Facts. Just pure true. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I think that's what happens when you skip over lower level 5e in general, but especially as new players. And Pike, who suffers from the Ashley of it all. Yes. Damn, there's so much meta shit happening here that is restricting them and they don't know it. And it's just sad. It's just sad because they have the answers at their fingertips, but I also very much understand why they don't realize that. Interesting. I'm surprised it's not a ranger spell. I think they can't get high enough levels for it, right? Because isn't Ranger a third caster? Ranger 5e. And sending is what, 5th level? 5th level question mark? Oh no! They do get 5th level. They're half casters. My bad. I'm also surprised it's not a ranger spell. That seems like a whiff, I would say. It feels like, yeah, I agree with you, Jonathan. It feels ranger to me. In the same way that, like, Find the Path would. A lot of divination stuff, actually, feels very ranger. I'm sure Chad is trying to tell them. Probably. Yeah, Chad is probably filled with Pike has it.
And then I'll have to burn my 8th level spell to get back.
Well, then let's just send word to them.
All right,
Then
so,
save us the talk.
So, you require word to your father?
Yes.
Who else?
Who's next on the list?
Bigger allies.
Ravenites? The herd? The herd. What about the herd?
I don't think she knows anyone.
Oh, we can describe them?
We can also...
It's gotta be somebody you know.
She knows.
I have to have met them. Or
The
know
herd is
them to a
ours.
certain extent.
Crankhammer?
Have you ever met
Crackhammer?
somebody in charge of Crackhammer?
Yeah, well,
I have a number of individuals I've met there, yes. I cannot guarantee they're going to be eager to jump into this fray.
That's
I can try.
possible. Let's put that on the possible
What about
list.
that town that we saved from
I thought of
dissolution?
Western.
Western. They have the...
Western was decimated.
They have the fast bender that they can
Yeah,
send a
they have
soldier with the
fast
fast bender.
Okay.
The Arashari? Do we need to contact them? You can do that.
Yes.
Theoretically, I can do that. Once again,
The Ravenites? You don't know any Ravenites, do you?
No.
Oh, I was gonna say, what's her name?
Tuma?
Not Tuma.
It's not a Tuma.
Who is the dragonborn in Vasselheim?
Topher.
Topher.
Wow. Nice
Whoa.
pull.
Do you know Topher?
Tofu. Yes, Tofu's in the Mon right now.
Fuck.
She is.
Yeah, she is.
Tofu's a member of the Tal'Dorei Council. She's one of the council members, one of the survivors that's currently working with, apparently, from what you've heard,
Yeah, it's Slayers take Vanessa.
Vanessa from
Vanessa is the latest.
Do you know her, Laura?
I've not met Vanessa, no.
Well, who do you know that's really powerful that also maybe has an army that can help us? Anyone that you know that we don't?
I think we've tapped out most of our resources
All right, well,
at this
let's
point. I've reached out to members of the kind of Philosophical, but many of them have their own issues to deal with.
They're dicks, kind of, aren't they?
No, they're just busy.
Oh. That one guy we met, he was a real dick, though. I mean, he was.
Which one did you meet?
It feels like a DM cop-out. So I don't feel like I should really take it as lore. And when I say DM cop-out, I mean that in a generous, non insulting way. The other members of the Arcana Pansophical are too busy to help with the Chroma Conclave. They have their own stuff going on. Like, yeah, it's the Avengers are busy right now. Like, what? With what? What currently trumps the Chroma Conclave that the other members of the Arcana Pansophical are busy with? Like, I get Vasselheim's cop out. I get that. I mean, it's selfish, obviously, and it gives them an amount of characterization of like being, hyper insular, hyper isolationist. But that's been established throughout like all of Vasselheim's characterization, so that's not a surprise in the slightest. And I think that it's all very cohesive. Marquette, I mean, Ank'Harel essentially did. Ank'Harel, with Ank'Harel / Marquette, Devos is gonna come help. So Devos is on board. Yeah. Like, what? Again, it's just like a little. If I think about it for too long, I think I'll be less charitable towards it. But which I would be poking fun at if I was at this table. And I will say, if it wasn't being streamed, if this is my own home game, I'm like, really? They're too busy. They're too busy to help with the Chroma Conclave. Come on. What else is going on right now in the fucking world? But if I'm one of Critical Role players, I ain't saying that shit. And it's not the most ridiculous of cop outs. It's just a little bit interesting on inspection. Are they in Taldore? They're like a worldwide Illuminati sort of situation. They're in like all countries around the world. So I assume that some of them are in Wildmount, and maybe there's something with like similar precedence or I guess precedence or priority in Wildmount, but crazy that we haven't heard anything about it. Like, how have we not heard anything about a Chroma Conclave level threat? That's crazy. Putting out contracts for Dragon Pieces in Isilra. Yeah, that's where they're all at. They're all off in Othansia, yeah. Oh, man. Same reason for the blue and brown wizards that don't help out in Lord of the Rings, TBH. Frankly, yeah. It's why if there is a lesson to this, it is legitimately why you need to be careful about the number and level and like magnitude and proliferation of powerful individuals that you put into your world. Because our players, if you're playing like a 1 to 20 campaign, by the end of said campaign, they should be able, even without any allies, only with like magic item rewards, they should be able to take on the Tarask, which is like a world eater, ender threat that literally everyone in the world would want to band together, unless there's like a Tarask cult. But almost everyone in the world would want to band together to fight. So if you're planning on going into tier 4, right? If you're planning on going into like, multiversal world level threats, you do have to keep in mind what's going on with the other people that are at a similar level to the players. Not to say you can't have them, but just that you will need an excuse for them. A la this Arcana Panasophical excuse of, yeah, they can't show up. Like, you're going to need to have something to tell your players. Because there's a really good chance that they'll ask. Yeah. Don't get me started how poorly designed ranger spells are. Lol. They have less excuse if they're in Taldor. Yeah, honestly. On the other continents, there's a conclave of mind players. Yeah, an epic flip cup. You're so right. Everyone in Wildmount is busy having a continent wild orgy. Yeah, you're not gonna want to know about the continental disasters when you're in the middle of one. Maybe. Like, I can totally get on board with, like, you're not gonna want to dive into it. But I would find it wild with how much they've traveled. They've been to Marquette, they've been to Othansia, they've been to Draconia, they've been to Wildmount. I find it convenient, or not. Maybe the opposite of convenient. I don't know how to say it. I would find it strange if they hadn't at least heard of whatever's going on. But again, I think the more real answer is just Matt didn't think about it. Matt didn't really think about, like, oh shit, why aren't the rest of the Arcana Panasophical coming to help? I think he made up an excuse on the spot, and fair enough. They brushed past it. All good. You know what I'm saying? And inherently, this leads us back to the level variability discussion. It does. All roads lead back to high or low magic. Too much use of enhanced abilities in the orgy. It's hurting the world my magic energy. We've been depleting the ley lines. Wildmount has built an orgy siphon. That's what the ziggurat siphon is feeding. All of Taldore's ley lines are flowing in to the Whitestone siphon to feed a giant enhanceability aura for the Wildmount orgy. Hey, wildly mounting, am I right? I think we're starting to get into the deep lore right now. I think we're tripping into it. Yeah. You only have so many problems to do with this, man. Yeah. What is the ratio of? What are the sexy ratios? That's so true. I'll let you guys debate.
The underdarky type people? Do they like us?
Long white hair.
Purple eyes. Here's a Marquette. Is that what we're thinking of? I'm thinking of a different place.
I don't know if he's a member of the Arcana Philosophical.
Just kidding.
Well, let's start with Singhorn and Singhorn
Yeah,
and
yeah,
see
yeah.
how it works, right?
And have you ever met my father, Corin, of the Arashari?
I've had no correspondence with the Ashari, but apologies.
No.
I'm doing what I can.
Yeah, no, you're trust me, you're great.
Saved us a trip to the
We'll see you call
Feywild.
them back.
Send word that if they can contact the werewolves owe us a favor, I suppose. Not that they will help with that.
Right.
All right, if that's the information you need sent, that require, I have to make 2 messages just to cover both those bases.
Let's
so,
just get-
to their father.
Let's just go to the father.
What was his name again?
Sildor.
Sildor. Right. 2 messages to gather the army of Amon and Singhorn to return and head towards Fort Daxio.
Yes, if they can just pop Singhorn over to Fort Daxio, that'd be killer.
Don't know if that's how the magic works, but I'll definitely put the message in there for that. And to look for werewolves.
As part of the message, that if there's a pack of
Is
werewolves...
that vital? Should we care about that?
He fucked some shit
All
up.
right, sure. Yeah, why not? Second message. Bring. What was his name?
Spike.
No.
Indala.
No.
Ukarat.
Ugarat.
All right, and inquire about bringing Ukarat and the werewolves. All right, I've got some messaging to do.
And when you're back in Whitestone, send the airship our way. Load it with food and supplies if you can.
Very well.
Tell them to be on guard.
Put Kima on there too.
Put anybody who wishes to come fight.
Cash, Kima.
Yes. On the airship?
Can-
I'll send him to
Zara.
the tree.
Or Zara.
Zara.
When you write to our father, will you tell him his children need him?
Gross.
I can do that, yes.
Or gets the job done?
I don't know if that will help at all.
Well,
Call for Kima. I'll bring our allies with us. Either me or Sean have to stay behind to maintain the illusion.
Cool.
Obviously.
So your choice.
Oh, Sean.
Yeah.
All right, so Sean will stay behind.
Wait.
I mean, yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's certain death.
No, staying in Whitestone is the exact opposite of certain death.
He's protecting everyone.
One of us has to stay to make sure that they do not see Whitestone.
Yes, that is the opposite of certain death.
All right. I'll get these messages off.
Oh my god, is this happening like now?
She takes like 2 steps back and kind of puts one finger in the air, and as it curls, her eyes kind of glaze over with crackling blue energy. And you watch her tongue kind of click across her mouth like she's speaking quietly to herself. Her eyes come back. All right, I've notified your father, Silvo. Once again, her eyes glaze over with crackling blue energy. Her fingers kind of trace in the air, and it looks like she's
Quick,
speaking.
everyone hide while she's doing this. So
She gets back like...
It's like she's putting on a VR helmet.
All right. Her eyes return. Both messages delivered to your father. And who else did you require to the message?
You don't know anyone else on our list, do you? The Slayer's take, you don't know.
It might be smart to send one to Warmaster Mikhail as well. I know he's in Singhorn as well, but it might be good to have a couple people there bringing
That's not a
word.
bad idea. Yeah.
All right, I can do that. Once again, the energy crackles again. You can see she's trying to find the location of someone's presence. It hits, and then she begins to speak quietly to herself. Finishes. Very well. The army's been notified.
Just one more message. No, probably
Let me see
not.
if
But
she
wait,
can.
what about the clasp or
Nope,
something?
those are all that she can do. Actually, no, she can cast at a higher level, so she's fine. She can do more. Yeah.
Clasp? Do they like us or hate us? I
They
forgot.
hate us, but no, I don't
They're
think...
already. I think that the clasp are going to be far more useful once they figure out the dragon has left the
All right.
city.
Yeah.
And I don't even think they necessarily need to be notified of such a thing.
Honestly, I'm pausing this mostly to farm a clip. If we're going to be real honest about what I'm doing right now. So I guess everyone say, hi, YouTube Shorts. Because I'm basically just going to repeat what I wrote here. Because, yeah, I think this is a perfect example of what I was talking about with the, like, give your NPC the job of sending out all of the messages. Or, you know, let them do it all and take care of it all. You can customize some instructions for them, like the twins did with their you know, kind of customized instruction for what to send to their father in Singorn. But overall, they're still having Allura do it all. And they are role-playing it all out, which I think is taking more time than it needs to at the table. But we've been over before how Vox Machina Critical Role is really into everything being in like near real time, everything being on screen. They don't want to do anything off screen where the audience can't see it. And for a table with those priorities, I think this works perfectly. I think the main core that's really going to speed things up is just the aspect of giving it to the NPC. And then Matt can go through those like informative things so much quicker than he would if the players were doing it. So thumbs up. All right, there's the oh, and I'll hit I have a little clip it button on here. Trying to be more YouTuber pilled. gotta farm a clip really quick. But in a more chillaxed hey stream, smash that like button. In the more chillaxed stream tone, yeah, this is exactly I think for Vox Machina, this is about the best version of what I was talking about. I think they're doing great with it. Clip it real good.
Although it might not be a terrible idea.
All right, then we're good for now.
Yep.
And what do we just keep buffeting up this place? Do we have to plan an ambush? How does this work?
We go in. Come on, right now. Full ball.
All right, you and me.
Full blush.
We can go to the fire plane really quickly.
We're hoping to tempt him here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why are you so anxious to go to the fire plane all of a sudden?
There's an object. It's from the fire plane. We are facing a fire dragon, which means that either it's something unbelievably useful or something not useful at all. We need ice weapons, we need cold weapons, and we don't have any.
You think we're gonna find those on the fire plane?
Either that or in that ship that we left behind.
You have knowledge of dragons quite well, actually, Vex. You do know that red dragons, are not vulnerable to cold by any means.
Oh, what are they?
They're just resistant to fire.
They're just resistant to fire.
So it doesn't matter.
Are they resistant to? Are they vulnerable to anything? Did I know it?
Insult.
Love.
Cheese.
Love.
Bruised bananas.
Bruised
Not really.
bananas.
Hey, Pike, did you know that we have all the messages except for the one that's in the fire plane, and you'll never guess what it is?
What is it?
What is it? I forgot.
Some plate armor?
It's some
I've left the
plate
dawn
armor.
mortar.
What?
Do you want to go
This
get
would be
it?
kind of clutch for you.
That might be just a long.
We could maybe pop in and out in one
saying
day.
we don't have time.
One day? What's one day?
I don't know. If
You
it's,
don't know if it's gonna be one day.
Well, when we get there, we'll find out. If it's taking too long, we'll pop back. These messages are going to take a while to deliver.
I'm not like a Wonka Vader, man. I can't
you'd have to spend the night there.
Yeah.
That makes me a little
All right,
nervous.
one night. They've all eaten today.
We're not
fine.
fighting today.
As far as you know, no, there was no vulnerability.
Fuck, really?
Just fine with fire.
Just pure death and destruction.
Well, at least that's a bonus, so that means that anything will work just as well as anything.
This isn't on Matt, but I will say, I think it's a problem that I have with 5e. It's a problem that I have with 5e. I understand simplifying it, because like in my head, I understand like vulnerability a lot of the times is too. It weakens them too much to give them a vulnerability to the point where you can't have everything have a vulnerability, right? You only put vulnerabilities on certain ones. I think that's lame, or that's uncool, personally. I don't know. And it makes me wish that there was like a half vulnerability or something, you know, where they take like quarter damage or where they take, you know, or a quarter resistance, you know, or they take like, you know, instead of 50% more damage, they take 25% more damage or something like that. I know why that is not the case, because they wanted to simplify 5e down from like 3.5, so they took out a lot of those sorts of things. I get it. But I think that if you are going to get rid of a lot of those sorts of things or simplify so much of them that, like, at this point, the damage types, I just don't know how useful they are anymore, you know? It's like, if we're still gonna have damage types, I want everyone to have a resistance and a vulnerability. Every single monster. I think it would be cooler if they had a vulnerability. I think it'd be even cooler if there were like multiple variants of a monster that all had like different vulnerabilities depending on factors that the DM could choose. And like maybe there's like a standard version of it, but it's like, oh, you can also replace this vulnerability with that vulnerability. Like, keep things fresh, keep your players on their toes. Because I think that would add so much more interest to the fightings. And I think that honestly 5.5 did, or 5.24 I should say, did some stuff to give more interest to like marshals picking different weapons with the weapon masteries. I have already seen some of that at my table that is currently using weapon masteries and has a fighter. But man, oh man, it feels like the damage types are underbaked. It's or just like underutilized. I don't know. Yeah. If I had time as a DM, I'd write to Laura on the list of expert dragon knowledge that she has, make her feel like she actually knows her favorite enemy. I think that would be cool. I agree. If she's supposed to be this dragon expert, I think giving her dossiers, I'm not saying you even have to do it. I think that the way that Matt handles it is totally fine. But because she is specifically a dragon expert, I think that's super fair, John. It's to give her like a dossier of things that she can like peruse through at the table. I agree. I think it would really heighten her sense of feeling like an expert is if she doesn't even have to ask Matt for it. Is she just has the knowledge. She just knows. And you know, that those dossiers could have like certain holes in them. They might not be fully complete. Also, you know, it is an amount of time that you have to take. Not every DM has that time, or I guess wants to, but I think it's definitely an interesting idea. And I do think it would make her feel like an expert. Yeah. I like vulnerabilities being rare, but for the most iconic thing, for the thing in the title of the game, for a thing that's elemental in nature. Yeah, I agree. And again, you know, I understand like a pure vulnerability, like 50% extra damage. I think that's huge. Like that's big. I want that to be rare. But yeah, something like a half vulnerability. Call it a weakness. You know, it's like 25% extra damage, 10% extra damage even. Like something for them to kind of wrap their minds around. I don't know. An easy thing for them to learn. I think one of the things about this is that it feels like it hurts possible synergy between the combat pillar and the social and exploration pillar. Because I have found in my games one of the best ways to wrap in social and exploration rewards is to have them discover vulnerabilities, discover resistances. Like, those are one of the best ways I've found to like wrap in like research on their enemies and to make the players feel as though they've been, you know, planning this stuff really well and give them rewards for that planning. And so the lack of like really actionable things that the players can find out just generally on the stat block. Of course, the players can always find out something specific, right? They can always find out something specific to Vorgal or Thordak or Clarota or whatever. They can find out specific things to your specific monster. But again, if they're going to provide you all of this combat stuff, wrapping in some ways to involve the social and exploration pillars in that. Something like their habitats or tracking them or some advantage that the players can get over the creature, that they get that advantage through the exploration pillar or what have you. I think that's really missing. And I think that the resistances and vulnerabilities are one of the best ways to go about doing that. And that currently it's underbaked. Yeah. One interesting form of vulnerability is to just have all dice deal max damage rather than having it be doubled. Absolutely. I think that's really cool, actually. Yeah. Or have it, there's all sorts of stuff you could add. Have it be where, like, they re-roll ones. I think if you wanted to add in something that is less good than vulnerability, if you say we'll just call it like a weakness, and you want to make it to where you don't have to do any fucking any sort of math, it can just be like, oh, when they receive damage with this damage type, all ones are treated as twos or something like that. Or re-roll ones if you want, or, re-roll ones and twos, or any ones and twos are treated as threes. What up? I'm gonna continue that conversation because I feel like we were just getting started. So you want the Pokemon system of like type weaknesses in D&D? I mean, here's what I'll say. I think that the Pokemon type system is a system with a lot of different types of like Pokemon and damage. And I think that the way it is implemented really highlights it and like uses it really well. I think that the Pokemon type system uses what it is to its full advantage compared to D&D's damage types, which are so prevalent but used for so little. Like I just think that the damage types are criminally underutilized. Like to compare it to something like Blades in the Dark just has physical and arcane damage, or magical, arcane, magical, something like that. That's it. Because it's like, oh, we don't need to like dive into all of it. I mean, even the like the distinction between like oh, I thought I heard Paige calling for me. Even the distinction between like fire, water, earth, like all that, like you could just have elemental damage. You could have mental damage. You could have, arcane damage if you want to like, segment it all even more. Yeah. Like the fact that there is a distinction between force and bludgeoning, there's a lot of damage types. And I don't think that the amount that it is currently utilized justifies how many damage types there are. I think that they are mostly for like theming, but they're utilized just enough that they still have to be like taken into consideration. So they are, I don't think the amount of like paperwork and like conscious thought and consideration that they require is justified by how much value they bring to the game. I think they bring a pretty low amount of value. Because, like, even if I gave you a spell called Fireball, and I said it does 66 elemental damage, you're not going to think that it's going to get you soaking wet. Especially if I include in the description of the spell that it lights things on fire. Because that's not something that the fire damage type inherently does. So you have an entire damage type dedicated to fire. But because the damage type system is so underbaked, you can't even rely on the fact that it is fire damage to indicate that that lights things on fire. Because sometimes it doesn't. So you have to specify that the spell that does fire damage ignites flammable objects. Pisses me off. Oy, oy, oy. So annoying, dude. So annoying. And I understand that there are like benefits to it. This is definitely in like bombastic pet peeve territory. But boy, oh boy, does it pet my peeve. I'll tell you that. It pets my peeve so hard. Ay, 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 ay. Let's see. What's chat even saying? What if you had homebrew vulnerabilities not found in MM? Leggings are weak to silver. Maybe there's a monster weak to bludgeoning damage from pure iron. I'm down. I'm absolutely down. One of my favorite things to do is add resistances and vulnerabilities in pairs to thematically represent the monster and like the climate and the place that they're in. I love throwing those in, especially because throwing in a vulnerability and a resistance in a pair is generally player-sided. So if I'm constructing an encounter that I'm not exactly sure if it's properly balanced, frankly. Like, if I'm worried about a monster being a little too strong because I made other aspects of him a little too interesting. I throw in like a resistance and a vulnerability pair, gives them something new to learn and discover ahead of time. And again, slightly player weights it because all they have to do is avoid the resistances, which isn't that hard to do, and target the vulnerability, which also isn't that hard to do, but it makes them feel super cool. So it's definitely like a player's feeling cool focused mindset. The players with vulnerabilities is that the problem with vulnerabilities is that quite a few caster classes can deal all types of damage. Oh, well, don't even start me on that. Don't even start me on that. But yeah, agreed. That is another problem. That is another problem. Yes, indeed. Which again goes towards my, I guess, overall thesis that the system is underbaked. Right. That's my overall thesis, is that the system is not like fully well thought through. There is a cool system hiding in there that I don't need to be any particular way. I kind of just want it to be finished because it feels like it's not. It feels like it's in like beta. I don't know. I don't know. Passionate rant, yeah. Use transmute meta magic on fireballs, set things on fire with cold damage. Oh my god. Such a good example. Such a good example of why my personal feeling, like, this encapsulates so much why I feel like the damage type system in D&D 5e is underbaked. The fact that a fireball that deals cold damage after you do the sorcerer's meta magic to it still lights things on fire because lighting things on fire is not even remotely related to the damage type. It's just related to the spell. That's stupid. I mean, it's like, it can't also be stupid in like a funny way. Like, I can see Scanlan doing this sort of shit, you know? And it's very funny of Matt trying to figure out how to describe how cold damage light things on fire. Like, that's funny. That's comical. But it's funny and comical in the same way that the stupid pipes that the plumbers put up were stupid and comical, where they like jutted out into the middle of my kitchen and like barely avoided like cabinets opening doors. It's fun because it's dumb, but it's also just dumb. Oh my god. Yeah. To the meta magic lights things on fire with freeze or burn. Yeah. It's stupid and comical if you RP it as such. Right. Exactly. It's stupid all the time. It's comical if you make it so. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't the Rakshasa, however it's spelled, have vulnerability to weapons wielded by good aligned people? Oh, maybe. But that's a great example, regardless of if it does or not. Great example of like a unique vulnerability type that you could kind of like use to like patch holes. I think that's great fodder. And like what G. Herka was talking about earlier with like homebrew vulnerabilities. I think those are great directions to go. And even like something like silvered weapons with werewolves is also, I think, a really good vulnerability. Like and this is the ultimate problem, is because the damage types are so accessible. If you want to, like, vulnerability becomes too powerful because it's not something that the players may or may not have access to. They almost always have access to every damage type. So vulnerabilities become less of the players need to prepare correctly, and it becomes more of a in-combat strategy funnel. Now, I think that you can use that to your advantage as a DM, especially when you're working with players where you know all of the shit that they have. Like, if you make something vulnerable to fire, and you know that the only person or thing that does fire damage on your squad on your PC crew is just your wizard and he only has fireball, then you can set the encounter in a big wooden structure, right? To take advantage of the fact of, okay, if they want to utilize the vulnerability, they are also going to be hurling a fireball in a giant wooden structure. Like, there definitely are ways that, like, in practice, you can work with it and make it good. But again, half-baked. Half-baked. That's where I'll end that. Yeah. To me, it's the niche I think sorcerers could fill, elemental specialists. I agree. I think it would make total sense for sorcerers to be fire, cold, what is earth? Thunder, I guess. And what's the last element? Air. Force. I don't know. I think just have it be fucking or I guess lightning. Lightning would be the air one. Yeah, I think have the sorcerers be the 4 elements and then have like wizards be all the other ones. I talked about it during 1D&D. I was actually incredibly interested in the 1D&D idea of having the 3 separate spell lists of like arcane, divine, and primal. And then having spellcaster classes just get subsets of those lists based on the schools. So saying like bards get all spells, every spell on the arcane list from the enchantment and transmutation schools. They get all spells from those 2 schools off of the arcane list. Druids get the entire primal list. Fuck it. They get all of them. Whatever. Like I was so interested in that because that could have really helped, I think, thoroughly characterize not only entire classes, but subclasses. Like, imagine a way of the 4 elements monk getting access to primal spells that do one of these 4 damage types or something like that. I think that could have been very, very cool. But alas, it did not happen. Fire, earth, water, air. I was trying to think of there's not an air damage type. I was trying to think of what the equivalent to earth would be because there's no earth damage. So I was like, I guess earth is like thunder. I don't know. And air is like lightning, but in Avatar, lightning is firebenders. I don't know. There's no air damage type. Man, come on. It would be really interesting if the damage types were more split up. Psychic damage, bard only. Absolutely. Bard only or aberrant mind sorcerer. Right? Or maybe just the Feylock. Like the Archfey Warlock. Like I fully agree. Okay, yeah. Underbaked. Unfortunately. There should be elemental damage for a D&D Pokemon game. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But what are you gonna do? It's not the worst thing in the world.
Else.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
So, can we go back to the plan about how we intend to get Thordak here? We were playing with the idea of fooling Thordak into thinking that Raishan had been killed.
Raishan was going to feed him the information that he thought that we were here, and then vanish.
And that's it?
Yeah.
We think that's going to pull him out?
I think Raishan will be clever enough to give him just enough to get.
Do you think Raishan would be willing to let us hack off a little bit of flesh to send?
You'd have to ask Raishan.
You'd have to ask Raishan.
How do we contact
might be
Raishan?
willing to let me do such a thing.
Sure. Do we establish
she
how we
would, huh?
contact her
Yes.
again?
We have
No.
no way to contact
No, wait.
her.
Didn't we
afraid
send her
to.
on a mission?
Oh, we did. Yeah, she
shit.
was checking on.
She was going to bring us back some dude.
Oh, fuck.
And we're not even there.
Asun was going to come back.
To not where we are right now.
Fuck.
It was 2 things. It was Asun and
Bassoon.
Bassoon, whatever.
Bassoon, it's Bassoon.
Yeah, and what was the other thing?
Some other guy.
Oh shit!
Was it some other guy?
The last we talked to Raishan, she said, all right, I'll be back in a day. And then we got out of there.
Yeah, we
Well,
made a
we're
big
still,
stink.
it's still
We're
a
like,
day.
do both
It
things.
hasn't been a day yet. We haven't spent the night yet. We can go back.
Okay. Yeah, no, we
Oh, she was going to Amon to hold up the bluff, that everything was cool with Thordak, right?
Yeah.
She was going to bluff, and then she was also going to try and bring back.
Sorry, we
Somebody's
can
gotta go.
Someone's got to go home.
Someone can go, some of us can stay.
Well, all right.
All right, I'll go talk to Raishan.
And you can't leave because you're building, or can you go?
I can leave. We've got 1 working. If I stay, I'll have 2 working. If I stay longer, I'll have 3 working. But I will go where we are most useful.
And you
As
want a
of
chunk
now.
of her? Or like a little piece of her?
Something, like a claw or something
Some
to
scale.
drop at Thordak's feet. It'll help with the
But
bluff.
what makes you think that he would leave the charge to come find us? In his eyes, he can just send one of his peons to come smash us.
Thordak?
Yeah.
He's sent all of his dragons and nothing's worked.
That's the goal. We kill the peons, then he comes.
And the more he sends, the more we kill.
Yeah.
What if we go, mess up something on the edge of a mon and we're like, fuck you!
And then run back here.
Or bamf back.
I just don't
And-
believe he'll suffer that much indignity.
If we tell Thordak where we are, he'll probably come with that wyvern army that almost took out Whitestone.
That's why we need to have a lot of people here to fight them.
Yeah, to balance that out.
And that also means that the class will have an opportunity to take back the city.
While he's gone?
If he leaves with his army, yes. If he leaves his army to actually manage the city.
That's what we talked about.
Either way, it's stretching him thin.
Is it a bit of a practice round if we go to the fire plane? I mean, let's say we get there and it's just a total shit show, right? Nothing but death waiting for us. We change our mind, we leave. But at least we see where Thordak's been all this time.
I will also say there is something to be said here. If you're the DM in Matt's position, this is something that Matt has already said, and everyone is patently ignoring, which is, and I'm going to call it main character syndrome on, very ironically, everyone except for Keelan. I think they are all so obsessed with the fact that that Thordak will really, really want to kill them specifically, and it will override any of his other reasoning skills. They have been currently warned that if they do nothing, Thordak will start harassing and burning and destroying other civilian populations, a la Kymel. And so their thought process there is if we reveal ourselves, he will definitely come to us. He will not just keep destroying the civilians until we come to him. But why not? In Thordak's head, why not just keep killing civilians until Vox Machina comes to him? He has all of the power in this situation. So to be fair, they've killed all of Thordak's conclave. It's not too unreasonable. It's not too unreasonable, but I would still say it's a bit self-centered, which I will say, I don't think it's unreasonable for Vox to be self-centered. They've killed 3 members of the Chroma Conclave. They kind of deserve a bit of ego. They are pretty impressive. But now as Matt, there's you have to balance what Thordak's priorities and what his mental state would even tell him to do here. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. Would Thordak want VM to make the first move? I mean, that's the balancing act, right? Does Thordak value being in his lair with his army as a dragon that gets special stuff from his lair? Or is he going to go out and attack them in their defended spot outside of his lair, where they could have set up any manner of surprise, much like they did for his past 2 dragons that they have killed? I don't know. It kind of depends on how strategic you think Thordak is. And, how much does he value his lair? My assumption whenever I think of a dragon, whenever I think of anything with lair actions, is that if they're going to have a combat, they're gonna want to do it in their lair. And that's going to not necessarily override all other considerations, but if everything else is equal, I think they're going to choose their lair. That's at least my general thought process with it. Is if Thordak is presented with the options, I think he would want Vox. If he had the perfect, if Vox just said, "Hey, we'll let you choose, Mr. Thordak. We're gonna be waiting in this field. If you don't show up in a day, we're gonna come fight you in Iman." I think he'd want them to come to Iman. And them waiting in a random field is much less defended than them waiting inside of Fort Daxio. But even in that case, I think he'd still want them to come to Amon, just because it's his lair. Which maybe I'm putting too much emphasis on the lair. I don't know. But, yeah, I don't know. All of his conclave are already dead. In his POV, killing randoms until they break and come to him feels perfectly within character. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm totally saying. The Tyrant King, if he just sends them a message via Raishan or via someone else and is like, hey, I'm gonna murder 100 children for every day that I do not see you on the field outside of Iman. And for every day after the first, I'm going to kill 50 adults. And for every day after that, I'm going to kill 50 elderly people. And I will keep racking up the body count until all of Taldore stands in a burning heap under your safe feet. Your move, Vox Machina. Like, why not? Why would he come to them? I don't know. That's the decision you have to make as Matt here. Is you have to justify it within Thordak's head. Hello. That was scary. Paige said that was scary. I'm playing the villain. I was thinking for a bit now that Thordak might just go, okay, kill my dragons. I'll kill the weak. Now we both feel bad. Yeah. If he attacks them, he knows the time and place. If they attack him, Thordak knows nothing. I think there's an argument there. I would personally say that that's a slightly more strategic argument. And so again, I think it kind of goes back to what can you justify in Thordak's head? Is he does he value that knowledge more than his lair? My gut instinct is no. But it kind of depends on how you've characterized Thordak so far. If you've characterized him as a real schemer, a real Raishan, I think Raishan would make the choice that you're saying. Like attacking while Raishan knows the time and place over attacking in her lair. I think that's a very reasonable Raishan play. I don't know about Thordak. It's hard to say. Hard to say. We've heard so much about him secondhand that it's really hard for me to predict how he would act and think about, you know? Almost like they are main characters. It's funny. I've seen individual CR characters accused of main character syndrome, but not the party as a collective. I'm saying, dude. I'm accusing all of Vox Machina right now of, in this moment, having a bit of main character syndrome. I'm accusing. I'm throwing out the accusation. But they are indeed the main characters, so... yeah. VM has only seen dragons willing to move, so Thordak is throwing them off like you and Raishan. I mean, yeah, that does wrap back to what we were talking about earlier, Crazy, is like, I think it is more reasonable. Like, I'm poking at Vox's plan right now, but to give them credit, I think that Matt has trained them to think this plan is more reasonable than I think it is. I think they have more reason to think that it will work than they probably should. Because, yeah, like you said, we've purely seen dragons that are very willing to move and very willing to at least do a turn or two of combat outside of their lair. So, yeah. Elderly people. Yeah. That's actually like a silver lining for Vox. They're just like, oh, man, if we can get through the children and the adults, then we can have all of the elderly people gone.
And the other thing that we could glean from the Fire Realm is possibly figuring out a little bit more about the connection that he had with it and
that too.
Heartstone seed, Ember seed thing.
All right.
I don't know.
Can you send a message to Gilmore or Cassandra or Kima even, and let them know, maybe just those three, they're the only ones that know about Raishan, let them know that Raishan is bringing back Assume.
They were there.
I know, but just to make sure everything's fine with her.
I can do that, yes.
All right.
And then we're going to the fire plane?
Yeah, just...
Dude, I'll even say, if your campaign is more dark, if if your campaign is darker, right? Vox Machina's plan. If this is like a Curse of Strahd game, right? If it's that type of tone, if Vox Machina is like, hey, Thordak, we're at Fort Daxio. Come and fight us. Let's do it. Thordak starts assembling his forces on the field outside of Fort Daxio. Or maybe not even forces, a small contingent, a small battalion. Vox looks at it. They go, ha! What is that? That's nothing. We've got this, no problem. And then, as the day goes by, Thordak's forces just start erecting, like, crosses or pyres. And Thordak, use it because he has that, like, booming, projecting voice. And he just says, Vox Machina, until you leave your wall, your shell, I will burn Taldore while you watch. You will not be able to imagine it as some far-off thing. I will bring all of Kymel. I will put them out here, and you will watch as they die. Come to Iman. And then he flies off. And every day that they sit in Daxio, more people show up. And, like, get like, loaded into wagons and taken to the outside of Fort Daxio. And if Vox Machina kills the battalion that's there, another one shows up with more people. And that just happens until they leave. Like I said, if you're running a darker type of game, but there's some ways to it is one of the things with heroic, at least signaling parties versus villains. That's perfect, G-Hercup. Yes. I'll bring him on to you. Absolutely. It's one of the things about villains versus heroes. Like, that is one of the core things, is that, like, villains have to abide by their code. Watch any Batman movie. Any Batman movie, they take advantage of Batman's moral code. And obviously, he's the hero. He survives. He surpasses. He overcomes. But we do have to remember, as DMs, if we have a heroic party or a party that claims to be heroic, that is something that we can use against them. And it's one of the reasons last stream where I was talking about, like, how even Cassandra dressing down Percy, even if Percy does admit to being above the law, that is him having to characterize himself, and that's him having to characterize Vox Machina. And the moment that they have characterized themselves, which I'd say at this point, Vox Machina at least characterizes themselves as heroes, or wanting to be heroes at the very least, you can use that against them as a DM with your villains. If they want to be heroes, make them look at what that means. That means that you don't always get the advantageous position. It means that you don't always get to fight where and how you want, because you care about things more than the villain does. Yeah, yikes, I'm taking that for a Halloween one-shot. Dude, there's so many ways that this could go so intensely badly for Vox. Or also any dystopian movie. You can take some inspiration from, like, Hunger Games. I'm pretty sure that Snow starts executing people in the Capitol during the Hunger Games until Katniss will, like, come out or whatever. Very much similar thing that Thordak could do. Yeah. So that dragon's evading him on again. Yeah. Sundry 2.0. I mean, actually, Sundry's an amazing example. Sundry's a really good example, and it wasn't even utilized in exactly the way that I'm talking about. Of, like, well, I guess it was. It was a bait. Yeah. using innocence as bait is just like, it's like a villain staple. And the only thing to really think about and determine is how villainous you want to be. The Briarwoods, it says so much that the Briarwoods didn't wait for them to get there. Yeah, it was passive aggressive. Well, I think the Sun Tree was so effective because it showed that the Briarwoods were willing to kill all of those people whether or not Vox showed up. There was a super real chance of Vox never seeing those bodies. I think the implication is they would have just kept doing it until Vox did show up to see it. Like, that, which is insane when you really think about how villainous it is and how little they cared about for the populace. And you can take that in another way. Like a villain that doesn't actually kill anyone, just threatens maybe someone high profile or threatens a large group of people, but doesn't actually kill them, puts like a timer on it. There's also the type of villain that makes sure that the heroes are there to see it. Like wants the pomp and circumstance. I think it speaks a little bit more to an ego that they want to know that the heroes have seen it. I think there's a lot threatening innocence, very villainous thing. And the way in which they threaten innocence can tell you a lot about the villain. I think in general, it showed us that the Briarwoods didn't actually have a lot of ego. They didn't care. They didn't need to know that Vox saw their display. They put it there just in case. Which really says something about them, as opposed to, you know, if they had waited and made it a whole pomp and circumstance and show. And I mean, there's also a question on like effectiveness and all that, but yeah. Active in a way of delivering bodies to the heroes, but waiting for the heroes to see the bait. Yeah. No. I hear what you're saying, Crazy. Yeah. Anyways, I don't even remember where we are.
Give it a look-see.
Just pop on down for a bit to the basement.
Yeah, I've got a timeshare there. It'll be killer.
Mad.
I'd kind of like to bring Raishan with us to the fire plane.
No fucking way.
No. What are we going to do? She's not going to come.
She's not going to come to the fire plane.
She knows it better than anybody else.
She's not going to come to the fire plane. You're right, she does. And I don't think, if I were her, I wouldn't come.
Remember.
Do you want to go, Laura?
What, to the fire plane? I mean, I can. My skills are probably better used elsewhere, but whatever you think is wisest.
We need agents on the ground right now.
True.
All right.
Things need to move forward here.
Okay, then you stay here and keep running things.
If opportunities present themselves to bring more people here or to gather more allies, take them.
All right.
Yeah, let's just pop on down.
Oh gosh, you guys, it's the
This is a great idea.
The non-martyr is in the city of Brass, which I'm pretty sure is overrun by
This is like a thing.
fire elementals.
Yeah, it's just a myth though, right? And that was probably written a long time ago, which means like shit could have totally changed.
Plus, now we have a lot of money. We can just buy our way through the fire plane.
That works.
Yeah.
Is it stupid?
We'll
Are we
have
going to die in the fire
liquid
plane?
I think it's a bad idea. I don't think we have time.
Never tell me the odds.
But there's a vestige
I
there.
wouldn't, you don't know additions.
There's a
I mean, we
vestige
could go, we can hit the fire shari first and see if Zirconis is there, and maybe see if Zirconis wants to help us out.
If we're all alive in 2 weeks, I'd be happy to go and get armor for Pike, but there's dragons on top of our backs right now.
But Laura, you're certain as soon as he finds out of Voragol's death that he's going to seek retribution?
I'm not certain, but as soon as he found out about Umbrasil, that's when he sent things looking for us near Whitestone. That was when Voragol and the rest of the army swept through. That was 2 days after Umbrasil's fall.
We've also totally spilled our spaghetti with Raishan. She's not going to wait. She's going to push things forward. I don't think we have time.
All right. Vax, do you have a suggestion in place then?
I think that we talk to Raishan. These two chuckleheads convince her to let us take a pound of her flesh or 10. Somehow dump it insultingly at Thordak's feet and brace for the worst.
I'm okay with that, but how do we get in touch with her?
We can get in touch with her when she goes back to the place that shall not be named. But all of that's going to take days, and we can't do that until the armies have arrived here in Fort Daxia, which could take another few days. I don't know where Singhorn lands when it comes back to this plane. I assume it's not next door. They're going to take days to get here.
The thing is, Thordak's going to send out looksies, like he did over Whitestone. As soon as he finds out Umbrasilla's dead, it doesn't mean he's going to launch an attack, because where is he going to attack?
Yeah,
he doesn't know where we are.
If he's searching for us, what better place for us to be than on a different plane?
Let's go to a different plane.
Do you think he went to the place that shall not be named because Raishan tipped him off that we were there?
No.
Why did it go to the place that shall not be named then?
Again, I do want to really highlight this. Not necessarily even as like a commentary, now like player analysis thing, but like if you're the DM to be thinking through, if you want to challenge this, if you want to support this and possibly challenge it later, like I'm not even saying that they have like main character syndrome right now, but they are thinking purely in terms of Thordak wanting them and the fact that he is going to be searching for them, which again, they actually brought it up about the Vorugal thing after Umbrasyl died. This is such a great example. The entire, like all of how the players are acting right now is such a good example of DMs training the players, I think. They're so right. After Umbrasyl died, ostensibly, Thordak didn't take it out on the civilian population. He just sent out Thordak and Vorugal and the Wyvern Riders to try and find Whitestone. And when he failed to find Whitestone, it seems like Vorugal kind of went back to business as usual. I mean, he at least did one hunt that we know of, the one where he died. And they have two examples. We don't know if he... Yes. And that is the... It's not like a fictional verisimilitude aspect of this. It is a us playing D&D aspect of this. The players don't know either. And because it's a question mark, it's kind of a, it's a quantum cat situation. It's a Schrodinger's innocence. Schrodinger's Iman. We have no idea if he took people out, if he didn't. That slips out of a player's brain. We have no evidence on as to what he did. The only evidence that we have is that there's no dramatic irony for a D&D game. Yes. You're totally right. Unless you're doing like visions or whatever. If we don't know it didn't happen, D&D happens in the player's heads. There's no dramatic irony. Yes, exactly. And so what we know, Schrodinger's senseless violence. Yes. Yeah. So what we know is that their reaction, the things we know, are that they killed Umbrasyl 2 days later. They just confirmed. Vorugal and the Wyvern army went looking, and maybe they gave up. Maybe they took a break. Who knows? For some reason, they stopped for long enough for Vorugal to do a hunt. And during that hunt, he left his nest. They were able to lure him away fairly simply. So our players know that the things that they know. When you kill one of Thordak's dragons, he comes looking for you and then maybe gives up after a while. Those are like kind of it. The only thing that they can be super concrete confident about is this idea of he's going to send someone looking for us. It absolutely bespeaks him being focused on them. So I'm calling it main character syndrome right now, but if it is main character syndrome, it has been taught, or at the very least, not discouraged. Right. And as a DM, you have to, or you don't have to, but I think it's good to think about and to try and identify those moments of teaching of your players. It's hard to do, by the way. I'm not gonna claim that this is easy, but it's good to try and identify those moments of what have I taught them to do, what have I taught them to expect. Do I want to encourage that even more? Do I want to subvert it now? Do I want to encourage it now and subvert it later? Like, I think these are... And if I subvert it, is it going to feel bad? Do I need to like foreshadow the subversion so that they're not totally caught off guard because they just like thought this was how the world worked? I think there is again, it's not common or easy, but I think there's a deep well of like storytelling advantage that you can mine there as a DM that is very different from a lot of other media where you as a writer can actively subvert the expectations of the other writers in the writer's room with you. Like, that's not a super common ability to have as someone writing a story, as someone creating a story, if you don't want to call it writing, someone telling a story. That is not something that is super available most of the time. So it's something that I think we should think about more. Yeah. It's very interesting.
Why did they look there?
It was a place to be looked at. And they didn't. They flew over and didn't see it.
You just think they were just scanning?
I do.
All in favor of the fire plane, say aye. Aye. That was only 2. Wow, that's pretty rough.
No, there's 4. They're just pansies and won't say anything with their voice. You did, that's good.
All in favor of staying, say Cooter.
That's not fair.
I mean...
2 to 1.
Let's go. If it sucks, we'll just come right back.
Clamp right back.
Yep.
We can always come back, and I would like to maybe see if we can find out more about the Ember Seed. Fire plane.
I mean, there's nothing else we can do today, is there?
No.
Except
All right.
build.
Let me prep some
Feed more soldiers.
I said this.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, hang on.
Supplies are on the way. Soldiers are on the way.
Cows eat hay.
Do what you can to... Cows eat hay. Nay.
Gather you roast
Hay. So we say.
If you hear back from anyone in Singorn or anyone anywhere, will you send us a message?
Yes, and I'll notify the general of these plans before I head on that way. Very well. Good luck.
Pretend like we were never here. Let them know. Pretend like we were never.
Ooh, okay, I will say. Ooh, possible prediction. Okay. Thordak is like literally, physically, spiritually connected to the fire plane. He has the goddamn ember seed inside of his very soul. I mean, they said it. It's the soul anchor. So he and the fire plane are soul tied to each other in like the most literal of literal ways. I wonder, because this is where I talk about like identifying the things that your players think and possibly subverting them, like with the, senseless violence, killing innocent stuff, right? That's all a suggestion or a path towards subversion of what they thought, of what they believe. The other path is leaning in. The other path is leaning in to how badly Thordak wants them. These fucking mortals that will not leave him alone, will not leave him to build up his glorious, fiery paradise in the material plane. And if he detects through his soul, through the very thing that gives him life in this world, if he detects them going into his domain, not his domain of Iman, the fire plane is his. The fire giants are his kin now. They put a part of themselves into the Heartstone after all. So if he detects them, he's scared to go back, but he'll get over it for them. And we see Thordak dive back into the fire plane. It's like being in Amon, but 10 times worse. He is an absolute terror in the fire plane, all in the pursuit of lowly Vox Machina. Maybe they even get stuck there. They get stuck in the city of Brass, potentially. Who knows? I don't know. That's also a way you could go with it, I think. you could get some sort of contrivance of like, oh, now that the soul anchor has been to the material plane, you know, we can soft magic hand wave it. He can pass back and forth between the fire plane and the material plane as if it were nothing. Once the breach has now been opened, he has now stepped foot into this plane. The tie has been broken. He can go back and forth at will. Possibly even through a rift in Iman. There could be a new rift to the fire plane. They talked about how he has a little piece of the fire plane that is, enacting all of the changes in Iman. But let's be frank, they're guessing. And there could easily be a Pyra-style rift that has been growing and growing and growing and growing. And that could easily be why Thordak has given the appearance of being lazy. It's possible he's been like off in the fire plane half the time. He doesn't have the time. He's not lazy. He's not sitting on his giant golden hoard. He's doing a part-time job. This is only half the gig for him. And so the players step foot. He is obsessed with them, and they step foot into the fire plane, and he follows them. He tracks them down, and he's gonna fuck them up, and possibly the rift even like follows him. Perhaps the rift is like in his fucking chest. So all they have to do to get back to the material plane is dive through the rift, and now they're back into Matt's dungeon in Iman, and they can finish out the fight there. That's a possibility. Again, if you want to, I think you could subvert their expectations or lean into them. And I think that the idea of Vorugal detecting and hunting them through the fire plane is that side of the coin. Him bringing the innocents outside of Fort Daxio is the subversion side, and him hunting them through the fire plane is the leaning into it side. I think there's something there. I'm very far behind, but I think something like vulnerability adds an extra 1 to 2 damage die would work as well. Not as intuitive, but would mean you could use it a lot more. Also true. Yeah. I agree, Ron Quixote. Anyways.
Over here.
Understood.
All right.
Stay safe, friends. She turns and leaves the room.
We're so stupid. This is going to be fun.
Yes, I love it. Do we hold hands again?
Oh boy.
No, it was a tree stride.
Nope, we got it. Well, okay, if we are...
Plane shift.
Hang on. Do we want to stop off at the fire shard and pick up Sarkonis? I think it's not a bad idea.
No.
We are not going to bring along our ally who knows the fire plane better than anyone alive.
No, I think we should, because they were there.
And you're saying we can instantaneously jump over, grab him.
Once I tree stride, we can... There's that portal there.
Yeah, then we just pop on it.
Yeah. I am a big fan of
Yeah, let's
tour
just go over to... Yeah.
All right, we're going to tree stride to the fire shard.
All right, so as you most of the trees near or within the courtyard of the fort are thin, maybe like a foot to a half a foot wide.
All right, where's the biggest tree?
Get skinny.
Where's the biggest tree?
You did see that cluster of kind of British.
All right, I'm kind of with Marisha's little kind of like, okay, where's the biggest tree? Okay. Matt, they've tree strode enough. Come on. They've tree strode so many times. Unless there is a threat outside of Fort Daxio right now, who cares? They go to the nearest tree that is of sufficient size to handle the tree stride. Again, unless there is something out there. Maybe that's what he was rolling for earlier. I don't know. But unless there is something that is actively waiting to jump them, they just do it. Come on.
Brownish red forest canopy across the ravine, but that's the only real...
Across the ravine?
Yeah, the opposite side.
Let's hop it. I need to stretch my legs anyway.
Well, it's like how big was the ravine? Like crossing the Grand Canyon?
It's I'd say about a third of the width of the Grand Canyon, maybe. It's a big ravine.
Can you just plane shift us over to the Ashari? It has to be to another plane.
Yes.
Can Scanlan, can you turn us into a bunch of hummingbirds or something?
I can turn a couple of us into some things.
Just something little so that we can hop to the tree?
You two can fly, right?
It would take you a handful of hours to walk to the
Oh, well, let's make it do it.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Told you.
We'll even jog. On like
That's fine.
a brisk pace on foot, you'll get there within like 3 hours.
No.
I'll put
Like
bike
multiple days.
on my shoulders because I'm getting ready for my ride.
Get as many of us on the carpet as possible.
Rip carpet.
You should feel bad.
All right, you guys eventually make your way to the outside of the forest here in the Ottoman Pass. You can see it. It's a living forest, but the trees themselves, it looks like there's a waterfall that actually breaks down off the top of the cliff that comes down and forms a small pool. Most of it's dried up, but the ground here is damp, and the forest does seem to exist in this climate. However, it is definitely a lot of the leaves have turned and are kind of hitting the delayed end of winter, a few months after the Winter's Crest Festival. You find a number of trees that are totally serviceable for your spellcasting. You guys wait as Keyleth completes her ritual. You can see the tree suddenly shift open on the opposite end. You can see what looks to be the cauldron itself, where the Pyra Ashari exists in the top of the mountainous volcano. You all step through and find yourself now in the cracked, dark, ashen ground landscape amongst the various rock-like structures that house their people. You can see the Cinder Grove in the distance, nowhere near as tumultuous as the last time you encountered it, and you now stand amongst the remaining Pyra. You do now see the survivors that you met earlier, and a few other survivors that previously not been found have gathered. Whereas previously you only thought maybe a little over 20 existed. It looks like maybe there's a good 50 or 60 so that actually are beginning to rebuild the Fire Ashari.
We're gonna blow it up again. Table flip.
There's so many more people than you thought.
They're still kids.
Life finds a way.
Oh,
Like two.
life finds a way. Like 2 kids.
No
One of those days they might grow up.
We're gonna take like 20 of them to the fight, and they'll be fine.
Yeah, come on, kids. Have a sword.
That's a big if.
It doesn't take you long to find
Find
Serkonos, who at this point in time has regrown his arm.
Yeah, and he'd be all right.
Yeah.
He'd be good.
He approaches now, still his darkened skin tattooed, his long hair past his shoulders. He approaches with an expression of surprise and mild confusion.
It is good to see all of you. I ask, what brings you to the doorstep of the Pyra Ashari?
Serkonis, Thordak has taken over Iman, and in the time that he has broken out of the fireplane, it seems there's a certain magic that is allowing him to essentially turn Iman into a second fireplane. We believe he still has some sort of connection here based on the binding magic that was used on him in the past. Something called an Ember Seed. Have you heard of this?
This does not stir my memory reserves, I'm sorry.
Do you remember Raishan when she was moving in and out of the fireplane? Do you remember her mentioning anything about it? Or anything suspicious about wanting to learn about the connections of the fireplane?
There were inquiries, yes. I was surprised by one so young, seemingly, to be so interested in the inner and outer planes and their interactions. She found much of her time getting solace in the Cinder Grove. She was not quick to pick up the druidic magics, but her research was in-depth. She spoke with many elders, myself included.
And where is the Cinder Grove? Did we pass through the Cinder Grove?
The Cinder Grove is off, that's in the center of the cauldron. That's the petrified forest that is surrounding where the actual tear in the boundary is, where the Fire Ashari hold vigil.
Wasn't the embassy connected to the, Didn't we knock down some pillars when we came to the fireplane the last time? Isn't that part of the reason his hold was broken?
It was opened more. The portal got weak.
You think that fucking bird was Raishan? The bird outside of... No, she wouldn't have a flying speed. Unless Matt hand waved that shit because she has a flying speed in her normal form. Oh, shit. I didn't even consider the fact that Raishan might have druid levels and thereby might be able to wild shape, not just polymorph. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Polymorph could turn you into anything that wild shape could. I don't... Do you mean the rock? No, the tiny little bird that Grog and Ashley saw outside. Saw outside of Fort Naxio, you know what I'm saying? I think what if that's what fucking Matt was rolling for the what if that's what Matt was rolling for the perception earlier, is whether or not they noticed the bird acting weird? But I think it ultimately wouldn't matter, because I don't think the polymorph could turn them into animals already. I think. Unless there is a restriction that they can only polymorph into humans, and then that could be relevant then. Because I didn't really think about the fact that she was in the Pyra for, it seems like, multiple months, multiple years even. I don't know. It feels like there's something interesting there, but I think the wild shape overlaps with the polymorph already. I don't think it, and I think for that reason probably isn't relevant, but I don't know. It feels like there's something there. I don't know. Does human count as a wild shape for a dragon? I mean, I don't know if Raishan has a character sheet or what level she had, but I would never give class levels to something like a dragon. However, I might give them access to magic. Yeah. I mean, number one, I don't think she should have character levels. Absolutely not. But I could see her getting druidic features like a wild shape. Yeah. Like the higher level, the more issues. See, crazy. You'll run into with magic strong enough monsters would really make that one. Yeah. I wouldn't actually want to give her a druid level, but it feels like there's maybe. I'm trying not to get jumped by Raishan again. I don't want them to like walk up, them being like, oh wow, it's a bear that looks just like Trinket. And Trinket's like, oh wow, I know that bear. I don't know where from. And they're like, it's Trinket's old best friend. And then it's actually Raishan, the goddamn deceiver. I ain't getting deceived again. Bitch. No. Also, no ads. No ads. We're pushing through. We're pretty close to done. A Lich is a 20th level wizard. Why couldn't Raishan have a few druid levels? I mean, broadly, I am against. I don't think a Lich is actually a 20th level wizard. Unless I'm totally mistaken. They are the stat blocked version of a 20th level wizard. Right, they don't actually have like 20 wizard levels, actually, because they have a stat block. So that's more what I'm saying is I would not give Raishan druid levels. I would give her like druid stat block features potentially, like a feature that's nearly. I think someone said earlier, like nearly indistinguishable from wild shape. But player levels specifically, nah. They're a 19th level spellcaster. Not a player character statted wizard. Do you see the distinction that I'm making? It's like they don't have a player sheet. They have a stat block. That's the thing. That I'm yeah, no class features. Right. Okay, yeah. Why any wild shape aren't dragons shape changers? That's what I was saying earlier. May possibly rewind the conversation. But player levels don't mean the same thing as just accent. As player levels don't mean yeah. This makes me want to build a Lich boss, but he sucks, so we only picked mid spells. Lol. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't think that the wild shape would be relevant because of the polymorph. But possibly some other druid stuff. I'm trying to think of what other like I left for Mrs. Gama. Yeah. We just started. It's not that. I don't think there's much here. My theory senses are not screaming at me. But that's just even more reason that there's something here. Because Raishan, the deceiver, is trying to fuck with me. Basically, Sarah, I realized that Raishan did spend a lot of time with the Pyra, and Serkonos just mentioned how she didn't take to the druidic magics very quickly, but she did study a lot. And I'm like, holy shit, right? She could know some druid shit. And then I was like, ooh, maybe wild shape. But then I was like, wild shape probably doesn't matter because polymorph. I don't think there's much else there. Maybe there's like beast spells? Obviously, it's 18th level. I don't think that she's actually an 18th level druid. But Serkonos did say that oh, she talked a lot to the elders and to me. So maybe she just skipped all the other bullshit and just like was like, okay, I just want to figure out how to cast spells while polymorphed. Yeah, it's the Serkonos exposition. I don't know. Again, none of my theory senses are tingling, which makes me feel like I'm right. Makes me feel like Raishan is pulling another fast one on me.
When it was around the solstice.
Right, but remember, we were here for your...
We fought Serkonos, who was essentially a giant elemental. I don't remember us breaking anything.
No, when you first came here, it was just part of your Armente. Your Armente, and you guys just passed through the tear. And you battled Serkonos into the druids in elemental form as part of her test.
Okay,
there were some
and
stones on
nothing to
the
do
other
with-
side, but there was nothing connected.
Okay. Maybe you just thought that and are, like, freaking out.
Yeah, I got a little panicky at one point.
I get it.
Yeah. Yes. Thordak was connected by the soul gem.
Right.
And we know he busted through. You know the fire plane better than anyone. We're also looking for the plate of Dawn Martyr.
In the Glass City?
In the Brass
City of
City.
Brass.
City of Brass.
When you see the City of Brass, you watch his demeanor change, and he kind of his arms crossed, and he leans back into himself.
That is not a place for the Ashari. It is a place of tyranny and greed.
It is a unique mix of those who exist there. If you are intent on going, I'm happy to escort you, but it is a different experience than we are used to, and perhaps yourself as well.
Is it a large city?
It is quite big, yes.
This is the direst of situations. Extreme measures must be taken.
Choice is yours. We have come this far.
How long is the journey to the City of Brass?
From the Tear, it is about 3 days' foot travel.
You missed.
Oh, wait, I think there's actually a fun fact that I have here. I believe that there is actually a way to do that. If I remember correctly, Fighter, specifically Battle Master Fighter, I believe does have the ability to do what you are talking about. The closest would be Fire. Yeah, Battle Master. Student of War. Know your enemy. Yup. Know your enemy. Total class levels. It is a 7th level Battle Master Fighter feature that for some reason can only tell you strength, dex, or con. I guess it's things that you can perceive, I suppose. But yeah, total class levels, if any, fighter class levels, if any, specifically. But it's also only the DM tells you if the creature is your equal, superior, or inferior. So it doesn't actually tell you the number. It only tells you it compared to yourself. Very cool ability. The only reason I have it like baked in there is because I was like, that's so fun. I think it's a lot of fun. And I've never had a player run it. Actually, one of my current players is a battle master, so we'll get there. I will probably abstract this to be like the equivalent CR. Because like the equivalent CR to a level 10 is what? 10 over 4? That's actually hard to calculate. The equivalent to 8th level, which I guess would be pretty applicable for 7th level. The equivalent to 8th level is CR2. So I would tell them, based on the CR, the equivalent level. Because I think it's so much fun. I think this sort of thing is really, really cool. Especially because they have to spend a minute observing or interacting with another creature outside of combat, specifically. There's so many restrictions on it that I want to give them everything I can. Yeah, I love it. 2024 Battlemaster doesn't do class levels anymore? No! Fuck! Oh, I'll have to look at it again. That sucks. I mean, it is weird because most NPCs that you're interacting with shouldn't have class levels. Even if you follow the villainous construction, which villains in the DMG can have class levels. It sets that out as an explicit thing. I think it's bad advice. from the DMG. I think it's not good advice for the majority of situations, but it is within there. But I think they probably took it out of 524 Battlemaster because it truly isn't that useful, which is why if I were to run it, I would pump it up a lot. But it's super cool. I think it's very cool, even if it's not good. Yeah. An interesting crack theory. Raishan isn't a dragon. She's just an 18th level archdruid who has true polymorph. Holy shit. Raishan is Keyleth's mom? Bro, imagine. Imagine Raishan is Keyleth's mom and just has true polymorph. We're getting insane with the theories now. That'd be crazy. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, the encounter tables in the DMG actually suggest using player sheets for some encounters. There we go. We're getting in there, yep. You encounter an adventuring part of 2d4 with 1d4 2 level each. Yeah, they say something along those lines for villains. I think it's terrible advice. Which, oh my gosh, I'm sure so surprising given everything else that I've talked about here. I mean, I also think that having centuries pass on the Fey table is ludicrous. It's ludicrous to present that as anything other than ludicrous. They need like 2 separate tables of like, if you're using this in a normal campaign or if you are specifically using this as a time skip. There needs to be 2 separate tables. The DMG is not full of, doesn't always have, in my opinion, the best advice. But what are you gonna do? DMG 2014. Don't know if it's in 2024. I would actually be curious in that. God, I need to do the DMG and the Monster Manual streams. I'm going to. They're on my fucking Trello board. I'm going to. I just haven't yet. Yeah. So that's why I thought it was hit die instead of class level, because hit dice is applicable to monsters. Yes, yeah, precisely. Yeah. Keyleth's mom left her druid husband to bang a dragon, king of the fire plane. I mean,
your plane shift spell can essentially bring you directly to a location as long as you're aware of it.
Right.
So we can
go right there. You're right in the center of the city. Land right in Main Street. Next to the Reebok store.
I have a sweater. I've hidden it in Manhattan. Go find it.
Basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
It feels like it's going to be
right
really
move.
hard.
I mean, everything we do.
hello. Scared me. The pup needs to go out. What time are we at? 10 minutes off. I did skip an ad. I skipped an ad. We're still 10 minutes off, but I've been talking up a storm. So I might do a manual ad break now, take out the puppy, because who knows how fucking long it's going to take us to get through this next 10 minutes. Classic. Also, I was typing out, a month is doable. Centuries is, centuries is iffy. But anyways, I'm going to take a quick break, run an ad, and take out my puppies. I'll be back in a second. Goodbye. What's up? Hello. We are back, and I'm happy to report we got a poop. Getting a poop is big. Sometimes you want to poop, all you get is a pee. And then they're all uppity. Uppity. They're all crazy like 20 minutes later. It's like, I know you needed to poop, but you didn't.
Is right.
Agreed.
I mean, every time we face a dragon, we go find another vestige. It just feels like the rhythm is right on this. Let's go.
Here's the worst case scenario, though.
Oh.
We're gone. We come back. Thordak has obliterated everything, including Fortaxio.
Yeah, but good news, we're still
alive.
Speaking of the main character syndrome.
The stones don't work across planes, do they? The gate stones? No. Gate stones don't work across planes. But Alura's ability to send messages does.
This is true from what she said, yes.
So if things start going very haywire, we can let her know that she is to call us immediately, and
She
we
would
will
probably
drop
figure
what
that
we're
out on
doing.
her own.
Yeah, whatever we're doing. Even if we're in the middle of fighting some really big fire elementals, we just...
Plane shift.
Of course, we'd have to get a message to her to tell her that.
She would probably figure that
Yeah,
out.
she'll figure it out. And we've got an amazing tour guide. It's set up for us. Can't fail. 0% APR.
You big lovable lug. I still think it's a very bad idea. I'll go if you all want to go. But
Sir Carlos turns to you, and says, do not mean there to be misunderstanding. I will take you to the city, but I will not enter it.
Yeah. I'm good with that. I mean, you'll take us there, right? You'll give us a couple warnings, maybe like point at something if it's terrible, and then you gotta go because, you know, it's gonna like mess
I'm
with
of no
you.
use to you in that city.
Now, why is that? Like, you've got feelings about it, or you're afraid of it, or you'll like be powerless there?
Most of all of that.
Powerless?
There are many powerful entities that exist in the city. I am not a man for cultured places.
You've been before?
I've been.
I just realized I have never, for even a moment, considered why Artagon might have wanted a piece of the Threshold crest. The thing that planes shifts the city. And I just thought about that and realized that maybe I should consider why he wanted that. In my head, Garmelie wanted that, and Garmelie was just a silly little guy. But now it's like, wait a minute. Artagon is like a minor deity, it seems. I don't know. Would taking it, send the city back, or keep it there? I have no idea. I think it's like an active process. My assumption is that he wants it to plane shift something else. Like, my theory is that my initial thoughts, I guess, is that he does not give a shit about Singorn. I don't think he gives two fucks about Singorn. But my implication is that he possibly wants to plane shift something else. Artagon? Artagan sounds so... Artagan. It sounds so silly. I feel like I couldn't take someone named Artagan seriously. They sound like a little kid with like a propeller hat. I don't know. It sounds like the little kid that won't get off the monkey bars at recess. I can't respect an Artagan. Leviosa. Yeah. Shit. All right, Artagan. You know what? Just to remind myself really quick. There we go. That's Artagan sounds like octagon. Oh, Artagon sounds like octagon. I mean, true, fair. Oh yeah, I'll take that. That's fair. Are you sure Artagan is something who should be taken seriously? Yeah, Ross and Daniel sharing the same brain cell. Yeah. Oh, and then Delphi. Everyone, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so true. Garmelie sounds a lot more silly. I mean, Garmelie does sound more silly. Garm, but Garm's like my special little guy. He's like, I just want to like hug him. But Artagan sounds like a bully that then takes a dive during kickball and like yells at you for pushing him when you didn't even touch him. I don't like Artagan. But yeah, no, I briefly considered it. I'm gonna have to keep it in my mind. What could Artagan either want to bring to the Feywild or bring from the Feywild into the material plane? I don't know. I don't feel like I know enough about what's in the Feywild. I don't know. Artagan would be fun with even stresses like Mad Martigan. Oh, Artagan? Martigan? I don't know Mad Martigan. Martigan? Mad Martigan? I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
In here.
Let's just pop in, pop out, guys.
I'm all about it.
We're gathering forces at Fort Daxio to fight this dragon, and if you can lend any of your power, or have any power that you can send, we would be forever grateful.
So do you think you could reach out to Corin?
I could. How soon?
Soon.
As soon, yeah, post-haste.
That is where we will head immediately when we are done here.
All right, then I will lead you, if you choose to go, to the city, and then I will go for your father. And we will send
Well,
what we can
if you
spare.
don't want to go inside, I can just
We
plane
can
ship
just
us there.
bamf
We
us.
don't necessarily need you, I guess. I mean, we need you, but I'm wondering if you would be better
Your time
here.
would be better spent.
No offense taken. If you wish to continue your journey, I can go and try and round up that of the Ashari that can fight.
Let's do that.
Yeah,
do
that's,
you
that's important.
do you know of anything of where Thordak was held?
I did not know Thordak existed until he tore through that people.
Okay.
So unfortunately, no.
Is there anyone here left that Raishan spoke to the most, a confidant? Someone who might have been aiding her?
It's hard to tell. Many who were near those discussions were slain. So, I'm sorry.
No, it's fair.
We're good.
All right. Thank you so
Scanlan, will you
much.
be able to do the mention inside the fire plane? Or did you already
Sure,
use it?
right? Yeah, I can do my magic wherever. I have no idea. I've never been to the fire plane.
No, I mean, but did you already use it today?
No, I used it yesterday.
Okay.
Correct. You would still have the ability to use it this day.
Okay, cool.
All right, I think we've done an enormous amount towards getting prepared for this.
Yes.
All right.
Does everything over there fight with fire? Ow.
Not everything, but many things there are fire by nature, or at least the ability to live among it. And there are many parts of the fire plane that you should not traverse. It would destroy you immediately.
Yeah. So the City of Brass sucks, but we'll be okay going there.
It's one of the few places that can support a city, so yes.
Kind of hot.
It is very hot there.
All right.
The longer you stay, the more difficult it is for such frail beings as us to exist.
Speak for yourself.
In and out, in and out, in and out,
In and out.
in and out.
In and out.
All right. So,
Pull the trigger, travel agent.
Let's do this shit.
Oh my god.
stay safe. I will see you soon at this Fort Daxio.
Thank you so much.
This is a worthwhile trip already.
See? I'm setting my armor to fire
Is there
resistance.
anything else we need to know? To be safe, or to look out for while we're there?
What do we need to know?
Nothing that you haven't already seen. Just know there are many denizens there that enjoy the tyranny. So, be careful. Don't start any wars.
Don't start any wars.
Can I say that while this whole talk's been going on, I've been unattuning my cold snap armor and reattuning my bracers of archery.
Sure, it'll take you guys a short rest to do all that. Plus, we retuned there. So yeah, you guys take a short rest while Sarkonos goes ahead and takes a couple other of the nearby Pyro with him, and they head off towards the Cinder Grove, presumably to go ahead and begin to communicate with your father.
Cool.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If I have two bows that are awesome, and I'm attuned to both of them, how easy is it to switch in a battle?
If you have two bows that are attuned to you?
Yeah. If
is
I
it-
chose to like attune to the Sky Sentinel and Fenthris instead of like the bracers.
I mean, it's possible, but the idea of having one wielded and one
It's
over
a thing, right?
you're not proficient in fast bow drawing.
Okay.
One and
It would be like an action to switch them out in a battle.
Maybe. Probably. The process of I mean, you could just drop one, but then pulling the other one out and getting it around you, arrow out, it would take, yeah, it'd probably take an action.
Cool.
Just go, man.
Yeah, I'm just standing there with my eyes closed.
I
my
just
hands up.
that all happened in a millisecond. I was just considering things in my brain.
I'm just showing my willingness to go.
Let's go. City of Brass, yo.
All right, so focusing on the City of Brass. You all gather hands. As Keyleth concentrates, you feel the already warm air of the cauldron of this volcanic mountain. Suddenly you feel a blast of heat just around you, this whirlwind of hot air that causes your eyes to close instinctually. You feel the edges of your skin, the hairs begin to curl, your brows begin to singe. And as you close your eyes instinctually, you open them again, and looking around, you see a familiar, broken landscape of shattered stone rock, reddish and iron-like in coloration. You see various stone obelisks that are jutting out of the ground from looks to be broken and, at some points, seismic earth that have been pushed up from underneath, where gouts of flame occasionally spill out and burst into the sky. The air itself carries this kind of sulfuric and ionized scent to it. You can see what looks to be darkened clouds of smoke and soot that slowly kind of shift in the distance, way off towards the horizon. What looks to be almost the equivalent of a darkened storm in the distance, except it's just a sheet of roaring fire, just taking up an entire quarter of the skyline, miles and miles and miles away from you. You don't know if it's coming closer or further away, but it's frightening. As you glance over your shoulder, you see behind you a glimmer of whatever sort of source of light this land takes into itself, reflecting off of dozens upon dozens of reflective metallic buildings and towers and domes, and one large dark metal wall that surrounds the exterior. You see upon this what you assume to be the city of Brass. And this will go and take a break.
Shit.
Be right back here in a few minutes.
Oh, right, with announcement.
All right. There we go. There we go. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, I don't remember what, because my understanding was, I think, similar to what Amusingly Saunders said, of in 2014 at least. Yeah, as long as you drop the bow, drawing a weapon is free, stowing it is not. So if you just drop the bow, that's free, and if you and then drawing it is free. I know that 2024 fine-tuned a lot of that, I think. I don't remember the exact new rules. But I'm a bit of a softie. If she's using 2 of her attunement slots on two things that she can't use simultaneously, especially in this party, that's kind of a waste of a slot. So I'd honestly be willing to bend the rules, the stowing and drawing rules, in her favor, kind of just because she's taking up 2 attunement slots for it. Because that is like overall debuffing her. It would be better for her to choose one and to and to take the braces of archery. Yeah, at the very least make it a bonus action. But I don't remember what the stowing rules are now. I don't know if the stowing rules are bonus action now or how all that works. I think you get like 1 free swap a turn, and then it costs like actions after the first. I can't recall. I know that I looked at it and commented upon it when I was doing my PHP review, but I can't remember what it is now. I attack with my knife, my warm arrow, shoot across with and use my whip. Yeah. I don't know the answer is, but I wonder how much of them going to the City of Brass was because Ashley is there. I mean, man, unless she's going to be here for like a stint. Like, if they got her for, like, a month and they're, like, pretty sure that she's going to be there for, like, the next, like, 2 or 3. Unless that's the case. Like, if she's only going to be here for this one. I mean, I can't say how much, I can't speak to their thought process, but I don't think that would be a good prioritization justification, let's say. But yeah. 2024 is based on the attack of the attack action. You can do 2 at the same time with the dual weirder. The dual weirder feat. Yeah, he just released a good video on weapon juggling. Interesting. I might have to look at it. Yeah. Interesting. Them going to the City of Brass. It's tough because it feels very late in the game to be doing this, but also if their plan is to lure Thordak there and everything else is in motion to make that happen, I guess why not? I don't know. It's something that just like feels wrong. But I can't exactly like land specifically on why or what feels wrong about it. Because they're all very aware of the timeline. It's not like they're ignoring the timeline. this just it feels like a weird thing to do when you're so short on time, but the reality of the details is that it's not. Like, it's a sorry. I meant to go to this one. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's that it feels so risky. Yeah, I think Sarah got it there. It's like, I think it feels wrong because leaving the plane of existence seems dangerous. Yeah. It's too far to go when there's trouble at home. Yeah, it feels like they're disconnecting themselves so they won't be able to like respond if something goes wrong. It feels incredibly risky. Yeah. Yeah. Weird. But I don't really know what I do about that as a DM. Like, oftentimes, if something feels too risky like that to me as a DM, I want to acknowledge that somehow. Like, I want to hit on the risk. But I don't really know how Matt does that without having an NPC say to them, hey, this is real risky. But, like, Serkonos kind of tried, and they were just like, whatever. Like, they didn't really care. So I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to say. What do you think of Pike's involvement in the City of Brass thing will be? I mean, I think she'll be pretty normal. Unfortunately, with Ashley and with Matt playing Pike, it's so hard to tell because she becomes an extension of him and knows what he knows, but he simultaneously tries to restrict all of that from himself. So I think that NPC Pike becomes a really like kind of a wild card in terms of like what she knows and what she wants. And player Pike with Ashley is so unused to being involved that she rarely pushes things in any particular direction. Which is tough. It sucks, but I think that's just kind of the reality of her like lack of consistent involvement, unfortunately. So I really don't think she'll be much of a factor. Again, unfortunately, Is the video game equivalent of getting the warning of the boss area not allowing you to go back, and so they're doing a side quest to carrot? Yeah, I agree with that. To be fair, Matt gave them the carrot to go. They didn't just make it up on their own. Do you mean carrot as in the vestige? Because I agree that, he gave them the carrot to go in general at all. But I don't know that he necessarily, unless I missed something, I don't know that he necessarily encouraged them to go now. Which I think that's the weird part. Like, I wouldn't have found it that weird if they had, gone here instead of gone after Fenthras. I mean, it would have been a little bit meta strange, out of game strange, because Fenthras was for a player that's actually here. But in fiction, I don't think it would have been. I don't think it would have been strange if they had done it earlier. If they had done it instead of Fenthras, I don't think it would have been strange in the fiction. But now it's it feels, it feels more risky. Yeah, it just feels more risky. I don't know. It's hard though, because again, I don't know what I do about it as a DM. And I do feel as though I feel a pull to do something about it. Because again, I like to acknowledge risk and honestly, to some degree, reward risk taking. Because I think that risk taking is cool and interesting and fun. And it leads to more drama and that sort of thing. So I honestly want to give them more for doing this, but also make it more dangerous. I want there to be a cost towards them doing this, in my view, higher risk thing. But I also would want it to be more reward than just a vestige. Maybe some information from the fire giants or some more details about Thordak or, Thordak's secret weakness. I something like that. I I don't know if Matt's prepared to do that. I don't know if that's even like possible within like the behind the screen plan of like how Thordak works. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll be very curious to see like how this plays out and if it just feels like if it does just feel random or if Matt manages to work it into the fabric somehow. Because that's what I'd be trying to put together in my head right now is like, is there any way that I can like mesh this in a little bit more, like acknowledge what they're leaving behind, but also giving them a bigger reward? I don't know. I'll be interested. I'll be very interested to see. Yeah. You were guessing everyone's characters are going to be in C2, but you forgot Matt. Who do you think will be the Gilmore of or Allura of C2 or a big bad, if anyone? Ooh, that's a good question. I think the villains have all been like extra planar bullshit. I think that the next campaign, the big bad, maybe the first, maybe the last, whatever, is going to be a like infiltration sort of deal. Like I you know what? I'll make a big call. I think it's Artagan. I think Artagan is potentially the big bad of C2. I think he possibly infiltrates either like the Wildmount government, the Taldore government, maybe Vasselheim. And I think that he whips up a big, like the idea of a big extra planar threat, but he's actually just using the mortals from the material plane as like meat shields to like invade the Shadowfell or some shit. And like I think it'll be like a nuanced evil. I think it'll be like lawful evil in that kind of way. Even though he seems very chaotic from our short interaction with him. But I think he'll like basically whip up a fake extra planar threat and like maybe even get the PCs involved, or maybe he won't want the PCs to be involved. He'll keep like trying to like get them off the trail because he's worried they'll sniff him out. But it's all in he like plants like fake rituals and fake cults and fake, like all of this fake stuff that is all like pointing fingers at this like fake threat that doesn't exist. Kind of like the Cult of the Absolute is kind of like just a cover for the Dead 3 in Baldur's Gate 3. Similar to that, where he's all this fake stuff and he's trying to whip up support for this mortal invasion of the Shadowfell. And it's actually him just like wanting to like basically like colonially like conquest this other plane and like extend his own personal reach. That's what I'll say. That's what I think the big bad is going to be, is Artagan, sorry. Yeah. And then the Gilmore of Allura of C2, I think, is going to be I could see it being Percy. I think that Allura is going to be old ass decrepit Percy. I think he's going to be more similar to Victor in terms of like age and decrepitness. He's missing a couple fingers. And I think that Percy is the former like quartermaster for like the entire city policing force. I think he, just in the same way that he's like taking over, like him and Jarrett and Vax are like really taking over the defense of Whitestone. I think that I already predicted that I think that Vax, the character Vax, is going to be like leading like a Raven Queen Spec Ops group in C2. I think that that Percy will have like started like he realized he couldn't stop the proliferation of firearms, so he decides to try and like control it. He decides to say like, okay, I'm going to teach people how to use them safely, effectively, care for them so that they don't cause undue wanton harm. And so the policing force that Travis and Liam's character work for is going to be probably not run by Percy. He's going to be like their chief technologist. But I think in the incident that causes Vax to leave the force, that causes Liam's character, I think I said Frank, the incident that causes Frank to leave the force, I think involves Percy. And maybe even like Percy got framed for it or something. So he had to like, he was disgracefully discharged or something, like dishonorably discharged. And so now he's like kind of a pariah, but he's still Percy. And I think that him and Frank are still going to like have a lot of connection because they're the only two that like really know what happened. And yeah. So I think the equivalent of Gilmore / Allura is going to be Percy DeRollo himself. And it's possible that we even start off in Whitestone before eventually going to Wildmount. Because at this point, I am convinced that C1 is not even going to go to Wildmount. I think C2 is primarily in Wildmount. And that they're going to take the bridge that was like the big like shadow project between the Briarwoods. I think that Percy will actually have followed through on the bridge's development. And so that's going to be like one of the opening shots, you know, of like one of the first few. What the hell? Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, shit's going weird. I think that's gonna be like one of the opening shots is them like going across the bridge to Wildmount. Possibly with Percy like one armed, like he has one normal arm, one mech arm, like waving them across the bridge to Wildmount, and that's where we start. That's my theory. Those are my theories. Artagan and Percy. Those are my predictions for Matt. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. He doesn't have to solve the problem of his players leaving because he controlled the scenario of it being there. Yeah, I mean, he controlled like the broad scenario. It's not like necessarily a problem. It's more of a problem to me about how to represent the risk. That's most of the problem to me. But it's not too bad, honestly. I think how Matt got away with not bringing along Serkonos by having him talk about summoning the rest of the Ashari, which out of game could happen literally any time. So it's a good try. Yeah, I agree. It was a good scapegoat reasoning. Also him being like, oh, that's not a place for the Ashari, blah blah blah. Yeah, it was a solid excuse. Again, you know, one of the excuses you got to think about when you have so many people of power. One of the things you got to think about. How does he do it? The fire plane is in Wildmount. Yeah. C2 doesn't have any NPCs. It's all PCs. God, that's so fair. That's so based. That's so cool. It's a very like avant-garde like art piece. It's incredibly artsy. They like go around and it's basically just a podcast in real life places that like represent the fictional places. It's all just like that episode of them just fucking around in the tavern that I hated. It's all episodes like that. And it's just this weird art piece. Yeah. That'd be awesome, dude. I'd love it. What the fuck, you're still here? Not for long, Crazy Smith, because that, I think, is going to do it for me for today. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. Hopefully, my predictions are all 100% true and accurate and honest. And oh, hi, Bird. Can you hear me signing off? Do you want to say goodbye? Do you want to tell him? Yeah. Hello. Oh, I had to do the bird call to get her up here. Bird says goodbye. Do you want to tell him? Tell him what you think, Birdie. This isn't as good as Tiny Mike interviews because you can't hear all of her snortling and snuffing. All right, she says goodbye. I say goodbye. Thanks again, everybody. Have a good night. Goodbye. Pop.